my fucking god! Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with oh, he goes down to the knife and Ancestral. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of the HPL EU Season 5. That's right, it's Sunday, so it's time to get serious. Everybody has been here for all of the previous 4 of the 5 days of the tournament, battling out for their right to name themselves title champions of Season 5 in Europe. However, today, only one of those teams is going to be able to reach the pinnacle of competitive EFT arena and actually claim that title. That's right, my name is Cracked Wisdom. I am here, blessed by the myth and the mustache himself, sat on my mythical left inside of that screen and the window, bringing you all of the action inside of the arena. This is the legend, all right, that carries me inside of my competitive gameplay. Hot Sauce, how are we feeling? Are you ready for Finals Sunday? And are you ready to crown a champion?
You lied a little bit about that carrying, but it's fine. I'll take it. And am I ready? I'm ecstatic, man. I'm so excited. And had a little bit of mishap myself yesterday. I was trying to watch the action, lost power here, but I see that there was a little bit of a mix-up in the standings. So excited to see how this plays out. It was unfortunate to see Pandaric slip back to third, a problem they've had for many seasons now. And so I know playing without Rapid can be very, very difficult. And we talk about having that full 5-man roster consistently. It's something that we've seen haunt the previous Oilrig, who was then Pandaric as well. But nonetheless, we've got just a ton of matches today, 4 exciting matchups, plus we're announcing the giveaway of that amazing graphics card at some point today.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't say anything more. In fact, I can't say anything at all. In fact, we'll just do this, because there goes the preparation from the beginning of this tournament. There goes any idea or guesstimations, which both me and you had written down on that exact page on day 1 of this tournament, because it's all been thrown out the window. Everything has gone to toffee, okay? If you are used to a good old rambunctious mess, well, welcome in, because we've been sat in it for 4 days and we're about to conclude that mess by the end of today. Thanks to support, obviously, and obviously very gratefully from multiple partners and sponsorships that come alongside of this production. First of all, a massive shout out and thank you to Battle State Games for a couple of things. First of all, partnering with us and Hunt Premier here to be able to bring you this competitive environment. And secondly, that brand new Battle Pass. Big fan over here, big fan. Won't harp on about it too much because all of the aesthetics that have come with that Battle Pass are doing all the talking it needs, all right? Make sure you get yourselves locked into that and checking it out because it's been top tier. And of course, like Hot so wisely said, the mythical partnership from Aorus and AMD Radeon coming in to power up that package and punch it just that little bit extra over the line so you guys get the top quality of EFT entertainment and goodies. That's right, folks, we're going to be drawing that graphics card live today on stream, so stay tuned in to make sure that you can potentially get your hands on that prize if you're the lucky winner. Now, Hot, 4 days, madness worth of action. Yesterday, Exalted played nearly 50 rounds of Escape from Tarkov Arena. There was so many rounds of overtime, it was redonkulous. Not ridiculous, redonkulous. That's right, if Donk Davis is in the chat, you can have a little shout out from that one, intentional or not. Well, we'll take them. I'm going to tell you right now, if I had a pen and paper and had written down predictions for yesterday's matches, I don't think we'd have even gotten close to the amount of games played total, let alone accurate results. It was insane. We had 4 games off screen that all went to overtime. That shook up the standings. The Spartans were trading games left and right. Arktic's been trading games left and right. And I'm feeling like a Pokemon card shop.
Honestly, you mentioned a lot of these teams that I've got my eye on. We know that first and second place has really decided between 2 teams, which we'll get to see later today near the end of the day. But what I'm really excited for is this 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place position. I think we got 2 with 6 points, 2 with 5, Arctic, Spartans, Exaltation, only 4 frags in that order. Everybody very close down there. And yeah, the top 6 get get money, which is great. We all like a little bit of extra funds in our pocket, but only the top 4 get that ticket toward ACS as well. So there's a lot that could really happen. There's a lot that these 4 teams are going to be fighting here for today, and I think that's just going to make it that much more exciting.
Yeah, speaking of how much they're fighting for, as well as those 4 spots to qualify for the Arena Cup Series, you fancy maybe taking us on a ride through the prize pool, Hort? Maybe just introduce the folks at home to exactly how much that first place prize does stand for and what those top 4, top 6 even, are competing for in that total €10,000 prize pool breakdown.
Yeah, you nailed it. 10,000 euros on the line. 6th with 500 in their pocket. 5th, of course, gets 750. And then you start to get into the big bucks there. Top 4, 4th getting 1,000 euros. 3rd, 1,500. 2nd will take home 2,250. In 1st place, all of the bragging rights in 4,000 big fat ones for you and your crew in the pocket. So can't complain about that. Obviously, I mean, the money's great, but I think winning even nicer to get those bragging rights. I mean, Pandaric, they were fighting for it for a while, but the previous Pandaric, Oilrig, Mercenary, who has a lot of that former Sicario action there as well, still in this top 2 fighting it out. Same amount of points, only 3 rounds separate these 2 teams. So it's going to be so much fun today.
And with Pandaric going 0-2 yesterday, we did do the math at the end of the day just to double, triple check and make sure that we weren't talking too much nonsense. The fact is, as stated yesterday, that Pandaric with 2 losses now cannot match or beat the 5 victory and 1 draw scoreline that Oilrig and Mercenary tote regardless of results today. So although Pandaric's games for today will not be able to impact their chances at climbing the table, it will still make sure that they are able to close out in good fashion and maintain a solid 3rd position. And honestly, the only sad single tear from that team is going to be that Walker still has not managed to put his name on a title. And that one will go down in history as it seems to be something as old as is the meme that comes with it. There is lots of games to come for the folks at home today, so without any further ado, let's take a moment to look at the schedule so you know what we're watching.
Oh, right there it is on your screen. Luckily for us, we get all of the games broadcasted here today. And to kick it off, only 4 frags, Exaltation. This is another exciting one. We talked about those 4 teams to keep an eye on, right? Only 4 frags sitting in 7th. Exaltation just above them in 6th, but they have the same amount of points here. So Exaltation realistically just need to get a decent draw here and could still squeak by. They've got a big round differential in their favor. I feel like only 4 frags is going to have to take both of these here. And looking at that second one, Ancestral, Spartans, another exciting one. Unfortunately for Ancestral, it really hasn't gone their way in this tournament. These guys are incredibly talented, but things just haven't gone their way this time. And, they could get a little bit of revenge against Spartans here. Spartans need a decisive win here to try and get into that top 4 for ACS. Ancestral has a chance to take that away from them.
Yeah, I think the Spartans had the best opportunity of any of the teams on the day, barring our final match, for progress toward more success. Spartans have not only the 4th place spot in their eyes and the fact that gives them the qualification spot towards ACS in their hopes, but they also have a slightly more favorable schedule for themselves today in comparison to that of their adversaries on the table rather than on the match. Arktic currently sitting in that spot above them with 1 win, 3 draws and 2 losses, the same record as the Spartans, but a better round difference by 3, leaves them on the same points of 6 and also leaves them meaning that both of their matches are equally as heavily weighted against each other. If the Spartans do not 2-0 Ancestral, which, no disrespect meant to Ancestral, but given the results of the tournament, we would expect them to do so, then Arktic need to come out with a similar result to Pandaric. Regardless of round difference, they have to 2-0 Pandaric. And that is not something that Arktic has shown that they've been able to do against the top-tier teams. They have done an exceptional job of splitting the maps with them. They've taken one off Mercenary, they've taken one off of Oilrig. They've got to try and do better against Pandaric if they want to retain that 4th spot. And boy, oh boy, Hot, that's out for some cinema. Spartan 2-0 Ancestral, Arktic 2-0 Pandaric to take that 4th place spot and to deny the old TFG roster for a 2nd season running a passage into the ACS. Cinema maybe. Very heartbroken. The Spartans maybe. So we're going to find that one out across those two matches. And then boy, oh boy, does that set us up for blowing the roof off of the shack for the final match of the day.
Oilrig, Mercenary. I mean, we talked about it at the top. 3 rounds separate them. The points are the same. I mean, it is literally the first place is literally going to be decided by that final matchup. So going to be an exciting one throughout the day. Arktic, Pandaric, I'm looking forward to as well. You talked about it, but what roster do we have for Pandaric? That's my big question. You know, we saw them have a little bit of trouble playing without Rapid. They were looking flawless throughout the regular season or throughout the first weekend. And then all of a sudden having to play some of their tougher games without Rapid, it felt like it affected them a little bit. Does that carry over today? Is Rapid back? All questions I can't wait to be answered, but I have to wait a little bit longer because we still got a couple exciting ones to get through before we get to that third one.
Yeah, I'm going to also wait in anticipation for our pre-game digest for the Pandaric versus Arktic match. So I have a couple of comments to make amongst that point. Exact same direction and thought process as yourself regarding Rapid and whether he's playing, but also in perspective to how it affected the team. Like we said, we're no spoilers here today. We'll save you that one, build up the anticipation for that match. We're going to focus on our first head-to-head. Only for Frags, going up against Exaltation. Now, a little bit of history for both of these teams. If you didn't catch it from the first weekend, Only for Frag is our uprising star, a team that has played in the HPL and has continued to develop across the entirety of 2025, now made it into the HPL and are going for a good, consistent run. They find themselves currently at this moment in time in 7th place, despite an exceptionally good performance in the first weekend. Now standing in front of them, both on the table and in this match, is Exaltation with exactly the same scoreline of 1 win, 2 draws and 3 losses, but a much better round difference. Only for Frags right now hold a minus 25. Exaltation hold a minus 16. So a 2-0 win here for Only for Frag is pretty much their only line of sight for escaping and climbing back up a spot on the table. Exaltation only really need to take a draw here to keep themselves comfortable. So the lineup from Denny, Agurkus, Matasu, Butterbrots and Mr. G Whites from the Exaltation squad, which is also a new face to the scene. They've got a lot going for them coming into their final match of the season for the first season.
Yeah, a ton going for him. And it's just so crazy how much of a mix-up that we could see from this. If only 4 Frags could find a 2-0 and get 3 points on the board to put them up to 8, potentially passing Arktic and Spartans, depending on whether they can 2-0 or find themselves in a draw, at which point they would fall 1 point short of only 4 Frags. I mean, so many different things can happen today, Cracked. It's insane that we get all of this to kick off the day. Then we wrap up that finals there as well with the top 2 teams. I mean, this is just going to be an insane day. And now we get to take a look at the maps as well. I'm excited to see exactly what we're going to be playing here today. You know, it was a lot of, was it Bay 5 and Fort that we saw initially throughout the first couple days, but not today. Iceberg, Bowl, banned away here immediately. Skybridge, I haven't got to see a ton of, at least when I was casting in that first couple, or that first weekend. I'm excited to see these teams take a duke it out on Skybridge.
Yeah, I didn't want to do too much of playing spoiler, but again, Only for Frag will be looking at this game with eyes on the prize. Their thoughts for the 4th spot's not out of the line of sight yet either, folks at home. Or any of you that are pretty good at math, you recognised Only for Frag take a 2-0 here, and both Spartans and Arktic go 1-1. That 4th place spot suddenly becomes looking a little bit more French with its flag on the side, I'm going to be honest with you. That Only for Frag's roster mainly residing from the lands of France. That would be a dramatic upset, I think, Hort, to say that they might be able to steal that 4th ACS spot off of either of the 2 teams that are currently up in 5th and 4th to contest for it. That would be a wild turnaround on finals day, but nothing short of what we expect. And speaking of short of what we expect, it has become common to know that Skybridge is one of the 2 matches that we are playing. I personally have felt like this has been the most picked map across the tournament so far from what we've cast, personally the days that I've been on. And the map pick count overall tells me I'm not too far wrong. We've seen Skybridge a whole total of 14 times this tournament so far, only being topped by Bay 5 and Fort at 15 apiece each.
Yeah, that first day, I feel like that is all, or that first weekend, I feel like that is all I casted was Fort and Bay 5. So Bowl, Iceberg, I mean, we saw Iceberg picked 4 times at least. So, you know, it's starting to make its way around a little bit. Teams are getting more comfortable there. Bowl, for whatever reason, not as popular these days. 17 times Bull has been banned, tied for the most with Iceberg. So kind of an interesting thing given how much we've seen Bull in recent, Pinnacles and HPLs and even ACSs. So things drastically changing over here. We talk about the gun metas changing as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of the P90s coming out and teams having a lot of success. Still some MP7s, though. Granted, they have 10 less rounds in the mag, the slight differential on the pin from 43 to 41, but teams still playing well with it. And so really no shotguns. I think we saw Walker with the express rounds here and there on the Saiga, but it's been fun to see the mix-up in the meta.
It has been a little bit more diverse than what we've seen previously. I don't think it has quite reached the level of diversity that we've definitely experienced in the pub queues more recently. That's something that's played a lot more fun from the edge of getting off of whatever it is that you do in your 9 to 5 on the daytime and jumping onto some arena in the evening. Is everybody's running whatever they want right now. And there is a good arguable case for the majority of the weapons platforms and the ammunition that comes with them. It's sometimes more of a matchup based conversation. We're not seeing a lot of enforcers right now, which is why 3 Scout, 2 Assault, and that P90 Bros or the P90 triplets that you're talking about are having such a strong standing point. But I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see a team some point today throw a surprise in the works and maybe run a triple enforcer comp with LMGs, or a triple marksman comp, 2 DMRs and a bolty. And we've seen many of these things being experimented with in the backgrounds and in the pub games. So I know that a lot of teams are looking at challenging the meta, which is cool for me because I like when we find out what's strong, but it's that team that goes the extra mile that both understands the good play and the counter to the good play well enough to be able to play both sides of the bag that gets them over the line.
Well, it looks like we're ready to get down into our first one here, and I'm certainly excited for it. We got only 4 frags in that 7th spot, taking on Exaltation here. It is Skybridge, but maybe some early issues here. Mr. G. Whites seems to be running on the treadmill momentarily here as we cut over toward Wicked. And honestly, Wicked here, this scope, I don't know how you feel about it, Cracked, but I am not a fan of that scope at all. For whatever reason, I feel like the hit reg, at least for me, has been a little bit funky on it. I feel like it's just slightly off on those dots when I'm trying to figure it out. I prefer either having something with a little bit better zoom or just a straight, HCOG style scope.
There's a couple of different perspectives on that one. Some people feel that the scopes that are designed in the game to be calibrated for a certain weapon are done for a purpose. So if the Spectre was made for the AK-12, you should put that Spectre on the AK-12 because that red dot crosshair placement is going to be the most accurate of any of the scopes. That's how it was tested, that's how it was built in, and that's where it's most successful. These bits of information are buried within Tarkov, but it is one of the more complex intricacies to really, really get your hands on and knowing which scope works best with which weapon. And it comes down to me, personally, I think it's more a comfortability of leisure. Like, am I happy to adjust ever so slightly down that dot is placed high? So instead of aiming at the guy's head with that crosshair, I'm putting him a little bauble over the top of his head. He's got a little bobble hat now, okay? And that's how the aiming process goes. I've seen players play with it, and I've watched people, you're aiming high, but he's killing them with a headshot every time. That's when it comes to understand it's the scope placement. They're understanding the intricacies of how that weapon works, even with that scope being slightly off. And it's Dan Skewer. That's all I'm going to say. If there's anybody I'd trust to do it with, especially on a DMR, this guy has proven to be exceptional on this weapon class.
And I think that was Wicked there with that scope, but that was one thing I was going to say. Even though I might doubt a scope a little bit, there's one thing I would never do, and it's doubt the talent of these players, especially on only 4 frags, like the likes of Wicked, Darken, Dan Skewer, Smoke, all of these guys. Wraith, very, very talented. So I'm sure they're very comfortable with it. They know what they're doing. Hopefully we'll get Mr. G. Whites back in here momentarily and we'll get this action kicking off because, of course, they just had to. I talked about how excited I was for the day. They had to tease me just a little bit before we get going here.
I think they had to give Mr. G. Whites a bit of fair play, right? He's been working hard throughout the week. He was a little bit late to warm up this morning, so they gave him 2 minutes on the treadmill instead of the escalator getting into Skybridge. You said it yourself. We saw him at the top of those stairs. A little bit of hardcore parkour never stopped anybody except from Mr. G. Whites. So whilst we get that bit fixed, we're going to yap and giggle about the comedy on screen and talk about the champions that are about to clash, because this could be a potential Arena Cup Series team that we are looking at here. Only for Frags have the potential. Exaltation also have the potential. Let's not forget about this too. They're on a dual scoreline, all right? So 6th and 7th are tied, 4th and 5th are tied, 6 points for 4th and 5th, 5 points for 6th and 7th. Thank you very much, production. Nice, smooth segue there. It's all to play for. Everything up to 4th place is all decided across the first 3 games of the day.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I mean, that's why I've been so excited for the day. It's not just those top 2 teams that we're looking at. There's so much to play for, not just the top 6 that we talked about for that prize pool, but that top 4 for the ACS. And, well, Oilrig, Mercenary, Pandaric, they may have punched their ticket in for that, but there's still 4 teams that absolutely have a strong case to be able to make it in here today. And most of them are going to need that 2-0 situation, it feels like. I think whatever team is going to be able to grab that 2-0, hopefully multiple can, so it does come down to the wire. But I think the team that is, that's gonna be the one that sets themselves apart here. Unfortunately, they all have interesting games. I think probably the Spartans, given the current standings, might have the easiest case or the easiest path to get those 2. But I mean, when I say easy, I use that term very, very loosely because, again, we talk about how talented that team is. They've just been having a tough time. But enough about that. I'm ready for some Skybridge.
Yeah, the only thing that's easy in here is how easy it is to open the door to leave after you've been shot through the head. It's very easy, is that one. Now, this is something that the OFF squad has played exceptionally well with throughout the entirety of their campaign as a team. Notice how, when they set up on the defending side, the majority of their positions they've played are based off of a crossfire angle. You see even 2 of them here stacked up behind Filbo. Not the man himself, the myth and the legend, but the graffiti that was once on the wall behind the A site. That's a beautiful nade out of Denny off in the back 90 banana position to take out the first. Dan Skjør going to set up one of his own towards bench as the anticipated push to site with the bomb is actually quicker than the grenade that's thrown to counter it.
I haven't been lucky enough to see the Uzi in action out here in Tarkov Arena, so I'm excited to see what Wicked can do with this here. Dan Skjør on that marksman role. And only for Frag's one of the few teams that we see rocking 2 marksmen, which I'm excited about. But Denny, the P90, finds Dark in here. Shots to the smoke. They're just above Agurkus' head. But Wicked, the PvP, finding Denny. And that's a big pickup. But the player advantage still resting in favor of Exaltation.
I think Wicked out here just trying to prove it doesn't matter what weapon you've got in your hands. You can still be Wicked regardless. He's doing just that. Got himself one of the kills early on the opener. The swing from the second gets him Matasu. Agurkus shuts him down. Dan Skjør and Butterbro are going to bang for kills themselves side by side also. That takes Exaltation the first round into the bag. Good kills out of the squad. Denny picking up a 2-piece, and that nice opener with the util does a good job to help them out. Wicked's trying his best, but close but no cigar for the first.
Luckily, it's only the first, but we talked about these P90s. We see 3 of them in the hands of Exaltation. Butter brought Mr. G. Whites. I mean, a couple names that we were maybe not as familiar with at the start of the tournament. I know Butter brought, at least for me as well, but certainly have proved themselves very well throughout the entirety of both of these weekends. Going to need another phenomenal day here, though, pressing back toward the A site. And I feel like we typically see a lot of this here from Skybridge. We're starting to see some of that B action, I think, in the previous tournament, but it seems like everything is right back to this A site here.
Again, OFF, a team not to overplay the game too much. This is a very positive thing that I actually find them being so consistent with. Although you might not see them make a big risk versus reward play all the time, their position is consistent. Now, Denny's going to pick on that consistency. It's the same grenade again. It's going to pick off. It's Wicked this time going down to it. But OFF's defensive positioning, you notice they're not moving. They will hold this line. Wraith's going to pick up another counter grenade. Now information's coming in. It starts to work. Matasu picks off Darkin. Exaltation not allowing them to settle too much. Denny looks down to pick up something off the model at the perfect time and to avoid the flash somehow, it seems.
Yeah, we saw Darkin on that flank, but Matasu was waiting there patiently. Picks it up quickly. Eliminates that. All the pressure from the B site gone. G White's pressure's in. Smoke to go down next. And Exaltation starting off these first couple rounds. Nice, but Wreath trying to battle back here. G White's fires down. And Denny another nade kill. That's 3 nade kills here in the first 2 rounds from Exaltation. And both of these rounds, they find that first pick with some utility. They give them that early player advantage, and it just makes that job a little bit easier when trying to get on site and get that plant down.
Gets good work from Exaltation. They play VIP and Sandwich to bounce the aggro from Wraith to make it difficult for him to be able to fight both angles at once. Wraith still manages to squeeze out one in the 1-for-2 from the two different angles. So he does trade his life 1-for-1, but not being able to get the two there was what kind of folded the rest of the round. He was the last anchor for the site access point from Sandwich and VIP. Goes down to a good trade of kills back and forth. The domino effect always falls with the numbers advantage, Mr. Hot. Exaltation find themselves 2-0 up.
Still early, still plenty of time here for only 4 frags. We see Wraith in the background in the prone position. We hear that Uzi spraying out as well. Butterbrought on the hop over. I don't know if he spotted Wraith. He might just hear though. And again, Denny, another nade kill. Wicked back-to-back deaths. It gets a little scrappy here from Butterbrought, but so many rounds in the mag of the P90. They'll find 2 early picks, and with that, a rotation back toward the B site.
Yeah, that's where the P90 really comes into its own, is when you have those long duels that just feel like the bullets are kind of dipping, ducking, and diving over the opposition's model. You feel like you're playing a game in the Matrix, and, well, it's law of averages. You throw 50 bullets at one guy, eventually one of them's going to hit him. Much more aggressive push out to B sees Exaltation really in full control of lane 3. This is going to be dangerous for only for frags. The numbers already working against them as all the way around lane 3. Number 1, number 3, your 2 players, Gurkus and Mistov, G White, looking to try and surround the squad and capture that net. The number 7 player, Adadanska, is doing a good job of keeping the net open for the time being. Because he find the pick, he does. Butterbroke gets smoke, but Danskewer has kept that trap from being able to suffocate them. Device is planted, 40 left on the clock, Hawk, but I mean, only for frags have dug themselves into the trenches. Now they're going to fight the way out.
That's a tough spot to be in. And now with Darkin going down, Danskewer all alone in a 4v1 and 30 seconds on the clock. It's just so hard to find this many kills. He's going to start it off, though, with a headshot on the Matasu. He knows exactly where they are lined up. You talk about situational awareness from these pro players, and it's just so much fun to watch. But again, Exaltation playing smart. They go ahead and back off all these angles. They give up as much space necessary because they know it's just not possible now for Danskewer to find these picks and get the diffuser. They can hear that audio cue, press in together, deny the plant, find the kill like we see from Butterbrought, and continue to close out another decisive round. Man, they are looking good here early.
Clean is an understatement. This Exaltation squad looks like a unit. I've got to be honest with you, Hart. This is very, very consistent team play. It doesn't look like any one member of this squad is left out on their own. They're all working off each other. And it's a very interesting perspective to say, because a couple of these team members here have previously been known as lone wolves, or kind of members that run around with their head cut off, but do a whole load of damage in the back line because they're so used to working on their own. When they're out on their own in that flanker and the lurk, they're just impossible to find. You get the likes of Denny, who is known as the ghost in the back line for a reason for the longest time. You take somebody like Matasu, a Gurkus, all members of previous teams that exceptionally individually skilled, but just not quite able to put it together on the table as 5. This looks a lot better.
I mean, they're one of the most surprising teams for me, I think, in this one so far, and they continue to do so. This time it's G White's a pick, but Gurkus has gone down early in this one as well. Only 4 frags. Still looking for their first round on the board. Matasu lingering and just hiding in VIP here, waiting for this smoke to dissipate a bit. This will allow Darkin to shift forward in the lane. He needs to find the kill and does, but Matasu right there to get the trade back, and Exaltation continues to make near flawless decisions.
Yeah, no surprise there that one of the things that OFF have been so successful for starts to come to the fore again as Darkin starting to make a little bit of that playmaking that he's known well for. Come to the front, nade up and over the top to try and take out or counter that device plan. It's not successful as both Exaltation members sneak away through bench off site just in time. That smoke's going to drop at the wrong time. Danskewer almost looks the wrong way. The timing is ridiculous on this. Smoke gets back up, and both members stood next to each other on E-Box are aware, but cannot see each other to fight. One goes through. Matasu and Denny picks up the kill. It's not even Butterbrock that pushes the smoke, takes out Danskewer. It's Denny down from bench.
Now you look at Smoke on the Bolty. Needs some that ace action there, maybe. Not going to get it. Butterbrought is on a tear today. 5 on the board already as he closes out that round. 6 for Denny, 5 for Matasu as well. And Exaltation, again, just playing near flawless here. We talked about only 4 frags and their need to get 2 dubs here today if they want a chance at that 4th place spot. But they're going to have a bit of an uphill battle, I would say.
Yeah, it does feel like only for frags are slightly missing a key component of their squad. It feels like one of their members is just smoking a cloud right now, a little bit invisible. 0 and 4, looking for Smoke to step up and try and make his name known. Because I'm going to be honest with you, that's the first time I think we've even seen or heard his weapon all game so far. For 4 rounds, Exaltation done an amazing job of nullifying probably one of the stronger parts of the Only for Frag playstyle in that ranged marksman expertise.
Yeah, you have to think it's just due to the amazing utility. I mean, we've seen consistent frags. The smokes are phenomenal. Their timing on the smokes are great. They're pushing through at the right time as well. They're really utilizing the close quarter combat and the fact that the P90s have 50 rounds in the mag very well. So 4 consistent rounds on the board and already getting this device planted. This nade dangerously close, but it is a bit far here. And Denny able to survive. Plant goes down still on a 5v5.
Wide swing from Wicked on the Suzy. He's looking to actually try and elevate a bit of that space towards site that maybe OFF can sneak on and grab the diffuser. Big jump across from G Whites is going to give him a whole load of information. Beautiful bit of play and positioning out of G Whites. The rotation opens up one for him. The swing from the side and the left-hand bench is going to clap Wicked down onto the floor before he's even able to respond. G Whites takes out Dark and Danskew has got Denny and everybody's dropping.
Oh, the P90 is so good. I mean, how many shots did we see him put into that smoke before he eventually picked up on the kill? Reef, though, able to answer back with one of his own, not for long. Danskew, a nasty 2K, but Mr. G Whites, he's feeling strong from that treadmill action this morning. He closes out another round, and Exaltation up 5-0 right now. Only 4 frags, needs to dig deep in the pockets because they need at least 2 of these next 3 rounds, you feel like, but realistically, they're going to want all 3.
Yeah, big up the boy G Whites. He might have left the game for pubs we were playing a couple of mornings ago early, which I was a little frustrated about. But my man repping the 5.56 platform in a world of P90s, where I'm going to be honest with you, Hawk, I don't like the P90. I'll take an M4 or an HK 416 any day of the week at the moment. The 855A1 in the assault class feels like it does just as good a work and maybe even a little faster speed. So big up G Whites, keeping it real, keeping it a little bit different. He's not following the sheep of the crowd. He's actually not got chance to either because 3 of his teammates want the P90, so there ain't space even if he wanted to have a gander. But I'm a big fan of the M4 and the HK in this setup. In fact, I think the strongest combination of weapons right now is 3 P90s and 2 assault 5.56 platforms. I don't think the AK is in the question anymore, which is a really interesting perspective to say. The AK-12 has been like Arena's main dog for a long time.
That's why we see some of these players not wanting to let it go just yet. Matasu's certainly been using it well here today, but we'll have to back off. There's a double flank coming into play this time. We can see Darken back there, as well as Smoke, trying to make something happen here, but the device has already been planted. All that time, chopped down to 40 seconds, looking for the pincer play. Matasu spots the legs, but Darken spots the head. Agurkus, Butterbot will find 2 more. Agurkus, Smoke has to back off, and Smoke's troubles continue here. 0 kills on the board, and a ton of damage to deal with.
Honestly, Smoke's lucky that he's still alive. There was a lot of bullets put his way that way. Doesn't matter. It's going to be done and spoken for at the end of it. Butterbroat and Denny combined for the last 2. Fractions of his health left as he was getting absolutely smashed, trying to run away from taking that first shot. And this is, I mean, we make the comment about that, Ace, when we watch him play. You very rarely hear him miss once. You very, very rarely hear him miss twice. If you hear him miss twice, he's normally dead. Well, if you're not that ace, missing once normally equates to that. And unfortunately, this is the recipe for disaster that Smoke seems to have cooked himself here. And I've got to be genuinely serious. Since I noticed the scoreline, I'm paying very keen attention to how Exaltation are playing versus his positioning. Lock in. Watch how well they are just avoiding his area of the map.
Yeah, it seems like they've come with a strategy here today, and they continue to execute it almost perfectly. Up 6-0 here, and maybe looking for a flawless half themselves on Skybridge. Wicked will have to back off a bit. Wraith opens up with a kill on the Butterbot. 1 Juggernaut down. Butterbot has 9 on the board, so a great early pick here for only 4 frags, but they need to close out the round. Denny's got other plans, but Wraith is on a tear this round.
Yeah, you hear the bang of the bolty go out, and immediately Denny pushes in to swing for him. This time, though, it might have been a little bit too over-aggressive. It looks like Only for Frags have started to read the textbook that we've clocked onto as well. They see Exaltation swing for the bolty to try and get it out of the game, and in doing so, Only for Frags pick up 3 on the exit. That turns us all the way back on our heads, and how the tables have been turned. Matasu's going to look at the smoke coming back over from site, but as the last left alive, he's not going to be thinking too much about an objective. 50 on the clock, he's got 1 of 4 members that were left alive to try and deal with. 3 left on the table. He's going to actually decide to try and work towards the bomb. Inside, outside, he's getting caught in the crossfire. That's literally how it goes. Numbers and the laws of averages pay dividends again. First round on the board for only for Frag, though.
Yeah, a much needed one at that. We talked about it. Was trying to get to that 5-3 score line, the 6-2. It's feasible, but it's not often that we see teams come back from that 6-2. That is hopefully going to be the best case scenario for only 4 frags. They need to find a way to get this second round on the board and try to allow that momentum to spill over, get a couple early round wins in the next half. You know, you can say, hey, if they can do it, we can too, but they've got to find a way to start putting them on the board. So I want to see that it's more than just a fluke. I want to see more than one round in a row here.
Stansky and Wraith are leading the charge for the Only for Frag squad, trying to just catalyze some form of a comeback. Let's close this gap. 5 rounds for now, as you would say. One at a time. Steady she goes. 125 left on the clock. A lot more of a steady paced round from both squads. Number 8. It's the last round of the first half of this one. Exaltation will be, I think, regardless of the result of this round, very happy with their performance in the first half.
Yeah, they've been playing amazing here. Darkin and crew starting to pick it up, though. It's a nice headshot on to Denny, who's been that util master for Exaltation. We saw a few early frags in just the first couple rounds here, but G Whites begin to shift forward. It looks they gonna scoop up that bomb over there on the side of KFC, or that device rather, and they've always got Matasu, it seems, back here lurking for this flank. Not coming in this time, though. Being patient on the B side, stepping into VIP, and Agurkis finds a Wicked. Back to a 4v4 we go.
I shan't be one to speak over the sound of that beautiful rifle. Tap, 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 whap, whap. Normally accompanied with kills in the kill feed, but not this time over. Darkin, G White's having a little game of hopscotch next to each other, just trying to see who can catch the other one's dome over the top. Darkin's got the info, that's 2 members, but G White's going to pick him off whilst he's too busy jumping. Bench battle. What a bro, okay. I don't know how he whips quickly enough to be able to catch the man sneaking out of the smoke, but he does, and in doing so, he earns himself a gap to plant that device. Exaltation, they're looking like they're not just done with dominance, but they're now about for a little bit of robbery. Wraith, under the cover of the smoke, doesn't realise he's looking at 3 silhouettes, but we do. Big boot. That guy's already dead, Wraith. Sorry, mate. That one doesn't count.
Quick reaction. There he goes. He was just practicing for G White, who is also prone. Muscle memory as he steps forward, not able to find that one. And Matasu catches them both. Exaltation 7-1 at halftime. Only 4 frags are in a very tough spot. And unfortunately, we talked about it, needing to get both of these. It's looking a little bit unlikely at this point. We'll have to see if they can battle back in the second half.
Well, now we have to talk about the other side of the coin, which is not the one I expected to come into this match. But if I'm giving any all honest commentary about the entirety of this tournament so far, is that everything that I have expected to happen hasn't. So why am I surprised at this point? So let's talk about it. Exaltation managed to pull off a 2-0 here. They had the chance to be able to upset both Arktic and the Spartans and steal the 4th Arena Cup Series spots today as well. That happens, I'll eat one of my hats. Actually, quite happily eat one of my hats, because there is absolutely no way that Exaltation 2-0s only for frags first of all. And then there's no way that both Arktic and the Spartans draw today. Just not a chance. No way. Not possible.
We'll have to wait and see if he'll be eating some hats later. It's Matasu, who unfortunately takes out Mr. G White. Smoke, though, finding a pick, trying to get on the board and get some footing here, but Butterbrot continues to be a menace. Smoke all of a sudden beginning to light it up here. The M61 dropping bodies, and Agurkis, Matasu, the last 2 standing. But now the device goes down, and Matasu just seems to be on fire here. The whole crew for Exaltation seems to be on fire today.
Yeah, unfortunate timing as the smoke for Wicked's going to fade just that little bit sooner. Maybe the reaction time that little bit quicker too. Now Wicked's going to have swapped off of that Uzi as well, though, to bring back an assault rifle. Maybe just not quite treating him as well as he'd hoped. I mean, I love it just as much as you do. We love a little bit of variety, but we did make a comment last week that it didn't really prove to be the same Wicked as what we were used to, and I'm wondering if maybe the meta shift is just not favouring this gentleman right now. I've had a couple of players in the community have reached out from a similar perspective. We can't find anywhere to settle. There's too many options to choose. They're not really sure what is good and isn't anymore. I think it's not down to that. It's more down to what you feel good on.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, comfortability can go a long way, especially in a game like this, but Only 4 frags, looking comfortable here in the opening round from the attacking side. Agurkus has a big job ahead of him here. 3 players to get through and so many angles to clear. So many open sight lines here on this B side. I think he's aware that Wicked is pressuring in on this pincer play, but you take a look at the clock there, and with only 20 seconds, I mean, time quickly dwindling away.
Something that has become quite common across a lot of our new teams in the HPL for Season 5 is that they have come exceptionally heavily more prepared than most of our newcoming teams in the previous season. Season 2, 3, and 4 had some newer names that had good efforts, but didn't really ever seem to stand a chance against the other squads. This one, however, we've got Exaltation, Only for Frags, Arctic, that have all put up not just good matches, but they've taken consistent matches. This is another one on the board for Only for Frags, and the reason I'm making this point is for this exact purpose. All of these teams have exceptionally well executed attacking sides, but what they lack and differ from the top tier teams in the table right now is the ability to hold their own and steal 2, 3, 4 rounds or so from the opposition team when they're attacking. They're really good at planning how they want to execute, but when it comes to undoing or avoiding how somebody else is executing, that's where that experience just needs to come to the table.
Yeah, I mean, and again, Exaltation is one of these surprising teams. I mean, they barely squeaked in through qualifiers, edging out K3. And so the fact they were at the bottom of the list and now just having dominating performances here, it's fun to see all of this growth throughout the Pinnacles, the HPLs, the ACSs, but you got to get it done consistently through both weekends. Exaltation trying to make it happen, but it's another early death, this time on to Mr. G Whites. And you may just be right. Only 4 frags, maybe a little more comfortable on the attacking side here as well. Exaltation gonna have to find a way to deal with it. Smoke peppering down some shots here. The jump over and not quite able to find the flick of the wrist. Dark and tucked in, patiently waiting. And there's Butterbroad as the smoke begins to disappear. He's able to find that one. Will begin to shift to the right. Wicked Butterbroad again and eventually chopped down by Smoke, who has really begun to step it up here in the second half.
Smoke's being robbed, by the way. His kill feed said 0 and 8. And he's got kills. Let's just clarify that right now before we BM any further. And so I can remind myself that nade towards Rat is going to go down much better, but we will have to keep a keen eye on Smoke's score to see what he's actually at, folks. So I am for sure confident that he has kills at least this round. So I am glad to say it does see that his name is filling the kill feed after he's changed onto this M1A, because honestly, Hort, both him and Dan Skewer have looked exceptional regardless of which marksman weapon it is. A carbine, a marksman DMR rifle, or a bolty. They all look pretty good. But right now, the DMRs are in a good place. Denny's doing Denny things on the flank.
Yeah, fortunately for Only 4 frags, they didn't really have anybody paying attention to that flank there. So Denny able to get into a cheeky spot, finds that first pick, continues to creep forward. Wraith finding Matasu's huge, though. Now they know where Denny is. They have an opportunity to use the buddy system to work together. And right now, the clock counting against Denny. He's got to make something happen. Ring around the rosy, not quite able to get over the box. Has spotted one and now knows where both players are, but can he make the magic happen?
Hey, Smoke's holding such a good angle onto this one. The fact that he's so far tucked back gives Wraith all the movement in the world to be able to kite him into the crossfire. And as that is spoken out of my mouth, it literally comes to fruition on screen. Wraith kite sinks back onto site, pulls him into the crossfire, and he gets finished off. Only for frags, they're not out just yet. This is something that a lot of teams have said throughout the entirety of Season 5 is when they've played them. Doesn't matter what scoreline is on the table. They are consistently committed to every round, Hort. Their consistency as a team, although it may become slightly predictable, and that's why we see utilizing them a little bit later on, it's something that they play really well with. So, for me, it doesn't surprise me that Only for Frags are having a good run with it when it comes to being able to put down an attacking side, because they have this creativity. They have aggressive DMR players. They know how to work these angles and get the crossfire in play, which plays extremely well into post-plant. Now, what we saw Exaltation do was make sure that before that bomb had gone down, is that they'd taken out enough members to deny those cross angles. They weren't allowing themselves to get chopped apart as they left site. They'd have that grenade kill, like you said, from Denny, consistent 2, 3, 4 rounds in a row, and then followed up by 1 or 2 as the aggressive push into site normally takes out either Smoke or Dan Skewer. From Exaltation, their attacking side, I've got to give them it. That's a clap of the hands and a tip of the hat. That was a very good attacking half on Skybridge.
Yeah, and you know, we did see Smoke struggle a little bit in that first half on that bolty. I think switching to the M1A, we saw him get a couple kills in that opening round. We saw a couple in that second round as well of the second half. It was just, as you had mentioned, the kill or the scoreline showing he only had 0. I know he had at least 3 or 4 just in those 2 rounds alone. So I think that weapon swap as well was helping out Smoke a little bit there. I believe it was Smoke who disconnected though, so hopefully that doesn't affect it too much. He was seeming to starting to heat up there, but yeah, only 4 frags certainly seems much more comfortable on the attacking side, and we're starting to see some of what you had even talked about, where Exaltation, yes, very good when they're running their own plans, but how do they make those adjustments on the defensive side? How do they learn to deal with each team differently and address what they're seeing round from round to break it apart and be able, because they did a great job on the attacking side. They don't have to do much here on the defensive side. They only need 2 rounds. So they just need to learn to break down what's happening and see how they can, go about toppling them.
And I think that's why a lot of these newer teams prefer a map to attack first, that we'll choose side first rather than choose map first, and the coin toss, this kind of thing. That mentality all goes into the same style of play. It is tough to be able to break down an opponent's attacking half, so let's get a cushion. Let's get a 6-round cushion, and then we've got 0 pressure. Like, literally, you have to put 2 rounds in the bag out of 8. You get 6 failure chances. That's asking you to convert in 1 in 3 rounds, and I'm going to be honest with you, you can do that without a plan. Being comfortable, being composed, and just playing good textbook positioning and discipline. Good comms, working the objective. Honestly, that's all it's needed. And this is why I am surprised that only 4 frags have had such a rough attacking half put into them, because their defending side is normally where they have been sort of creeping a little bit ahead of the newer teams, where they are able to take even sometimes 4 and 4 half splits on their defending halves. Okay? Not this time. And I do agree with you. I think the weapon choice is different. I'm not going to say it's a Smoke skill issue, because it's not a skill issue. I think it's a weapon issue. And I absolutely believe this. This is why we are still always so intensely impressed when that ace is able to just run around and do the things he does with the bolt action. Because it has limitations, it has drawbacks, and it requires a 99.89% perfection ratio. Like, you have to perform every time for it to be that good. It's not on Smoke. I just think that the way that Exaltation played that game, they did not give that class the chance to be able to play. I'm glad Smoke and his team have recognized it, and I'm really glad to see him being put onto something that allows him to enable himself more going forward. It's really good.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I was thinking. I mean, Smoke normally does do very well on the TRG. We see Dan Skewert kind of more on the DMR style, where Smoke is on that TRG, often has a lot of success on maps like Skybridge and or Bowl, but I think it's also important for these players to be able to recognize that, to say, hey, you know what? Whatever the reason is, I'm just a little off today with this weapon. Let me go ahead and switch it up while we have time. Yeah, I mean, we did take a little bit of a beating in that first half, but we know that we can come back, and they're already showing that. They start off with 2 quick round wins on the board, and so they've got to keep that momentum going, and I just hope that this little timeout from them doesn't affect that momentum at all.
Absolutely, got to agree. I'm just having a quick nosy through the chat. Everybody's having a good yap this morning, which we love to see. Good morning to you all. I hope you're having a great day. Good afternoon if it's already afternoon for you, and if it's evening, then darn, take me there. The bleak midday outside of the UK looks hideous. Take me to the nighttime where the life's all bumping. We'll get there soon. But shout out to everybody that's turned up in the chat for the finals day. Super Slamming Sunday, so we can crown ourselves a title champion, is always the best place to be with us here on the hunt. And potentially to get your hands on a graphics card. Little note and reminder, we will be drawing that a little bit later on today whilst we have a pause and intermission. But I want to shout out to a comment in the chat that says, I think this season has been the best so far, despite some unlucky situations many teams had with subs. It's pretty close between all teams, and I think Ancestral can bounce back to fight for the top 3 or 4 spot next season. Well, I'm actually going to go one further. I don't think Ancestral are going to want to wait till next season to bounce back. I think today, Ancestral, bearing in mind they've nothing left to fight for, they've nothing left to lose, and therefore that's normally when a team tends to show up the fiercest. So I expect that Ancestral are here for some redemption today. They had a lot to say yesterday in the chat, so I'm wondering if we're going to see some of that frustration funneled and fueled into the gameplay to see if it makes them a little bit rambunctious inside of the game. So I'm looking forward to that Ancestral match. I mean, they've got the opportunity to be the crown jester in the court, all right? They could play spoiler to a whole scenarios with the situations if they just decide to drop a 2-0 today as well. So all to play for, but that nonsense or that action or comedy or however it's going to play out as cinema will play shortly in the future. For now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to rejoin. Exaltation up 7-3 against Only 4 Frag on Skybridge, the first map in the head-to-head.
Only 4 frags. We saw they started the battle back here in the second half. They've got a couple rounds on the board. Can they continue to power forward, though. The device heading toward KFC. Smoke back up through the lane here. Shots ringing out. The pre-fire doesn't connect. Everybody kind of playing patient at the moment. Now Matasu on the peak. Does he spot him? There's the flick, but Matasu able to get back to safety here. A little bit of damage thrown Smoke's way, but we see these smokes beginning to plume out here.
Very, very... Oh, okay. Very, very patient round, I was going to say, out of only for frags in response to normally what happens to be quite an explosive start, but instead it's that so dark and can drop a grenade. Butterbro's getting himself a double kill, though. Exaltation, bring the tables back. It goes one, it goes for the other. We get a grenade back and forth, and now we're just waiting for only for frags to drop a two-piece to level us out again. The bomb now. Well, that's a bit rough, hot. We have a hostage situation, and unfortunately, there's a little bit of friendly fire under the heat, too.
Yeah, from rough to rougher, and now a 4v2. It's going to make the round that much tougher here. Smoke, Wicked, need to pull the rabbit out of the hat, and they are in a bit of an awkward position to jump over. Smoke tries to put one into a Gurkus, but doesn't quite connect. Has Wicked trying to relocate here as well, so they can look to play together. I mean, the way Exaltation has the mapping around this bomb or this device, Denny finding the opening one as well. And now Smoke will go down to Denny as well. Exaltation has got to match point here, and they only need one more of the next 5.
One round to go. I think Exaltation will be very pleased, and this is exactly the point we were making in the intermission there. You put that many rounds of difference between yourselves and your adversary. It makes crossing that line just that little bit less stressful. Oh, here we go. Potentially one more round on Skybridge. Exaltation, they're going to be looking to probably close this one out quite quickly. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a rush here. 2 bench. Oh, here we go. They're dodging the flash. G-White Smoke takes out Denny, but G-White is going to have to sit prone because he didn't dodge the flash at all. He is full blind right now.
Help, he said. He does get help. Butterbot finding Smoke. Dan Skewer, right back we go. And now the shots for the P90 don't connect this time. Only 4 frags, not ready to be done with Skybridge, but they've got to get through 2 more.
Oh no, are you ready for the most unfortunate circumstance about to evolve? This was not intentional. G-Whites did not mean to be here, as we saw, as he got full flashed and had to be forced to prone out. And he actually finds himself in a really good position, because where he's prone is fully covered from VIP. And I think only for frags, they smell something hot, and I'm so glad they do, because that would have been a nightmare waiting to happen. That's a 2-piece chicken nugget meal for free if you've ever seen it. And no bargain buckets today. It's the full rotation of B site. Great shots out of Matasu as he comes out of jungle. Is going to remove that pressure from Red. He's going to be able to challenge Sight and Type as well from that. He's earned himself a chance.
It was the plays from Darkin that allowed everybody to realize the site was completely open. He gave the call for the rotation to come in, but this pick from Matasu just really prevents that pressure onto the site, denies that plant here initially, and so 30 on the clock. Matasu continues to put bullets downfield. That's Wicked on the other side, dancing with death, flirting with disaster, and he continues, but Wicked on the peak, finding Matasu. Only 4 frags, giving them a strong chance here to go up to 4.
There's a little bit of experience there from Wicked. He's played just that little bit longer than Matasu has, and you can see the patience pay off. He just waits him out, lets him burn through all 30 of the bullets in that AK-12. He doesn't have the 45-rounder anymore. It's caught a couple of players already this season. 2 members of Sleeping Lions are going to find the last of the Exaltation squad. Just bait. Snap, snap.
I love watching these teams. Only 4 frags. I mean, all of them really. They just have that never say never attitude. Despite being down 7-1 at halftime, they continue to power forward. Now they find themselves where they've cut the lead in half. They're within 4. A couple more would put them within striking distance and maybe start to allow Exaltation to feel some of that pressure here. So only 4 frags doing what they need to do. But we talked about it. It's just a tough position to be in. You really can't afford any mistakes at this point.
Arguably, Exaltation can't afford to be dropping mistakes at this point as well. Every round that OFF closes this gap back is the more momentum they're going to start to create. And I'm telling you now, if you're one of the newer teams in the season, you definitely will want to play off as much momentum as you can. Mr. G. White is starting to live by his namesake. He loves a white screen. That's not the facial he was looking for. Shots out. He's still going to try and put a contest down. It's going to be Wraith that picks off a Gurkus.
peace and calm here for a moment. Mr. G Whites has a fracture to deal with, but at least can see momentarily the jump across, and Wraith again. The P90 will strike here. It's 2 early picks for only 4 frags. And now they've got some time to work with. We see that rotation coming in as well, but Smoke will find Denny toward the back. Comes Matasu there as well, but the plant already down. At least Matasu's able to find one, but again, a 2v4, a tough situation with only 40 seconds.
Yeah, the prone on bench audio actually came through to KFC there. The timing of getting that down under the sound of the cover fire didn't work as well as it had the round previously. So G Whites has found out. Darkins decided to do his own version of Sleeping Lines, and that's going to save OFF for another round. Dan Skewer is going to nail the body of Brother Broats, and that's pushing us to a 5th. The round's close to 3.
What is going on here? Only 4 frags beginning to battle back, and I was a little bit worried, but now they've made it close, and they have an opportunity to turn this around. They have an opportunity to push it into overtime. Exaltation at least gets the luxury of knowing that at a minimum they go to overtime, but you're right, with each round growing here, you can feel the confidence from only 4 frags, especially on this attacking side. Exaltation gonna send 2 toward the B side. They might have a flank come in this time as well, but if only 4 frags can continue this aggression, they're gonna have numbers to work with.
Yeah, I mean, they're working the right tempo. They get another round. That's the 1-to-3 ratio they're looking for to be able to squeeze it out. The only problem was that Exaltation got their round first, so that would see them closing out 3 rounds short. We need only 4 frags, if they want to have any thoughts for map 1, to continue this run and put 3 more rounds back to back to back in the bag.
Back to back to back. It's what they need here, Smoke. Again, we talked about it, a lot more success once the rifle change came in. Cautious of the flank here as well. Mr. G Whites, timing is everything, and it almost plays out, but they are going to shift away. They've got Darkin lurking back there just in case something else comes in, though, and so they are aware of what may be happening. And for Exaltation, a lot more space given this time, a lot more patience from them on the defensive side.
Device going down. And with the frag in a good position, the double swing from the flank, though, he's going to pick off Smoke. And now OFF are in trouble. The bomb is planted and they've got themselves off site. Wicked's the only person that's technically safe at this moment in time. Wraith Darkin on a bit of a flank of his own has gone round the backside. He manages to get 1-for-1 trades. But it's not going to be enough to stop the numbers falling for Exaltation. Oh, Wraith. This is a tough fight here. He's got people on all angles. G Whites is going to take him out in 2 versus 4. Only for frags are slowly seeing those hopes dip away. Dan Skewer finds 1, but it's only 1. Wicked needs to be Wicked sick if he's going to save map 1 for them too. In front of him, he gets 1, but not the second. Exaltation are going to take map number 1 on Skybridge with a 9-5 scoreline.
Comes down to the wire. It was some great play for only 4 frags, and they were almost able to bring it back, but almost isn't good enough. They dropped map number 1. We talked about needing to get a 2-0 to really move up in that leaderboard there, but you know, they've got an opportunity to make sure Exaltation doesn't get there as well. But I don't know, I kind of want to see Cracked eat a hat, chat. So you know, I love only 4 frags, a group of great individuals, but I might have just kind of switched how I feel about this one.
Just on the hat comment. Crazy words, crazy comments, and crazy scenes in the Coliseum. But a 5-9 scoreline on Skybridge is the one thing that's going to stay true. That one's going in the history books. And we'll be back just after this. Crazy performances all round. Like Mr. G Whites is going to be feeling a little bit hard done by. The poor man seeing stars in his eyes, and it's not the kind that gets you on a talent show. That is a rough do on the bench, I'm going to be honest with you. Flashes all around, and I know I like myself a nice day out at the Spar shop, but I don't think 2 slices of cucumber and a green face mask is the facial he was looking for. Although a rough ride it was in the first map for only 4 frags, bearing in mind Exaltation were exerting some pressure after an exceptionally strong first half, it doesn't mean the tie's over just yet. And I'm still thought that there might be favour for saving one of my hats, as there is a second map for only 4 frags to turn this one around 4. However, I am thoroughly here for a 2-0 Exaltation and a potential cinema all the way through to the final end of the day, so let's live it. Hawk, talk to me. It's a good start. It's a Skybridge victory for Exaltation. Map number 2, does it bode as promising thoughts for the future?
I don't know. I think only 4 frags just had a tough start. I think we saw them play much better in the second half. And so I like to think that some of that is going to spill over into Florida and we'll see a much competitive series or a potential. I mean, I don't know how many times we've seen a team win 9-5 and then the other team turns around and wins, 9-3 or something. So it wouldn't be surprised if only 4 frags does bounce back here on Fort. But I said it before, I'll say it again. I would love to see you eat a hat. That'd be an interesting video. So I'm also here for that. Exaltation has just been a very surprising team for me. And, we talked about it. They just squeaked in through qualifiers. They were that bottom team, and now they've had a dominating performance. Mr. G. White's, he told me he was just staring at the light at the end of the tunnel there. He saw that victory, and so he was just going toward the light. But they get it done 9-5. If they can do it one more time, they've got a chance to get up into that 4th place spot early. And then it really puts the pressure on the Spartans and Arktic to, at that point, make something happen.
I'm sorry. I'm so amused. This has been a great season. I'm very, very pleased to see the changes in the teams and how so well decided I feel like the matches were going into it. Gone are the days where we would meet up for 5 or 10 minutes before a cast and be like, yeah, these guys are going to win. Yeah, these guys are going to win. Oh, we might get something here. We might get a little something and a little bit of a teaser here. No. Season 5, every game. Every game, even the off-screen ones. In fact, I think the off-screen ones have been taunting us a little bit for the fact that they've been off-screen. They've been that crazy. Like, we need broadcast, please. So, without any wasted yappage, let's look at some more of the gameplay. Let's take a little roll back through the highlights.
Well, we saw Wicked open up with this Uzi. Was doing good initially, but I think only ended that first half with 3 kills. So we did see a couple weapon swaps coming out, but it was a little back and forth to start things off, and then it was really just all Exaltation here. I mean, we saw them put so many rounds on the board, and a lot of them I felt like weren't even that close. It was this util consistently from Denny, I think, that gave only 4 frags a lot of trouble.
Darkin, he had his little flavors in the match here. We get a nice little kill, but we instantly see the kill feed swap to a double kill from the Exaltation squad, and it did kind of feel that that was very much the tone of the game. Again, we jump on board. Danskewer gets a delicious 2-piece that you saw live in the game, and we come back to see it again, and it looks just as good the second time over, but it still has that final kill in the kill feed with the red name in the lead, and that's what rounds were falling Exaltation's way. It did feel like they were just a hair short of being able to contest. Almost felt reminisce a little bit of the Pandaric Oilrig game, where the rounds just felt like they were there back and forth for the majority of it, and then when it came to the last 2 or 3 kills, it was very much one-sided.
Yeah, 7-1 half is you can't ask for much better than that, than the flawless half. So it was a great start for Exaltation, and it got a little sketchy here, but that's the nice thing about giving yourself all of that wiggle room to work with. We saw only 4 frags begin to battle back from that attacking side, but it was just one of those too little too late factors. Exaltation able to wrap it up here in this final round. It comes down to the last 2 standing there, Brotterbot and Mr. G. Whites, but they get the job done on Skybridge, and now they can take a little breather as we get ready for Fort here as well. I mean, you talked about it. In that 6th spot, a 2-0 victory would put them in 4th. All of a sudden, the pressure then becomes on these other 2 teams that we watch here a little bit later today, and I'm here for it. I'm 100% here for it.
Oh, yes. And every single one of them is fully televised today, so no offline matches for you, all right, folks? You're not going to... there's a slight sadness to that, because the cool little feature we got yesterday with the offline match update on screen is very cool. I do like the little bit of tech that production's put in there. It's a nice little addition to the broadcast, because it helps people to be able to keep up to date with those matches that work on and off screen. But like we said, none of that today. In finals day, we make sure you get to see all of the action. We have one more map here from our first head-to-head, and as Hort has said, we're going to be taking to the fort. Now, I always ask the question of marksman players, on foot, what is the kit selection? Like, are we full, like, malleable marksman wannabes at this point where we're not really experts? We have good skill on an assault rifle too. We're just kind of debating people that we're a wheelhouse one trick pony or something. But no, they're all rounders. So, like, I've seen a lot in the NA scene, for example. Scooby is one that pops to mind, is a TX-15 extraordinaire. And he goes on to the assault class, onto an HK, and onto an AK currently, given the way that the meta plays. So I am interested whether we see any adjustment from Smoke or Dan Skewer in Fort. I don't expect it. Knowing the both of them, I think we probably see the M1A and the RSAS again. Maybe the Uzi, maybe not the Uzi, I'm not sure. Thoughts on the Uzi?
I think the Uzi's fun. I think it's a cool weapon. I think it can be viable, but I don't know if we see it just because it just didn't work off rip for Wicked, and I don't think they want to put themselves in a big early deficit like they did here. But as far as the double marksman goes, I feel like Only 4 Frags is one of the only teams that we see almost always run double marksman. So again, I agree. I feel like the Boldy can work here very well as well, but you have to make sure you're hitting those shots. And again, because Smoke had such an issue in that first half, and of course the util didn't help, and the fact that they were often playing away from him didn't help. So I don't think he got a viable opportunity to really prove that. But just because there is so much on the line here, you know, it's like, do I really want to risk it? And so it's maybe something that you just want to eliminate from the back of your mind, being like, oh, I wish I would have went with the M1 to start this time. And so, you know, I'm interested to see exactly what they do there, but yeah, I have to agree. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the double marksman, but I would be a little bit surprised if we see the Uzi.
Now, I'm not saying that there's a skill diff based on the kits, but I do think that match plays out very differently a couple of metas ago. Where Wicked was doing an exceptionally good job for Only for Frag's ASPL when we played against him, for example, was in VIP on an Enforcer kit, on a kit that could both absorb and dish out damage at the same time. A very aggressive player, I would have considered Wicked, and he would usually take control of VIP on his own. Not with the second player, not with the Battle Buddy system, that was his job. We saw a similar approach from Only for Frags in this match, but what we saw is him on an Uzi and a kit that's a lot less able to absorb abuse, and it felt very much like it needed a second person in there to be able to re-establish some strength. So here on 4, I'm looking to the Only for Frags squad to try and play off of each other a bit more, to see them try and take apart this full 5-piece team of Exaltation that just looks so on point at the moment. And speaking of on point, Butter Bro, well, he's buttered the right side of his bread, because it's Wicked that's off the table for the first.
Out on the Uzi, but unfortunately off the table here in round 1. And again, we see why these P90s are so dangerous. And I think that's where it kind of, you know, is better than the Uzi to me. You just got so many more rounds in the mag. I just, again, I feel like it is the slightly better weapon, but we talked about it earlier as well. Comfortability can be a big factor here. Exaltation, Denny picking up right where he left off. Smoke goes down here. More troubles continue, but Ray tries to battle back. We'll find one, but is quickly taken back out. Exaltation is looking to make a statement on the day.
Now, this is Darken things, though. We have a wild lurking Darken out in the shrubbery. He's found himself one kill. Matassa is positioned to try and cover him off. A good angle from Matassa is going to close him out after Agukus finds the man on site. Exaltation start off as they left off with a confident 3 members left alive in the first round.
Yeah, again, and I want to see Smoke getting kills early here, just getting on the board, getting comfortable. We do see him, you know, not on the bolty here, and so again, I think this is an opportunity for him to really step up and find some big kills. I am a little surprised that we don't see Dan Skewer there, though. I mean, we talked about this is a team that always runs the double marksman. Maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure today, really wanting this dub, so going to mix it up a little bit just to see if this changes something that can help him.
Early flash out, Wicked beats the flash actually over the top. He's out K1, he's trying to fight and duel his way into Denny with the bomb on his back. Confirm Only for Frags will be bomb is on the A site. Denny's going to claim himself a second kill. P90 destruction, devastation being dealt out in double.
3v5. We'll see some of this utility start to rain down toward the site. So many angles here for Smoke to clear. He looks away just at the wrong time. He knows where Butter is, but now he's going to have to deal with those behind him here as well. And That does make it tough when the pincer play comes in. He's got a little help of as well. Dan Skewer tucked in toward the back of the site. Smoke able to find one at a minimum, which is important. Denny, though, the trade instantly there again. And Exaltation, when not winning the gun battles, finding those trades at a minimum have been huge.
That's a two-piece on the corner, though. Dan Skewer is stood in the right place at the right time to line up the meat on the stick for the barbecue. That was about as big of a piece that I've seen in a long while of free meat. Oh, man. The rotation on the left-hand side as well does not work out. Darkin doing his best work. This is exactly what Only for Frags are normally pivoting off of, is that monumentally strong playmaking ability out of Darkin. He actually rotates into a lurking Matasu. Similar place from last round, loses his life. 1 versus 2. And Matasu closes it out. 2-0 Exaltation.
Yeah, honestly, that got turned around because of that flank from Mr. G Whites. He doesn't find a kill there, but he puts some rounds into Darkin and kind of throws a wrench in the mix. They want to cheat forward. They want to find Matasu early so that they can isolate these 2v1s. Unfortunately, he steps right into Matasu's lurking around mid, goes down, and, well, Exaltation able to close it out. It's another one of these rounds that has been very close, but it hasn't gone their way, and it's something that has haunted Only for Frags a little bit today, but they've got time here, right? It's not 7-1 half yet, so they've got time to reel it back, but they've got to start here relatively soon. They can't be looking at a 4-0, 5-0 start again.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. There's got to be some form of a better cushion to be able to work off when they get to their attacking half here on Bay 5. You see a similar thing. Exaltation have been allowed to attack twice. Personally, I would be very scared of a new team on an attacking side. I would be very happy to take an attacking side off of them any time of the day, but this is the playbook that Only for Frag have chosen. This is the playbook that Exaltation have chosen as well. Each of them will have had one half of that decision. A slower round, though, gives us a chance to digest a little bit. I'm looking at the lines of scrimmage, and I'm seeing that we're splitting the map directly down the middle. It's a 50-50. The majority of mid-control works out in Exaltation's favor right now, though, so this gives them the ability to rotate to either side, choose their point of attack. Darkin's playing spoiler on site. The bomb goes down for one. He needs to get more than this to make it worth it. There's the two-piece. Darkin now has full bomb control. He doesn't need to do too much more other than just delay for teammates to turn up. Matasu picks up one on the rotation. Wicket goes down. Wraith, hunting in the back line. Matasu going to push up to help out. Gurkus turns back, actually smells out that flank on the right time. Matasu goes down though. Wraith picks him off. It's feeling like it's Only for Frags, and it really is just Only for Frags. There's only one member left. Down he goes.
Darkin, a huge triple kill in this round. And those first two picks, I think, really helped them win that round. There's just great position here from Darkin, comfortable being patient here and allowing them to pressure on the site. Finds that first pick onto the device planner, immediately eliminates the buddy just behind him and really sets them up there. So Only for Frags doing what they need to do. We talked about it. They've got to keep it close early. So only one round away here, but they struggled to put multiple rounds in a row, especially on that defensive half in that previous map. It's something that we have to see them take, not have here and take advantage of, putting multiple rounds on the board.
Denny again just slicing that angle as tightly as he can to try and pick off anybody that might push out of K1. Util goes out towards headshot. A good defensive position out of Wraith. Avoids taking the full life from the grenade. He does take half of his health from it. The kid on the edge of a knife. Steps for the second challenge. The third one is a bit greedy and he goes down for it. Matasu's just going to hold the spot. Denny's going to pick up one from the grenade too. And Exaltation again have two entry frags for bomb plant on site.
Yeah, there's a big flank coming into play here as well that could pay off, but a lot of damage has already been done here against Only for Frags. So Butterbrought, well aware that it's coming in on the P90, drops Darkin immediately. All five members still standing for Exaltation, and Dan Skewer and Smoke needing to do something together. When we talk about it, time management is so tough here. You take a look, only 25 seconds. You got to find 5 kills. You need 5 or 6 to get there and get that defusal as well. And it's not an ideal situation, certainly.
15 seconds left on the clock, less than ideal. The time might be gone before anybody's able to do anything about it. Only for Frags here, just trying to look for some space to get onto site. Matasu picks off Smoke up on top of the box. Dan Skewer is literally pinned from all angles. And there we go. all the rats come out of the hiding spots, and Exaltation suddenly appears out of the wild bushes. 3-1. They have a great start in the first half and the second map of the series after already being 1-0 up from Skybridge.
Yeah, we see Denny with some great utility yet again, and you'll see he's got quite a few pieces of it there in the pocket. Matasu at 6-1 as well, having a standout performance here on Fort yet again. Only 4 frags. It's up to them now. They've got to make this happen here. We talked about putting multiple rounds in a row on this defensive side. They haven't been able to do it yet in either map, and the struggles continue. Smoke up early. Did spot one on the cross. There's Butter. Does he know Matasu's close? They have been traveling in a pack here, and so you have to have an idea that he knows someone's lingering around, waiting for him to pressure forward right now. Doing a good job of being patient.
Oh, good night. Smoke with a one-tap. Actual one-tap. And then a second. That's the kind of smoke we're looking for. Ooh, he's feeling himself now. That was nasty. Where's the third? You know Denny's watching, but Smoke does not care. He peeks into this every day of the week for dinner. Denny, that head is millimeters from coming off. The second inside of Gurkus is getting abused too. Not quite able to land the shots on either, but Smoke is taking up all the time he needs to on this site. 60 already off the clock.
Yeah, he's got the intel that 2 are there as well, but again, this flank coming in here. Mr. G. White's yet again in a very cheeky position and an opportunity to make some big things happen here. We see Denny and a Gurkus just making some noise in there, continuing to buy up some time. Now, the rotation comes in, but because Mr. G. White's has gone through, didn't realize Darkin was still on the site. Darkin maybe going to catch this device planner off guard, and does. Denny goes down, the device in an awkward situation, and they know just where Mr. G. White's is.
Not that he cares. G. White's takes Wraith for 1. It might just be the first for free in the 1v4. But it's the start. Only for frags have the device down in con and don't need to do anything too aggressive. G. White's hits an absolute slammer up and down mid. Rolled as the body, shots out from Smoke are going to cover off as the crossfire actually goes to Darkin. Nice, good work out of Only for Frags again to pull another one back. 3-2, and this scoreline, Hawk feeling just a little bit closer.
Certainly does feel much closer here, especially for the first half. And for Mr. G. White's, he's had a ton of great flanks already in this first half, but because they rotate back there, Darkin's still on the site. At this point, they have to address that Darkin is comfortable just lurking over on this site by himself. So if Mr. G. White's is going to continue to go on this flank, he has to try and sniff him out first, maybe find that pick before they opt to rotate, or just go ahead and try to get that flank and get a couple kills from behind.
Alternative choice, Darkin's going to plant himself out in cannons and just chill. 2-2-1 setup from Exaltation as 2 out towards Donut up in the ramp, 2 middle control, 1 heaven, 1 hell just under the stairs and inside the tuck, and then a lone lurker deep out in the field. Butterbro has already made his way round showers. Now, there is an information anchor from Only for Frags, and Wicked Smoke's going to pick off Matasu as that cannon contest goes down. His battle buddy and Matasu's squad mate and Exaltation has moved to mid. Question is, how long can Exaltation hide here, Hawk, to try and sell that this is smoke and mirrors, maybe force a couple of members to rotate off and try and pick 1 or 2 of them in the process? Wraith is down low, good shots from Gurkus is going to nail him.
I'm surprised that Wraith didn't find that one first. It seemed like it was kind of blocked from Agurkus's vision initially, but snapping down, finding the quick pick here and bringing it back to a 4v4. But all this noise at mid lets them know they're still here. Smoke has been a big difference maker here on Ford and continues to do so. He'll find Denny Agurkus. The battle back, though, scoops up the device, and now will look to pressure toward the site here. G. White's trying to clear it out just a bit, but Wicked finding Butter here is huge as well. Shots continue to exchange at mid, and Mr. G. White's having to dance around.
2 versus 2, Only for Frags in a good position with the numbers advantage. The bomb is on site, and Exaltation have the plant down before the timer expires. Danskew are going to jump up for an aggressive push in towards site. That spectator camera making him look like he's wearing a tutu right now. That's pretty cool. Dance, ballerina dance. Well, he's been made to do so as the bullets fly off towards Mini. Now under pressure inside of Konji. White needs to find a 2-piece. He gets 1. Darkin closes out. Now 2 versus 1, and it's not going to go for Exaltation. Darkin and Danskew come together to close it off.
Beautiful job by only 4 frags, and they do get that elusive 2 rounds in a row from that defensive side. They're able to tie it up, in fact, here now through round 6, and so certainly a much closer series here on Fort, but we talk about it all the time. You've got to be able to close out these important matchups. For only 4 frags, they don't want to lose 2-0 here in this one. They're trying to fight back after a tough map on Skybridge, 9-5, not the outcome they were hoping for, but still a chance to prove themselves here a little bit on Fort.
Keen eye out in the line of scrimmage. 3 stacked towards the B site. 4 only for frags on the defense. Exaltation have sent Mr. G Whites to go and cause the chaos again. 4 over towards A deep setup position out towards Garden. Lots of shots rattling off from the A site defenders. 2 members there trying to make it feel like there's more than 2 just to intimidate Exaltation so they can gain a bit more time for the team to rotate. That number 2 member in Wraith is pushing his way through Colt, and only just for Butterbroat to activate. He calls it out to the teammates. Agurkus and Denny pick up that rotating kill and one onto smoke. Now G Whites is coming to help. Matasu finds a teammate and then picks off Wicked. Danskewer with a grenade's going to shut him down, though. It's all happening.
Hear the battle cries across the field here as well, but the advantage does favor Exaltation. Utility will rain down, and the rest of the crew will step forward. Darkin, the headshot, what looked like through the smoke. Darkin finds a Gurkus as well, and Danskewer will clean it up. Only 4 frags. Looking like a much different team here on Fort.
And there you go. Only 4 frags take the lead for the first time in the head-to-head in the second map here on Fort. 1 round short of the first half. 4-3. They are up on their defending side now. Hort, this is exactly the only 4 frags performance that we spoke about them doing so well for in the first half of the season, especially last weekend's first couple of days. And this is the position they've put themselves in to take maps off of people. So, can they continue this run? Or is this merely going to instill and invigorate the first evolution we'll see out of Exaltation mid-match, where they adjust and overcome a difficult opponent?
I feel like Craig DM'd them and said, hey, boys, lock in. I'm not trying to eat a hat here today because these guys are popping off here on Fort. And you're right. They've taken the lead for what is only the first time here in this series in its entirety. So, but they've got to continue to do what works. They would love to have a winning first half here, but they need this final round of the first half to do so. Exaltation looking to tie it up here, and they've showed great patience on the attacking side. They're trying to let that utility do a little bit of the work here for them. An early rotation from only 4 frags, but Darkin, a monster on this side, and an early pick on the G Whites.
Just checking the scoreboard, a little bit of an important announcement as 10-3 OFF's Darkin is currently slaying out for his squad. That is a 10-3 scoreline. Excuse me, sir, share some of those kills for the rest of them. This is not a one-man show, but he doesn't care if it gets him the victory. 4-3 does not matter on the scoreboard as one apiece is the kills in the kill feed. Wicked and Denny, both knocking domes of their own.
Oak. Dangerously close to finding that one. He continues on the pre-fire here, looking to dance back and forth to hope to find one of these 2 members. Danskewer tucked in toward the back of the site here with Rate. The smoke begins to plume, but now Darkin on his own pressure here. Is he aware that Matasu is here? I mean, he slows down drastically, so you have to think he has an idea, but I mean, Matasu has heard him get into this position. It's going to be about who spots who first. He spots the head, but it's not enough to get down. Matasu, a big pick on the Darkin, and now Butterbroat on the smoke. We saw an early rotation from only 4 frags, but Danskewer, the anchor, holding it down like Leroy Brown. Wraith will find the final one, and only 4 frags wins a very sketchy round.
Know how the turns have tabled. It is a 5-3 half, but it is not to Exaltation. It is a 5-3 half to only 4 frags. Now, here's a question, Hot. This is an Exaltation map pick, no?
I can't remember off the top of my head who picked which map, if I'm being honest.
I'm pretty sure
old.
the red, white, and blue was first in the queue, and if that's right, it's ban pick, which would put only 4 frags picking Skybridge, and then Exaltation picking Fort, which says to me that each team has traded their first halves. Exaltation more than 5-3 up in the first on Skybridge, but vice versa here, only 4 frags taking the defending half from Exaltation. I'm not so sure that 2 is enough for only for frags. Oh no! Someone's in the sin bin. We left util on the table. Good spot from the spectator cam there. No, 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 no. You know full well they're talking about that in the Discord chat in the background. The one flash to roll them all.
It looked like Wraith was going back there for a second, but not sure if he did scoop any of those up. G White's prone position, finding Wicked Butterbrought now on to Dan Skewer and Exaltation. Looking to reel it back here in the second half. Mr. G White's is popping heads and getting bread.
I think Exaltation just changed my mind on the team name. It's not only for frags now, it's only for fun. They're definitely not here to play in this one as far as Exaltation are concerned. They're trying to put out the intimidation factor for the first round on the defending side. Darkin, doing Darkin things down on the ground as a Gurkus, and he's a sneaky little snake. He's sneaking on the site, and he's going to steal your life.
I mean, you lose the half 5-3, but then in the opening round, I mean, if it closes out here, the potential to have a flawless one where you don't drop a single member, I think is a huge statement and a great bounce back for Exaltation. But Smoke trying to claim the head. I think of Denny that was there. Now backpedaling toward the site here. Everybody will begin to close in. 40 seconds on the clock. The device down in a very awkward spot, and really not much that Smoke can do here, I feel like.
I mean, this has got to turn into a horror story at this point in time for Smoke, and I certainly wouldn't want to be challenging Smoke in ones. The one thing that Exaltation do not want to do right now is give him isolated ones one after the other and start falling over like dominoes, but as far as horror stories go, this is tough. There are just way too many angles to have to respect, especially starting from mid. What he doesn't realize is there is a 2-stack in this corner here. One low, one high. That's the bunk bed. No, that's just disgusting, man. 2 for 1.
Well, Exaltation now with their chance beginning to battle back within 1 now. It gets closer and closer as time goes on. And, you know, I think I saw Walker mentioning it in chat, but again, you talk about a draw here and what that means for those other teams that we talked about, Spartans, Arktic, you know, it might make their job a little bit easier as well. But all of these teams, I feel like, are wanting that 2-0 here. I mean, you really want to put a statement on it. And, you know, we talked about it. Top 6 is nice for the money, but top 4 is what they're looking for the ACS. Wicked back on the Uzi here, though, and looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as daft as this sounds, if Exaltation draw here, that puts them onto 6 points. Only for frags onto 6 points. Arctic and Spartans both lose their matches somehow. Then we've got a 4-way tie for 4th place on 6 points with round difference coming into play. So we really cannot start predicting what is or may be now because there's too many combinations of things where we currently stand. The only way that this gets simpler is if Exaltation somehow swing this one back and we go to a 2-0, then the combinations of potential chances slim down. But if this goes 1-1, the chat is absolutely right. It starts getting a bit messy, and we're going to need pen and paper to track this.
A good problem to have. Yep. Competition continues to grow, and you love to see it here from Pinnacles to HPLs. It just continues to get better and better. Dan Skewer, though, now cheating forward. Matasu spots him through the crack. The spray comes in. Dan goes down. They're going to repeat, though, on the reload. G-Whites and Matasu both fall to Wraith and Darkin.
Yeah, and Denny's waiting for this grenade, but Smoke's going to take out a Gurkus, and the longer he waits, the more time is given to the Only for Frag squad to be able to find some of those all-important frags. This grenade is going to go out post-plant, and it's not going to make it to the site. It's actually going to be short by a fair way. Denny's going to find a beautiful shot onto the long angle and garden. The second running off site, he guesses where the model is, but doesn't quite find the wall bang. He does get some damage down. 1 versus 2, this is now really hard. I mean,
so
that makes sense,
what's
right?
Better than a P90? 2 P90s.
You took the words right out of my brain.
I think that's why we work so well together, often on the same wavelength. Denny try to make the magic happen, but Smoke and Darkin working on the same wavelength as well. They get it done together. In numbers, it's better, and numbers go up 6-4. They extend that lead by 2 and make things a bit easier, but man, they are by no means out of this just yet.
Not feeling comfortable? Grab another P90. Cuddle them both to sleep. Hey, put a third in the backpack. Why not? They're small enough to fit in there. Carry as many as you can. The more P90s, the safer, I guess. You love to see it. I'm not gonna. There's enough of them on the field that you could probably reach into 1/5 of the bodies on the screen, and you'd be able to find a P90. As crazy as that sounds, and not so much actually. Is this the least P90s we've seen across the? Oh no, there is 3 on Exaltation. Never mind.
Still a ton, even though we don't see any on the side of only 4 frags. Exaltation, the P90 Brotherhood, still at large out here, trying to run it down. And Denny in this prone position. Matasu here as well, tries to look away from the. Does get a little concussed, but able to see here, just tucked in. And again, great patience from Exaltation on both sides here. Only 4 frags. You take a look at the positioning on the map. I think they spot the flank coming in. Shots ringing out here. That's going to be Darkin trying to find Mr. G Whites. And Mr. G Whites is consistently flanking, does find some damage, but what a shot here from Matasu.
It's a big pickup. He's also on a scoreline to be happy about. A 10-6 performance out of Matasu is a great scoreline in a tough, close game. Especially when your adversary and counterpart on the other side of the match is that the captain in Darkin that gets deleted down on 12-6. Thanks to some beautiful work out of the back lines. Exaltation haven't lost a member yet. They've found 2 kills. Only for frags, they're feeling more and more stifled and suffocated away from this site the more the time drains out. 35 left on the clock coming up.
Mr. G Whites couldn't play this any better either. He finds those picks. He backs off. He continues to toy with the thoughts here. Dan Skewer, though, able to find Matasu. That's their first pick on the board. Still a 4v2, 24 seconds. The device still on the back here as well, and they've got to find a way to get forward. But Exaltation knows that time is on their side. They can play back. They can give up space and look to play off the audio cues here. They're doing this so well.
Wicked on the Uzi, doesn't manage to find the 5 shots onto Denny. The 50 round is going to come to the 4. The bullets run out just before the duel does, and Butterbroke finishes it off. Exaltation pull one back and move us to a 6-5 scoreline. Wicked's back on this Uzi hot, and it just ran dry.
It's tough again. I mean, PvP is great rounds, but I just feel like even the MP7's a little better when it comes to that, and you still have a 30-round mag, but the P90 to me just feels superior. I mean, it's great ammo. You have 50 rounds in the mag, and sometimes those extra 20 can make a big difference. I mean, we've seen it consistently do so throughout HPL 5 in both weekends. And so I'm like you. I like seeing, something different out there. I like people taking a risk and a chance, and especially when they pop off. Unfortunately, I felt like it just hasn't worked as well as they had hoped for today.
Still a little bit of squeezing room in it, though. All it would take is for only for frags to get a couple of quick rounds back-to-back here, and suddenly this game goes back on its head and seems very much out of the Exaltation squad's favour. That little pick from Smoke onto Bedroom's going to be really good. He's going to jump into G Whites, although that's going to find himself a little bit short of the crosshair placement. For one so far, Darkin retakes the space in Bedroom. Is a good movement. Spots Denny's head.
That was nasty. I wasn't sure if he spotted him the first time, but he sees him on the second one. The pre-fire toward bed, but it's Matasu to find Wraith. Matasu gets another Agurkus onto Darkin. It's 3 quick kills in succession, and what looked like a great round for only 4 frags in a matter of moments gets snatched away, mainly by Matasu, who finds a triple in this round, up to 14, and all of a sudden, we're all tied up.
Oh yes, we are 6-6, and that's the scoreline. Halt. This is one of the scenarios we spoke about last weekend, where it's games that go to either a 5-3 or a 6-6 half, and it just seems to whichever team swings the momentum at that point in time of the game, they're the one that closes it out. So everybody's eyes locked in on round number 13. First blood could be crucial here. It's a mid contest as well. We're going face to face. Lines of scrimmage. Bomb is tucked into Heaven's safety, but the 2-man battle buddy system trying to swing out and find his position onto the ramp. Butterbroke's good for one. Is quick dancing moves and blue suede shoes are going to see him safe. He's going to duck and dive out on the third too. How is he out?
That hurts. That hurts bad. Darkin doesn't check the corner. Agurkus is tucked in there as well, and all of a sudden things begin to fall apart for only 4 frags. The domino effect in full effect, and Wraith all alone. We've seen a couple flawless rounds from Exaltation here in this one. Well, they're looking for one more. That device, again, down in a very tough spot. You need 5 picks, and it's just something that we don't typically see, but Wraith is certainly going to go for it here.
Not my hat. Please, not my hat. There's no way. Look at the performance coming out of the top 3 players of the Exaltation squad, by the way. That's a 14-7 Matasu, a 12-7 Mr. G Whites. That is a great set of performances out of the top 3. Even a Gurkus on a 10-7 is really crushing it for his squad right now. You got to feel for Darkin, Hawk. Poor man's going to need back reconstruction surgery after this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? Like it's just one of those things that happens from time to time, but you're not out of it, and so it's still close enough that you can't let that affect the mental. You just got to keep hyping up your teammates, hoping something big will happen. Dan Skewer finding one, smoke another. Matasu and Wraith kills in the kill feed, coming in bunches, but it's only 4 frags. Getting the slightly better end of the deal. Wicked will find the Gurkus on that Uzi, and G Whites, that consistent flanker, now going to have to rotate around here and see if he can make some magic of his own. He's going to find Wraith to open it up.
And at risk of falling prey to the trap of a really comical comeback, that's pretty big. That is what the Only for Frag squad were looking for. G Whites has been left to the hands of Smoke on the back lines as I was patiently waiting for the potential crossover. And we know Smoke to be vicious enough that he'd be able to pull that off. G Whites has made his way into CT with the potential to rotate round. Wicked already posted up inside a mini. 1 member on site. Only for Frags have a 3-man stranglehold on this unless G Whites can start to knock some heads. That's a great shot.
You asked for it, you're going to get it, but got to get through everybody. And Smoke, again, is doing a much better job off of that Bolty, putting in some work here. Darkin, the MVP, 4 of them. Smoke with 2 as well. A lot of players into double-digit kills on both sides here at this point. And so, yet again, we find ourselves tied up at 7. Whoever wins this next one gets that extra breathing room, right? They're guaranteed an overtime at a minimum. They don't have the risk of losing just yet. And so, I feel like this next round is going to be one of the most crucial yet.
Gotta feel like if you're Only for Frag, you want to take this 8th round first, especially being behind in the overall scoreboard and head-to-head. You do not want that pressure on you that Exaltation are given the 1-round chance to squeeze out for the 2-0 without having to go to overtime. Again, he's got thoughts of that in his mind. Exactly the mind's eye focuses on the prize, and he nails his first smoke. However, with Smoke covering most of the kitchen up, he's going to find his way through it to nail a kill back in trade. We're 1 for 1 so far, and the slow setup leaves my eye leaning to the minimap. Do you notice a lurking Darkin and an Agurkus? They're off in the middle of nowhere. Now that might just come into play in a short while as everybody stands like statues.
Darkin was often anchoring that B side himself, so he would probably be a good one to send that direction. But now all of a sudden we see Exaltation sending 2 toward the B side. They've left Denny all alone over here, and if only 4 frags can begin to explode forward, they'll have a real opportunity, especially with this saved utility here in pocket. The smokes begin to plume out. They look to pressure together. Denny, so many angles to check. He spots the shadow. Trigger discipline is huge, but he only finds one. An opportunity now, but Butterbot lurking on the other side of the smoke.
He's created the time gap. He's brought enough for Butterbroat to be here on point. The bomb does get planted. I'm surprised Butterbroat did not go for the attempt through the smoke. Actually, instead, he's going to play for all of his teammates to turn off. He kites out into long. The battle buddy's here. The grenade goes off in big box. They avoid the damage from that. And they get a 3v3 retake with 30 seconds left on the clock. Exaltation have made their bed for this one. They chose for the retake. And now they have to lie in it. That's first. Smoke in the ground. Second. Darkin and Wraith come together. And it's just G Whites versus 2.
With 15 seconds, they know exactly where he is now as well, and he's got a pressure forward. He doesn't have an option. 10 seconds on the clock. Realistically, not enough time. Darkin will find the kill. It's 2 for Darkin and Wraith to close it up, but I feel like Butter didn't necessarily press or even shoot through that smoke because Darkin was putting down a ton of fire early, even before the plant went down, and I think they used some of that gunfire to disguise the audio of that plant. So I'm not even sure Butterbrat was aware that it was initially going down. It's a great job by only 4 frags. They get to match point first. We talked about it, almost a necessary round for them, but now they give themselves an opportunity to close it out in regulation, find that draw, and get a point apiece.
One round to save any thoughts of 7th place not being their final sitting spot. And Frag's going to lose smoke as G White has been cooking. He has just claimed his 15th and put himself up to match that of the leading Frag and Metasu. The prone at the wrong time, though.
Player advantage now for Exaltation. They just need one more to get into overtime. Only 4 frags does not want to take it there. They're trying to close it out. It has been back and forth here on Fort. Darkin has rotated around toward this B site. They've got still plenty of time on the clock. There's a lot to clear here, and there's still a Butterbrat that is lurking, but shifting forward as well. The site pretty open, and Darkin an opportunity, but Denny finds Wraith early, and this could spell trouble.
2v4. This is really dangerous. And Exaltation have put themselves into a perfect spot to force overtime. You'd have thought at this point in time, Exaltation would have been sick of overtime after yesterday's games, but they are here to play a Gurkhas. Quick, swift, and striking true is going to take out Darkin. And it's just wicked. This would be a 1v4 to save yourself some pain. You get out of this one alive, you'd definitely be a hero for your team for a moment. And that's not going to happen. There's too many heads poking out of angles at the same time. Down goes Wicked. And off we go to overtime.
I mean, given the way the weekends have been, it does not surprise me that we find an overtime just in our first series here today. Only 4 frags was hoping to close it out in regulation. It is not the case. And they're going to have to fight a little harder for a little while longer. They need to tie this series up here. Unfortunately, Exaltation, I mean, everybody just needs the wins. It is what it is. So may the best team win, but I'm just glad that we do get an overtime.
I'm trying to do the math on the round difference because the first match was quite drastic.
Yeah, a draw does not pass them up from Exaltation. I mean, they were already like 9 rounds in front of them, I think, or 9 rounds behind if you're only 4 frags. So given the fact that they've got 4 there, I mean, even with the win, it's not going to be enough rounds.
But I am looking at Exaltation, RE, Spartans, and Arctic, because that round difference is -2, -5, respectively. 2 between X and Spartans right now, 5 between Exaltation and Arctic, all on the same points if they draw. This is going to be really interesting if both those 2 teams lose their matches. We have to see. We have to see. There's so much to decide it out, and this game's the first one to be able to lock it in, and we've not even made the decision on this one yet. This could go either way. We could see a draw. We could see Exaltation taking it 2-0. Remember yesterday, after we'd closed broadcast, folks, off-screen still playing 15-13 that final match ended for Exaltation. And that was a 1-1 tie overall that they took, which was a crazy final match for the day for yesterday. G Whites, he's fishing. He's fishing. Those smoke. A smart play from both members. Nobody wanting to lose their life too early. Both of them back off. Smoke actually kites out with bullets as well, wanting to make sure that the pre-fire might just claim a life of an over-aggressive push.
Big rotation coming in here from Exaltation, and it looks like they might be able to get there first. We see only 4 frags begin to mirror that on the mini-map, but Mr. G White's here, still lurking on that B side, has an opportunity to shift in behind him and make a huge play here as well. Smoke finds Denny, though. The device goes down before the smoke plumes out, and now an opportunity again for only 4 frags. We're sitting at a 4v4.
It's the kind of smoke that they're waiting for. It's the kind of smoke that OFF have been able to rely on in the back lines. He's found that flank. Mr. G Whites goes down, and that is more than crucial. That could have been the opening of the door for Exaltation to get some pressure on site. Instead, they're going to steal a bomb plant under the distraction hole. It might not have been a life-worthy trade, but it certainly got them the objective down.
Finding Matasu as they begin to shift forward here now onto the site. 30 seconds on the clock. 2 more kills and a defusal needed. Butterbrat putting Darkin down here, and now their job gets a little bit easier as time dwindles away. Only 4 frags needs to make something happen soon. They need to do it together, and Dan Skewer will open it up, and Agurkus answers right back.
Oh, no, Agurkus for the 3-piece to close it out and save the bomb. You've got to be kidding me. It's a 4 total. He gets 3 back-to-back chicken nuggies, or he gets the both on the bomb. What?
I'm almost at a loss for words. I mean, that was only 4 frags round to win. They had the numbers advantage. They just needed to try and work together there. Exaltation, Agurkus plays it perfect. And that, again, is why the P90 is so devastating right now. 50 rounds in the mag. It allows him to find those 3 kills. Doesn't necessarily need to reload. And comes up with a big play that really could shift the momentum and the confidence of this crew. Exaltation has an opportunity to run away with it, and they already are. Matasu, Butterbro opening up with 2 early picks here.
Here in the background, you hear the shift chat as Hort was talking about it. The car just went straight up into 6th, and then Nitrous is coming through too. Matasu's got 1. It's all go. All 8 cylinders firing at the highest of the heat right now. Dan Skewer is the lone left survivor for this Only for Frag squad. I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now. I'm going to be starting a fundraiser to fetch my jaw back from another world, because it's all said and done for in the first half of overtime, Hort, and that is devastation.
Yeah, especially when you look at how regulation went, and it was the defensive side that seemed to be slightly stronger for only 4 frags. They ended it at 5-3. They were able to get a couple rounds up, have a winning half, and then things didn't quite go as well on that attacking side. So the fact that Exaltation takes both of their attacking rounds, only 4 frags could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. They've got to answer back here, and you feel like some of that wind has been snatched from the sails, especially with that Agurkus triple.
Honestly, if you're in chat and you're confused, grab some popcorn. Yeah, sit back and watch. It's much easier that way. 10-8, Exaltation. Absolutely rolling all the estimations of anybody who thought that they might or might not have had some favor for Only for Frags coming back in this match. It is simply just the way the cookie crumbles. That nade from early on is going to be just in front of the face of Wraith. It's the smoking K1 kitchen cover also put out. Denny's up and aggressive. Actually, Matasu's not gone into K1 this time. He's just playing the headshot box. This is a different adjustment. We've seen OFF punish that push out of K1 2 rounds in a row now, but Exaltation, they're already adjusting even further. They don't want to put anything to chance. They're 2 rounds to get this over the line here, and they want to take it in 1.
Going to take it. Just need 1 more of the next 2. Matasu. I mean, look at the kills over here. 17 for Matasu and Agurkus, and they're not done. Denny and Mr. G Whites wants a piece of the pie. Everybody's in the double digits, and Denny on the Darkin. 5 left standing. Exaltation looking to make Crack to eat a hat, and that is that. Dan Skewer takes out a teammate. Denny will click the dome and send him home. Exaltation has done it. They 2-0 only 4 frags. They are looking to throw a wrench in the leaderboard. They don't want to take it down the round differential. They put 3 points on the board, and that will currently jump them into 4th place.
I honestly cannot believe it. 17-9, 17-10, 17-11, and 16-12. You can't even slouch on the 10 and 12 performance from Butterbrook, but an exceptional Exaltation performance sees them home 11-8 on 4 and 2-0 in the series. Honestly, I have nothing. I have a round of applause for both teams. Okay, that was great to watch. You want to talk about a super slamming Sunday in finals day? Chat. GG. Okay, just a round of applause and a GG to both teams. That really was exceptional. I had me gripping the edge of my chair. I had me paying for return flights for my jaw back from another world. It was insane. From back and forth action to fits and bursts of a little bit of revenge and fury hawk. We saw OFF just scratching and trying to fight their way out of the trenches. They even put themselves in a couple of times, but it just wasn't to happen, was it? That hill just that little bit too tall to climb today.
Not the outcome they were hoping for, but especially on Fort, you talk about a cinema, it doesn't get much better than that, and they put on a great show for us here in our opening game. So, unfortunately, for only 4 frags, they do fall 2-0 in this one, but it was a phenomenal fight. A group of great individuals that are incredibly talented. Exaltation will take that dub that we talked about at 3 points on the board, and that's a big jump on the scoreboard.
Speaking of a big jump, thanks to some great work from the guys in production and some silky smooth scenes, you guys are going to get a live updated look at the standings right now after that match, thanks to the Hunt Premier crew. Big shout out there to that, because this is something that's very rare. So quick, straight after the match, you get to see exactly what that means for the standings. So, that number 4 spot, that's got an interesting look to it. That's not how that started today.
Absolutely not. And already shifting here, we talked about how much crazy things can happen today. There's so much on the line for so many different teams. Exaltation has done what they need to do to get where they need to be. But Arktic, Spartans, they still have an opportunity to snatch that away from them yet. And we've got another exciting matchup coming up soon between 2 of those teams. Ancestral, it hasn't gone their way this tournament, but I know there's been some clashes with these 2 teams and the Spartans, and I mean, you can certainly drag them down into the flames down there with you and make sure they don't get into the ACS. So Ancestral, yeah, they might be at the bottom, but they are going to fight tooth and nail in this next matchup as well.
I think you've absolutely told the story of the tale. For those of you at home that don't know, there is no love lost between Ancestral and the members of the Spartans squad, okay? Many a time comments have flown across the socials, in the Twitch chat, with a little bit of a zing in the step, just to shake up the other team, maybe get in the head a little bit. So I can guarantee you, and as the comments come through in the chat too, there is going to be a lot of passion, a lot of potential for memes, and a lot of heated gameplay in this. Don't be surprised if we don't see a body or 2 being shot, maybe even that mythical middle finger flag of friendship being thrown up at the end of a round against an adversary or a one-time comrade, as some of these team members have played together before and actually played against each other in various and similar amounts. So I expect that the burning blaze that comes from this matchup is not only going to be fiercely contested in the scoreline, but I'm sure there'll be a bit of back and forth in this one too.
This is literally the best day of HPL. The way that it's played out, where the standings are, the teams that play each other today, the final matchup of the day, it is just picture perfect. You want to talk about the stars aligning here for Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. It certainly is. A big shout out to both Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, of course, in partnership with Aorus and AMD, which we will be announcing some big winners later today. You want to make sure you stick around for that as well. So many exciting things happening over here with Hunt Premier.
Yeah, there was somebody, I could have sworn for the last 4 days, somebody sent me a graphics card. I don't know what's happened to that one today. Oh, I do. It's just, we're not going to tease you too much more with that. We've shown you what it looks like. Today's the day we get to choose one of you lucky winners to hold it. So we shall remind you when we come round to the time. But for the time being, we're going to focus on the task at hand. And that task is the gameplay. We have 3 more amazing head-to-heads to come up. The first one, Arktic's not even in. My brain went Arktic instead of Ancestral because they both begin with an A. Welcome to ADHD. Ancestral taking on the Spartans will be followed by Arktic's match, in which it is relevant for both the Spartans and Arktic for the final standings in the table. You guys have a look at that just a moment ago. And if you want to check out any of the information you may have missed for the tournament so far, how the teams got here, previous results, lineups, rosters, where they come from, and even a little bit of information about the individual players, then take a walk on over to Liquipedia. There's some great work being done by SkyCycle to keep us all up to date with the arena competitive scene, and it's got all the details and information you need to pick up on any of the extra bits of the lore from the squads. Now, Hot, time to take a glaze over the stars in the sky from the highlights from match number 2.
Less one-sided here on Ford. I mean, it was back and forth, and we saw only 4 frags taking the first half as well. I mean, with shots like this from Dan Skewer, a beautiful 2-piece here as well. We saw the whole crew playing together. It was Batasu that closed out this first round. We saw everybody in Exaltation ending up with double-digit kills. This team was playing so well together and so much fun to watch.
Can jump on board with a little bit of Darkin magic. This, honestly, was the saving grace for Frags early on. It was the main man, Myth and Legend, that leads the charge in the captain's spot from Darkin that was doing some real great work. Like we said, it's 10-3 when we checked in previously, 10-4 here on the scoreboard as we're live in the highlights. It's just only so much you can do as one person in a squad, and we saw that come true too many times throughout Season 5, and again, it repeats and rears its head today. Two of your team members may be able to pull off an exceptional performance, but when you've got everybody on the other squad dropping 12s and upwards, it's so hard to fight against. Butterbroat was on fire in mid here. We saw a Gurkus pull off a disgusting set of kills at the end for the 3-piece. It's just all-round great Exaltation team play.
I think we're seeing how deadly these P90s are as well, and the fact that they're not just deadly at close quarter combats. I mean, we've seen some of these players get some downrange kills with this P90. It's a very deadly weapon, and I mean, when you have to deal with 3 of them, it can be difficult. It was a close one all the way through. We see here as we're getting into overtime, everybody putting up some big kills on the board. Smoke had a much better game here on Fort as well, but we didn't see quite as much from Wraith or Wicked, and I just kind of wonder about that Uzi. I feel like sometimes it certainly can work for Wicked, but it just felt a little bit off here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keeping an eye on the highlights. There's also having a look at the chat at the same time. I see a little note in there from Max saying if he wins the graphics card, he's donating it to someone. You heard it here first, folks. If Max wins that graphics card, get in his DMs. He sounds like he's been generous. Maybe he's your Santa Claus for the year. Soon to see. And again, like we said, one of you lucky people will be getting your hands on that amazing piece of technology to put into your computer, thanks to the partnership with Aorus and AMD Radeon, who will be joining us for the rest of the year, folks. That's right. Don't get too disheartened with the giveaway closing today for the GPU and being given out. It's not the end. In fact, it's just the beginning. We have codes for the game, an unheard edition for the base game, for Arena, the standard game, to be given out alongside extra prizes, maybe a laptop, maybe something else. I'm not going to spoil that too soon, because with each of the tournaments that come up in the future, those campaigns will be released to you, and you'll be shown how to get involved. For now, we're focusing on that GPU. Remember, today, the draw for that will go live, and that is courtesy of the partnership from Aorus and AMD Radeon, for which we are truly grateful.
All the more reason to follow the socials and click that follow button down here on Twitch, over on the Twitter as well, so you don't miss out on all the amazing stuff that Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games has going on, including these future giveaways that Cracked was mentioning. But we've got some more exciting matchups. We do need to take a moment to get these players loaded into the lobby. A great time to stretch those legs or grab the snacks. But as always, don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of Season 5 HPL EU. My name is Cracked Wisdom, joined in the booth with Hot Sauce to bring you guys all of the action from Finals Day and to crown ourselves a champion. Not only that, but also to crown ourselves 4 Arena Cup Series ticket holders, qualifying up into that Grand Slam, where you get to take on some of the top-tiered teams in the CIS region to be crowned Arena Cup Series champions. That's for the future, though. For the present, we have another gift. One of 3 more to deliver to you today, and that is in the form of a best of 2 in head-to-head. We have our second matchup. Squads on the table, and 2 teams raring to fight it out for... We don't even know at this point, because there are too many results to inflect upon this for it actually to have any relevance and bearing straight off of just a single decision. So it's actually in the hands of the Spartans here to start the ball rolling, and that's just the beginning of the equation.
That's just the beginning, and we got to give a huge shout out and thanks again to Hunt Premier, Battle State Games, and of course, Auroras and AMD. We've given people plenty of opportunities to get the entries in as well. I know all winners are going to be contacted by the email address provided on Friday, 31st of October. But I mean, this giveaway, you talked about it. There's so many great things in it, but that Radeon RX 9070 XT graphics card. I mean, one of you lucky winners out there is going to get it. And this machine is absolutely beautiful right there for you all to see. Congratulations to all of our wonderful lucky winners.
Wow. Names on screen. Your 9070 RX XT graphics card. Demetrios 5. The EFT Unheard Edition. Bodanel. The EFT Standard Edition, Alan R. and Franzul 403, and then the EFT Arena, Lucas S. and Michael H. Your winners, looking pretty good. Like we said, emails sent out, contacted by the 31st to claim that prize, all right? So don't stress if you've not heard anything from us in the next couple of days. We'll get all the way up to the 31st of October. And if you don't hear by then maybe reach out to a mod, but I doubt that will be the case, so congratulations. What a phenomenal prize.
Ton of phenomenal prizes. Lucas, Michael, Alan, Franzu, Bodan L with the Unheard, but Demetrius 5, the Radeon RX 9070 XT. I mean, whoo, I'm a little bit jealous, I'm not going to lie, but I know Demetrius is going to put it to good use. We hope to see him out there on the battlefield showcasing all the skills and the upgrades here as well in the near future. Again, congratulations and a big fat GG's to all the winners out there as well. A huge thanks to Auroras and AMD, again, Hunt Premier and Battle State Games, making all of this wonderful action happen for you as well. But it's amazing to see these people getting opportunities. There's more to come, like Crack said, laptops and all kinds of things in the future. All the more reason to make sure you're following down below, being a part of that notification gang, and following all the socials, including that Twitter over there at x.com/huntpremier_, so you don't miss out on all the amazing events and all the wonderful prizes that they continue to give away.
And if for whatever reason you find yourself looking to try and maybe upgrade your setup, maybe you fancy putting a little bit of a pep in your step when it comes to playing those competitive computer games, then maybe swing by an Aorus or an AMD Radeon product shop soon, because I'm telling you now, from having a look at that graphics card and being able to talk about the amazing product that it is for the entirety of this tournament and the Pinnacle previous, I've been inspired to just go and have a bit of window shopping, because some of the equipment that Aorus put out there and AMD Radeon and the combination of the partnership has done, it just looks really cool. I mean, the graphic that we've had to be able to market it with, the beautiful Sentinel that flies down, that is simply a metaphor for the beauty of the tech that you get delivered. So honestly, if you're interested, go check out the sites, check out Aorus, check out AMD Radeon, follow along with them in the socials, because as well as the partnership we've had here allowing us to produce a product in the giveaway, they also do bits and bobs alongside their own social stuff, including giveaways that run weekly, monthly, just by being involved with them as a brand. Okay, big thanks and a shout out, like Hort said, a massive 07. We salute you, Aorus and AMD Radeon, for some exceptional support in this. Thank you for the partnership, and we're going to look forward to riding on out into 2026 in the sunset with you guys stood right by our side.
Well, speaking of right by our side, I think we got the side-by-side for the head-to-head action here between these next 2 teams, Ancestral versus Spartans. There's a little bit of, clashing in this one. We talked about it, a little bit of friendly banter back and forth, but Ancestral, Selfish, Geistress, Vetus, Kofinas, J4. This tournament hasn't gone the way they've wanted. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but we know that this team is littered with a plethora of talent. And we know that they want to make sure the Spartans don't get a chance to get into the ACS. So they're going to be fighting to make sure that doesn't happen, to get some revenge against the Spartans here, who bring Call Me Joe, Stripey, Vessel, Chill, Dizzle, and Lorik to the line here. I mean, this is going to be another exciting one. We talked about these four teams only separated by a point, some round differential, and now another very important game here for the Spartans.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this tournament has been another story of who each of the two teams have put out on the field on the day. So far as to the point that we've seen that little gameplay from Hiding Sheep that we've actually changed the graphic, as Call Me Joe, I believe, has played the majority, if not all of the games for the Spartans here inside of this HPL. The reason to that is unknown for us. Not had any information from Hiding Sheep as to why he's not taking part, other than seeing him in the chat once or twice just saying that he's not really feeling it right now. That being said, we spoke about the effects that different teammates have had on turning up or not turning up on the day for the various reasons for Pandaric. This is another one for me today that strikes me as odd. With the biggest of respect to Call Me Joe and as exceptional a player he is with the MP7, I think Hiding Sheep is drastically a better player, and therefore this would be a downgrade for them to have him here on the squad. It's just simply a fact of the matter, and you would say a similar effect for Rapid and the way to Hippo. It's no disrespect to any of the four players involved, it is just simply they are that good at the game. My question is, are they trading off the skill of the individual player for that experience, that IGL ability to drive the cart and lead the team to success? You've got young Stripey, Vessel, Childizzle, and Lorik, all of which who are very youthful members of the community, maybe not as experienced, but that guiding light in Joe might just be the way to get the Spartans over the line, and they're going to need it here, Hort, because it's Ancestral. And this 2-0 result for the Spartans is drastically impactful upon their final standings.
Yeah, I love watching Hiding Sheep play. I think he's very talented, great with the util as well. But I was talking to Hiding Sheep, and he said, "Hey, I'm not on the starting roster. I haven't been. I've always been a sub." And so I think that was just a little bit of a an error on our part when we were first displaying it in those few days. So he's been wanting to play, excuse me, chomping at the bit there, but just as a sub currently on this roster. So I don't believe we'll be seeing him today, but I'm hoping to see him back on the battlefield, certainly deserving of being over there. But we're ready to take a quick look here at the map pick and bans to see where we're going to be duking it out here today. Fort banned away immediately by the Spartans. Bowl, something that we really haven't seen much of here. So we'll be starting off with a Spartans pick, and that's going to be on Bay 5, Cracked.
Again, no shock. Bay 5, one of the higher picked maps of all of the maps so far going into finals day with a total of 15 picks alongside that of its also counterpart in that top spot and Fort with 15 map picks. And in a similar aspect, Bowl, almost hated as much as my long-lost love in Iceberg. 17 bans for Bowl, as well as Iceberg throughout the tournament going into the finals day. So two maps very heavily favoured and two maps very heavily not so, it seems like, for Season 5 and tournament. Maybe it's the way the meta goes. Maybe it's the way the maps play. Interesting to see, and maybe we'll get a deep dive into that as we speak to some of the teams further down the lines in the weeks after the season is concluded. But for now, we just get to see the gameplay. We've got Bay 5 and Skybridge, Spartans. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't find them a map-specific team. I think the environment does not drastically impact this matchup as much. What I do see for the Skybridge match is that that's something we've normally found and spoken very favourably for Ancestral on. My problem right now is, given the standings and what we've seen from Ancestral, it's hard to speak for them favourably on any map at the moment, as every other team has put them away relatively comfortably, except from their first day performance. Now let's just take us back to day one, Hort. Ancestral had a really good set of games against Pandaric. It was a tough start for their schedule for this season, and it felt like it just petered off after they didn't quite get a couple of close matches go their way in their early couple. So this is redemption for them today.
Yeah, I mean, they had a tough time against Exaltation in day one. I think it was 5-9 on Bay 5 and then 2-9 on Fort. But Spartans, they've been playing very well on Bowl, and they've often upset some teams. We saw them upset Oilrig on Bowl, so it doesn't surprise me we see Ancestral doing their homework, making sure to ban away Bowl here. But yeah, I feel like, you know, we've seen so much Bowl in the past that we haven't seen very much of it here. So Bay 5, Skybridge, that's where we're headed here today. I have to agree with you a little bit on the fact that I don't think they're necessarily a map-specific team. I think, you know, a lot of these teams are comfortable on most of the maps, but it's just about who's executing better on the day. And Ancestral has had a tough, you know, first 3-4 days. And so I think, you know, being the final day, this is a great opportunity for them to bounce back a little bit, show everybody, you know, that they are still there. They're capable of beating teams and look to get that revenge against the Spartans.
Well, without any further ado, folks, we're not going to wait any longer. We're going to dive straight on into it. Here you go. Map number 1 is Ancestral taking on the Spartans on Bay 5, with the Spartans on the attacking half to begin with.
Spartans attacking first, looking to break out the sword and shield and power it on through the competition of Ancestral. We'll see if they can snuff out this growing flame here as they look to burn bright in the final day. And, well, some patience to start things off. Almost a mannequin challenge from Lorek here, if you will. But honestly, I love seeing teams be patient initially on the attacking side. I think you can get a lot from it. Sometimes you'll see that defensive squad getting a little bit overzealous or impatient themselves. And so good to try and keep them guessing. But now we start to see that momentum pressure toward the A site.
Slowly and steadily, Selfish is looking for a little bit of a slight pixel peek through that bus to try and catch some of the massing squad members of the Spartans outside the front of A-Plat, but they're actually doing a really good job of being aware of that line of sight and not putting themselves in the position to fall for it. Now, if Selfish peeks again, though, not that he knows, Joe is stood in the right spot to be able to do so. There goes the pull of the trigger. Here comes the boom. Spartans util out. All 4 members start to flood in towards sight. Lorick leading the charge. Geist just takes out Lorick for a good repelling first kill. Pace slows. Chill and Vessel trying to work the way in. They fight tooth and nail, dig into the corner and wrap. Stripey picks one onto J4. Geist just goes down. The bomb's running away the wrong way from sight. Call me Joe, caught with his ankles. Exposed as Cafanus and Selfish pick up a kill. I don't know how on earth Selfish found that one, by the way.
Venus, the Ash 12 too. I'm loving it. He's putting bodies down. Chill Dizzle the next to fall. It's Stripey on the P90, but Kofinas, Svetis, and Selfish standing tall, looking to take the first round. Stripey, other plans, but with only 5 seconds, Svetis will put him down with the MP7. Ancestral grabbing that first round. Into round number 2 we go. And 3 P90s on the side of the Spartans. We saw Exaltation have some success with it earlier. A little bit more of the MP7 action on the side of Ancestral. I'm hoping to see some crazy jump shots from Svetis here today as well. But, you know, they might be saving some of that flashy stuff for home now, wanting to get this dub against Spartans. And I think, you know, a draw would be huge for them here. But if they could find a way to get a 2-0 to close out day number 5, I think it would speak volumes for them.
Nothing really happening to speak of at the moment as Cafanas is going to do some absolute dirty work with the Ash 12. A little bit of an over-aggressive push from the Spartans, just seeing them trying to take space that they don't really have space for. Cafanas is going to claim himself a free third, and the bomb goes down in the back alley. It looks like it's light work as Cafanas is dusting the blood of models off of the end of that Ash 12 that he's just cleaned up. 1, 2, 3 after the other.
I love it. It reminds me of Zach. He used to always play the Ash 12, and now getting to see it back on the battlefield. Kofinas putting it to great use with already 5 kills on the board, a triple here in round 2 as well. And the Spartans once again having to battle back. Vessel, Stripey certainly capable of a 2v3 clutch as we see Geistrus just Crab walking along here. Audio cues can be huge, so trying to limit any of that noise as well. We see J4 tucked in toward mid, but we begin to cheat toward the side here. They hear both in back alley. Spots one on the crossover. Geistrus, the shot doesn't quite connect.
Again, you get a couple of little rattles out of the P90 as the sound is the only thing splitting the silence as the 2 members of Spartans are going to walk straight on into the crossfire from J4 and Svedas. Another round closed out, and Ancestral find themselves with very comfortable sight holds on this half of the map. Maybe a approach to the other side of the site, or maybe popping over all the way to the other half of the map on the B site might be the change-up that Spartans are going to look to try and shift things up a bit here. As far as I'm concerned, that A site is closed for business.
Yeah, it certainly would appear that way. Ancestral, they've got the tents and the campfires over there. They're holding it down with some s'mores and ready to just big chillax as they got the first 2 on the board. But, I mean, this is refreshing to see from Ancestral. You know, it could be tough when you lose so many games throughout the first couple weekends. And, it can be tough to battle back mentally. They're showing that they have that mental fortitude in check. It is an early kill from the Spartans, though, as they're still searching to get their first round on the board.
Patient waiting. It's the name of the game for both squads at this moment in time. The only two people making any moves right now is that of the body of the squad from the Spartans. The bomb now joins up with the two-man setup and parkour into Con. Disrespectful push out of Chill. Dizzle does not take any time to check either of the corners and gets slammed by Svedas. Better approach to the battle body system. Stripey swings in. Now with the information on his shoulder, J4 takes out Joe. Vessel accidentally claims one of the lives of his teammates. That's going to stir a little bit of confusion in the ranks. Stripey and Vessel now going to take a second to just reassess where each other is, lock it back in, and try and reapproach onto site. Bomb picked up, mid-control in their favor. They're going to try and go the other way. I think Ancestral are ready for this.
They are indeed. Geistrus, the big pick on the Vessel. Pops the skull fragments against the ceiling. Knows how we feeling, baby. Feeling good after that one. Ancestral and Geistrus. A quick peek finds the dome of Stripey. 3 rounds in a row from Ancestral. And this is the Ancestral team we're used to seeing out here on the battlefield.
This is not the Spartans team we're used to seeing through Season 5 either. The Spartans have performed exceptionally well throughout the season, which is what's given them a chance again to be able to fight for a qualifying spot to go through to the Arena Cup Series. So maybe a little bit of loose nerves, maybe a bit of slightly late out of bed jitters, Hawk. Maybe we're just kind of getting ourselves warmed up out of the gate. It is only 3 rounds, but it is a very confident 3 rounds from Ancestral.
Selfish up top here, just trying to get a little picture peek of the dome over the top of the box, but Stripey here as well. And again, that smoke now here toward mid. Stripey finding this pick on the J4 with a P90 will give them an opportunity. We see him pressing forward, but look at the spacing here from Ancestral. This crossfire, the control of mid, everything seems to be on point for Ancestral, and the MP7 in the hands of Svedas will claim the life of Chill Dizzle.
The announcer's impressed too. A nice little beautiful shouted out over the top of the arena as he was very delighted with the kill going down there. A bit bloodthirsty is that announcer. He loves to see the chaos kicking off underneath his watchful gaze. One from Stripey and one from Geistras. Sees a trade in the kill feed, but separate parts of the map. Geistras, of course, the last remaining member of Ancestral trying to fight this off. He's going to have to go on a bit of a journey, a little bit of an adventure to find himself a way out. That reload's going to help him out. There's a little bit of a window for a pick and a kill. That's one isolated kill. Geistras has got chance for this to be made possible. He has time too. 25 on the clock. He's not going to get past Joe,
closing it out, baby. Yeah, that's what we like to see. You know, call me Joe, getting on the board, and I think that's important. It can be tough when you're sitting with that donut in those first couple rounds. It's about finding a little bit of comfortability, you know, getting a kill, high-fiving a teammate, and getting that mental right. So great to see from Call Me Joe, Lorek as well, getting on the board. The Spartans themselves as a whole getting on the board here, and they do it relatively quickly. Still only down by 2 rounds, excuse me. Plenty of room to work with is where I was leading to, but so we always talk about it, right? I know I sound like a broken record, but putting multiple rounds in a row. That's what I need to see from the Spartan squad.
Just hesitant to pick any point of actions to focus on whilst it's so silent like this, Hawk, because at any single moment it could pop off at a different place entirely, and hate would I to be talking about the wrong point of action whilst it's going off down on the other side of the map. It is a very strong hold on this B site from both squads. We see a line of scrimmage horizontally set up. The bomb squad 4 wide, 1 harbor, 1 heaven, and 2 to the main and fork versus 2, 1 main, site 190, 2 tucked towards combox and green. That's a very deep anchor hold, Hawk, from the second battle buddy system out of Ancestral, almost looking like a retake angle if they lose a member very quickly here. You see how they're very widespread off site. I don't like the thought for having to fight into this. They're going to get a 1-for-1 trade. Site stands his ground, interestingly, and it actually works in the favor of the Spartans. Good push in. They do not get intimidated by the lack of members showing face, and they walk in and take the space.
Still Dizzle realized that Svedas has limped onto the site here. He's going to hear that plant go down, though. Doesn't peek early. Has spotted Vessel. Vessel Had the head in the crosshairs, but it's Geistrus again who's on fire here. He finds a double up to 7. Looking to bring it back. Svetis on the MP7 will collect Call Me Joe. And Svetis is on fire. Ancestral comes out swinging in the first half. And I mean, if I told everybody they've lost every game up to this point, I think they'd be very surprised given the way that they're playing here early in this first map.
Are you convinced yet? I'm certainly not.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be convinced just because of the way it's played out, but I'm hopeful and I'm happy to see them, you know, fighting with such strength and such fierceness here today.
I can't for the life of me see the Spartan squad go down like this, not at all. I've played against Chill Dizzle nearly all week, and this guy has been absolutely putting me through my paces. I mean, I've been pasted against the wall in 7 different ways I never thought possible this week by that guy, absolutely grinding it out to try and be on the top of his form. So to see him at a slower start in this match here is a tough one for him. The Spartans as a whole, they are doing a great job of being able to enable Strikey, but it's just those last couple of kills as it was only for Frags in map 1 that seems to be evading them now. A good opening first blood from Stripey, and look at this mid-hold hot. Spartans have full stranglehold.
Selfish doesn't catch Call Me Joe on the crossover here, though. Oilrig, smoke dissipates. Selfish will now find Call Me Joe, and that's the device down at mid. Geistrus, Oilrig looks because the device goes down. Geistrus peaks at the perfect time, finds not 1, but 2, but 3. Geistrus looking unstoppable here on Bay 5.
You could say that. Vessel's got a little something to say about it, though. He's got a headshot to be able to crown. It's still that situation, though, isn't it, Hort? It does feel like the back of a round, we say it's a 1 versus 4. The first goes down for free. And despite an exceptional effort, it's almost normally the last guy that catches them off guard. Many of these players more than able to fight off 2 or 3 people at once. You see Vessel just trying to wiggle his way into some space. 30 on the clock.
Certainly don't envy Vessel at the moment. Has the talent, but Geistrus, the quadra kill. Geistrus. What did this man eat this morning? He is all gas, baby. 4 in this round, 11-3 through these first 6 rounds, and 5-1 for Ancestral. I did not quite have this on my cards. I expected Ancestral to play much better today, but I thought it was going to be a little bit closer. I mean, the Spartans have upset some big-name teams throughout these first couple weekends, but this is the first time that we've really seen them struggle, especially against one of these teams that have been kind of lower as far as the leaderboard goes.
Yeah, and I think we're being delivered. That's how you say it in the chat by Wraith there. It says Geistrus Geistring. I guess that's Geistrusing, is what I would have guessed it was. The shortened version is just as good. Speaking of short versions, Loric's going to make Geistrus's life in this round a short version. Aggression for Kafenas. This Ash 12 is making work, but not enough in round number 7. Vessel going to shut Kafenas out. Selfish has got one onto Joe. We've gone back to the domino effect where we're trading one after the other, but on either side of the teams.
We are at a 3v3. The Spartans, they need to get rounds on the board. We talk about that 6-2 versus that 5-3 all the time, and it's just something that has haunted a lot of teams. Spartans certainly trying to battle back from the trenches here on the minimap. We see Svetis beginning to pressure forward, about to run into Oilrig here as the device does get planted down on the site. Ancestral might want to wait for a teammate to get into position, but Oilrig finding an early pick and making a statement here as they want to get their second one on the board.
You can feel it in both teams. There's just thinking in the back of the mind, go on, swing, swing. Somebody swing me. And J4's going to oblige. He's in, he's aggressive. Selfish has got him covered. 1-for-1, though, as the trades and the angles are held well. Selfish finds the one onto the back alley in some form of madness. Vessel's dipped up, dodging and diving. He's going to save it. Oh, back and forth we go. Selfish for a 3-piece. Vessel for a 3-piece. It's cooking up.
Yeah, you felt like the Spartans really needed to win that round, though, because now they have that chance to go to 5-3 here. Vessel has been a monster for quite some time and will continue to be that monster out here. Up to 8. giving Spartans the best fighting chance as far as the first half goes. Needing to close out this final round of the first half. Selfish will toss an 8. Doesn't find the home. It was close, but just a little bit short on that one.
Aggressive util out towards Forklift. Ancestral think they know it's coming. And what's crazy is they do. The quick flick is actually not needed from Svedas because there's just pressure all around. It's going to be Geistress and Selfish that finish off the 4 kills to hit the feed. The only person that ends up getting betrayed and belayed is Svedas. Now Kafenas follows him. These rounds are so jarring, hot. It's like you turn the action on and somebody hits the handbrake, or do a 180 turn, go back the other way. They kill trades it, we're going to go back the other way again. Joe's all about the back and forth. He's having a great old time with that bomb back and spawn dancing about.
Ancestral's got the numbers advantage, and they know it. But they are very spread thin here. Looking to keep that mid control is Selfish. That device lingering toward... I mean, just as a split as Ancestral is, Spartan equally as split across these two sites here. So no harm, no foul on the side of Ancestral. And with that pick from Geistress on the Vessel, taking out a Juggernaut like that, call me Joe. 3 kills on the board, and well, we'll have one more death to add to it. Selfish in control of mid. Geistress up to 13, and Ancestral, one hell of a first half.
I like the attempt from the Spartans. Split the 2 members up, you're 2 versus 3, you've got a whole map to cover. You know they're going to be covering the whole map from the defending side. Why not spread 2 exceptional players out on either half of the map and try and, you know, alleviate a kill either way? Let's say that goes very favorably. You get a 1-for-1 on both sides of the map, all right? Vessel gets his guy, Joe gets his guy. You've got a 2 versus 1 on either side, and you can choose then. So the play makes sense. And even if only one of those fights work out, as long as the bomb's hidden, there's a potential you cause a rotation the other way. So I think the Spartans gave that the most chance to succeed, but Ancestral did a good job of playing the discipline well. They won 2 1v1 fights, which, I mean, that does a lot for it too. Quick peek out of Chill. Dizzle, good smoke off towards A Plat. It's going to confirm that there is at least 3 people running his way. You see Chill is not having none of that nonsense. That's a mic drop and leave very quickly from Chill. Good shots. Anachel's going to pick up the first. It's the headshot of Kafenas under the ankles of the second. Geistress closes him out. There's 3 there. Joe's ready for the response.
That was a nice snap to J4, though, in a top position. Vessel toward back alley will apply some assistance as he takes out Geistress, and all of a sudden they turn the round around. 4v2. And we see that rotation here coming from Svedas and Selfish back the other direction. You look at where Selfish is, though, and even if the Spartans try to mirror this rotation, they have to be careful. You can see him in the background. I think that Stripey is aware that someone could be lurking here, but I mean, Selfish has the opportunity to come up with a huge play.
Stripey, Tiger on the prowl. He smells him. He knows he's there. Stripey the Tiger. He's got him pinned into the corner. Man, you want to talk about a predator looking on the hunt. That is a demon you do not want to mess with. There's Stripey again from Con. That's a big 2-piece. It's a really good all-round team round from the Spartans there. I want to talk about a little bit of technical complexity inside the A side that allowed Joe that snap. You made a really good point. The gun skill was exceptional from Joe to adjust to the door for J4, but the reason that space was opened up for him is the first trade from back alley is good. That gives time for Vessel to get there. All right, Vessel starts the rotation. Joe's holding alley. The second Vessel has already respected the rotation and comes to alley. Joe is freed from having to respect it, which gives him the opening to get J4. Then Vessel converts on the rotation and back alley, and it's just all-round beautiful composed team play.
Over the top. That was close. That was, both of those guys kind of looked at each other like, "Ooh, dodged a bullet there," but just a skosh of damage to call me Joe. Geistress and crew shifting toward this A site. We see that rotation coming in toward back alley, but not much held from the site or from the plat position here from the Spartans.
Joe and J4 just dancing with each other a little bit. On the defending sides, Joe kind of playing with his life ever so slightly and a little bit of an over-aggressive peak. Just looking for a little bit of information. You've seen Spartans many a time early in the rounds have had one player that's not necessarily tried to fight an over-aggressive angle, but they've definitely put the body out on the line to get information, to gather where the team is going. Ancestral have done a really good job of hiding the bomb here. You notice that the Spartans' pressure has rotated towards Gap as they're not convinced that this bomb's on this site. Vessel and Stripey get 2 kills though, and that's going to change things really quickly.
Spartans looking like a much different team on defense. Call me Joe, finding the 2K here. J4 able to answer back, but has to get through 4 more. The device is down. There's only 38 seconds on the clock, and you want to talk about a big uphill battle. J4 certainly sees it in front of him here, but we'll see if he can work the magic in the hands of the MP7. Only 14 rounds left in this mag.
There's not much left for J4 to do here. I mean, he's run back and forth exactly as I would have done. The best thing he's going to achieve is being able to get the bomb down, but getting off a site is going to be a nightmare. That's not going to happen. Stripey has the head of J4. It's going to be the final kill to take him out. Not a headshot, but they'll claim the crown either way. Spartans take themselves back another round. The gap closes to 2. And now I find myself a little bit more indecisive, I guess, as to how I thought this was going to go. I really did feel Ancestral at 4-1 had put an exceptionally good performance forward, and I really felt the passion, shall we say, going into this one. I mean, a 14-6 Geistros is nothing to slouch on. That is a huge scoreline so far, but Vessel's done his best to pull it back out, and I think some good team plays, some good calls from Joe, and a couple of the members on the squad there working together has pulled it back.
That nade won't find anyone. They're going to pressure toward the A site once more, and it has been 2 opening rounds here for the Spartans in the second half. Svetis with some early damage on board here as well. Kofinas still with the Ash 12 in hand, and not going to really wait for these smokes to dissipate. They're just going to go for it here. I love to see the change up in pace, and the aggression does pay off here. Flashes to the back of the site. Call me Joe waiting patiently. The device already being planted, and Geistros takes his head clean off.
Look at the 2 members from the Spartans that are flanking out of the alley. That's what my eyes are on. Chill Dizzle for 1. Stripey for 2. J4 takes out Chill. Vessel's got J4. They've done what they needed to do. They've initiated the combat, and they've started everybody's heads turning. Now the front side of the Spartans are going to swing in the smoke. Svedas is trapped inside of it. He's going to have to pull up a miracle. Selfish is here to help. 1 for 1. Selfish in the smoke. This is a selfish play. Can he do it? He doesn't know how close Stripey is. Neither does Stripey. Oh, you have got to be kidding, because if he goes for the defuse here, he's going to find Stripey first. That's 1. Nearly gets the second. It's so close, but Vessel saves the day again.
I thought Selfish was going to be able to do that, and even if maybe he had just a couple more seconds of that smoke being there, could have bought enough time to even deny that defuse there, but Vessel has been the knight in shining armor. 13 kills here as well, and another big clutch to get the Spartans within 1. Ancestral, after such a phenomenal first half, we talk about it 6-2. It's been hard for teams to come back, but Spartans now on the edge, on the cusp of finding that tide here, 6-6.
And it might be a 2-11 Chill Dizzle, but those 2 kills there are probably some of the more impactful kills that you're going to see from the Spartans. That was a big turnaround point in the round. The 2 of them just snuck out the alley, and it felt like it was on the edge of going the Ancestral way as it has the last couple of rounds. Very speed-based, very quick kills, knocked down 1, 2, or 3 off the other. Mostly the Ash 12 doing that impact action for the Ancestral squad, but it wasn't to happen. Chill Dizzle and Stripey found a little way around the outside. And again, J4 aggressive. The good cross cover from Call Me Joe on the P90 is going to trade him out immediately.
Spartans
Did you spot it? Yeah.
have looked so different here in the second half. And Stripey through mid, good positioning. So many angles to check here as we see him shifting forward. Geistros has been that monster. Now he sneaks through, though. He does get by. The B site will now open up, and they've got an opportunity to get the plant down.
4v3, this should be pretty good for a retake setup, though. The concern is mid. Kafenas is in between enemy lines if he sneaks up here. You can see that Stripey and Joe together, they've got this kind of covered across from Maze and Con, but it's getting a bit tight inside of the box. Kafenas finds 1 corner. Stripey keeps his health strong. Mid will be tucked for now, but 35 seconds on the clock. Ancestral are just using Kafenas to waste time. Selfish has got Lorek. Surely not. Right when Spartans were just about to tie it up. Surely not. Vessel.
On board with Vessel. He has been that clutch factor here. We just saw that previous one as well, but Zvetis comes in to knock him down. Stripey in a 3v1. Selfish is there to answer back. And just when Spartans feel that tie within the grasp of their fingers, Ancestral right there to rip it away.
Do you like the comments in chat from Blue? Wait, 6-2 to 6-5? What did I miss? Ah, a Rapids comment. You missed a defended siding map, friend. It's okay.
Getting them up to speed. You know, you can always count on Rapid for that.
Big brain, big game. Can't say it's just down to quick reaction times. You've got to admit that some of the gentleman that takes his business very seriously when it comes to playing arena, good man. We love to see it. All the legends out in chat today. Even a returning from a long-standing legend in parents. Good to see. Good to see. Speaking of good to see, Loric's still having a good time running around. He's had a little bit of a rough end of the rounds of the early part of the last couple. Seems to have been the first point of target when it comes to receiving the killing blow, but that's the kind of player Loric is. He's a very confident player in winning his fights. He's very happy to take a challenge and normally comes out on top, so good work from Ancestral to be able to nullify that for now. Joe, Coffee-Nas. Oh, that's good shots out of Joe.
That is though. Making that MP7 work. There's the P90. Joe, Lorek combined for 2. They give themselves the player advantage once more. And even though Ancestral gets a big round in the previous round, Spartans ready to answer back, not willing or allowing them to get that big point cushion, to get to match point first here. And this could be another big round for the Spartans as long as they can close it out. Lorek finding Geistrus should be able to do so as Fetis does go down, and the Spartans will get within striking distance yet again.
Extend the lead, become close. Extend the lead, become close. Are we going to get full tied up? I would love to see it. 7-7 at the right time to take 2 rounds in a row to push it to 9-7 and steal the map. That's the Spartans vibe. I could see it happening. I don't think Ancestral are in to buy for that comic, though.
Yeah, I think they're ready. I think they are ready for a dub, and they certainly have been putting in work. Like we said, it hasn't been their HPL this time around, but the fact that they're out here giving it all they got, even on day 5, despite what the scoreboard looks like, I think, again, speaks volumes for their character. You love to see it. Kofinas has the W key. He is pedal to the metal. Unfortunately, he runs right to a death in an early grave. Vessel now Lorek for 2, and Ancestral might just find themselves tied after this round.
This is absolutely zero to do with the Spartans. The Selfish put Stripey down, but, like, I pray for Ancestral this doesn't go wrong. For nothing other than their entire tournament this time around. It really has just felt like they have been unfortunate every step of the way. Speaking of unfortunate, 1-for-1 trade. Selfish is going to leave himself in an unfortunate situation as a 1 versus 3 is very tough to get out of, and it is going to be another Spartans round hot. Somebody's going to have to call in the witch doctor. Like, I'm actually tempted to go into the coaching room for Ancestral right now and start chanting because something's going on in the background, brother. They are cursed right now. I feel so much power, like you've said from them today. 15-10 Geistras, 15-10 Selfish. What more do you need to ask from them to be able to knock a team over? They really are putting it out on the day. It's just unfortunate. And Luca, one could say.
Yeah, it's tough, especially after such a good start to the first half. But, you know, you always tell yourself anything they can do, we can do as well. And that's what we've seen from the Spartans, the will to battle back here. You feel like Ancestral needs to get the match point first. Geistrus will try to make that stake here as he finds the headshot on the Call Me Joe. Vessel shots to the smoke, but they don't find the mark. They're going to look to pressure on the plant. Does go down. The 127 will lead to 50 seconds on the clock.
Rare that we don't hear bullets being fired back and forth across the courtyard. There we go. Chill Dizzle willing to oblige. And this is a member tucked over in Rat. Selfish gets the jump shot over Platt. That's the kind of star performance they need to pull it back. One from Chill to close him out. J4 puts pressure down and takes out him in response. Geistrus on the back of him to pick up Lorek. Stripey now in a 1v3 in a crucial round where Ancestral could put themselves in the position to be able to escape it. Oh, Stripey. He's got 1. The seconds inside of Rat's going to take him out before he can pull off the double. Oh, that was scary.
And those shots through the window there looked great for that second kill. I mean, you catch them almost running away, but Geistrus doing exactly what they need to. They hear the shots come out. They find that peak. Stripey not looking in that direction. It's an easy kill for Geistrus, especially with the day he's having. And so Ancestral will get to match point first. They've got an opportunity to close it out. And you almost feel like they need to, because we saw only 4 frags in a similar situation. But once it got to overtime, it was downhill yet again. So I'd love to see Ancestral close this one out here in regulation. Obviously, the Spartans, with sword and shield still in hand, have got other plans.
Yeah, let's just make a little note on that. Both Ancestral and the Spartans also have been advocates for the overtime antics so far in this tournament. They've more than played their fair share of rounds. Joe and J4 going to duel face to face. Joe for the double kill is going to be a big pillar of solidarity for the Spartans on that A site. That reduces a crucial round to a 3 versus 5. And we might be bound for another overtime haul. I was hesitant. The aggressive push out of Ancestral looked good, but instantly we are flipped on our heads again.
Continuously toying with the heartstrings here. We see Ancestral beginning to cheat their way on, but you don't check all the corners. Geistrus goes down. Svetis will follow, and Selfish stuck at mid in a 1v5. I would be incredibly surprised if we don't find ourselves in overtime after this round.
That's a move right there from Season 1. That friendly guy himself would have been proud of that kind of move from Lorek. The tuck, duck, and hide invisible in plain sight on site works a treat. And the Spartans do secure themselves overtime. My word. What a play to make under pressure, Hort. You're down 1, could lose the game on it. And he tucks invisible on sight for the sneak attack.
Oh, 3 maps, 2 overtimes already. I mean, we knew this day was going to be exciting, and it is certainly not disappointing here. You couldn't ask for a better series after a better series, and it's only going to continue to get better as the day goes on. But this is just map 1 of 2 in this series, and we find these 2 teams clashing in OT.
I see a comment in the chat as well saying, this is why you P90, Joe, and I actually have to back that. I'm really delighted to see Joe off of the MP7. He is an exceptional player with that weapon. He's one of the few people I actually think the MP7 is very good in the hands of. But the P90 is just that strong that it doesn't matter how good you are. I mean, Joe is not a one-trick pony that just plays an MP7. He's very good with many weapons, but this P90 just elevates him to a whole other level, and you see it in the hands of Lorek doing damage too. Back up from Vessel. Selfish has got 1 to close him out. Svetos is there for the second, and suddenly the momentum gets diffused immediately by Ancestral.
Well, the device will get planted here. Still a 3v3, though. Ancestral trying to keep this lead. You feel like they need to stay on top. You don't want to see it slip away here, especially late. We saw Off have some similar struggles in their first series. Vessel taking out Selfish, though, and now it's down to J4 and Svetis.
Tenth. Vessel for 1. Joe for the second, and the Spartans are there. That's another one in the bag, and this one's looking more confident. Hort. I feel like I'm back in match 1 again.
I don't want to believe it, but I don't want to believe it. No. But no, it definitely has the same a similar forecast, I would say. So I think, Ancestral needs to tie it up here. You don't want to see them go down by 2 in this first half to where the Spartans only need 1 more. It can be daunting. And, after playing so well here and being up by so much, a loss in map 1 after that, I think, could be tough on the mental as well. Selfish looking for another jump shot. It's Geistrus to find not 1, not 2, but the triple.
Hey, site defender. It's the door of doom. J4 is shut down. This is Geistrus, but it's after so much damage is done. 3 huge kills, and Selfish with the sidestep, as well as Caffeinas on the cover. Oh, brother. Hey, I'm here for it. 9 and 9. 2 more rounds to go, and the sides will swap. Now, let's talk overtime. I always like to think on the defending side of the map, if you go 1-1 in the first half and you were on the defending side, you're the person that's essentially given an advantage away. You follow the logic? If it's a defending sided favor map, you want to go 2-0 in your defending half, right?
Absolutely.
So I actually think that with the way the teams are going to level out now, Spartans have done a good job to be able to steal one of Ancestral's defending rounds, and they give themselves a chance to be able to put themselves in the lead for a shot at closing this out in the first overtime. Obviously, it's all on the table for both teams here, but if you want to look at the map and how that plays into it, you would feel that the Spartans are going to feel a little bit more favored. That nade towards bottom mid's going to miss the entirety of the body of the squad. Ancestral are in, and there's only 2 members close to site to follow this. How quick does Vessel get round? 1, 2. Chill, brother, chill!
A4 tries to answer back, but Call Me Joe has been playing in this position for the majority here and finds another big pick. It looked like a good early round there for Ancestral. They had numbers stampeding onto the site, but Chill Dizzle immediately chopping down 2, followed by the pick from Call Me Joe. Ensures they've got a nice player advantage to work with, and now things will be tough, very tough for Ancestral.
Remember, Spartans are there holding the line. I think chat's there with them. Hold the line. 9-9. You've 2 rounds to hold the game. Lorex's playing with the audio he hears. Selfish on the swing. Selfish on the hunt is a dangerous thing. He's brought himself a friend. Lorek gets 1. Lorek not quite the second, but Stripey's there to close it. 10-9. The Spartans stand on the edge of glory in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially after battling back, it's almost, the cinematic scene in the movie where they've got him at the edge of the mountain. They're ready to yell that this is Sparta and give him that final kick off the cliff. Ancestral still holding on by a thread, though, and with the potential of a second overtime on the cards, they need a big round here. Geistrous, 21-14. Selfish not far behind. The rest of the 3 knocking at double-digit kills as well, but they need a big round here, more important than ever.
Oh, here we go. This is set for cinema. The man, the myth, the legend, and the captain himself up on the bad back sight box. And he's hoping that they're going to push in. He's out here to try and show us that he's way better than that bad man that's not joining us on screen today, as you like to say. He's carried and he's championed his team with an exceptional performance in map 1. He has done a phenomenal job of saying nay to anybody who may have any questions of his whereabouts and position. We saw the drop off. Kafenas looked for a second there like the Ancestral squad are getting a bit itchy in that front line. Hort, can you feel the edge of the tension? Neither team wants to make that first mistake, and Ancestral are hesitant to push in here.
Call Me Joe has kind of been toward this backside every round, but they haven't been able to deal with it, and now losing Geistrous early could be devastating. Svetis, though, able to answer back 1. We see that rotation beginning to come in from the Spartans as well, but into the crosshair goes Kafinas and then goes down. Chill Dizzle will collect his first kill of the round. They've got a player advantage yet again.
This is where Chill's patience will come to his advantage. Where he succeeds the most. Deep duck and dive. He's going to pull more ammo out of J4. 1 magazine left there in rat, and then Chill finds him. Stripey's on the lurk. Stripey on the prowl. Stripey on the hunt, and the Spartans are trying to find the way out of this one. Svedas is the last left alive. He's got bullets flying off of scenery all around the top of his head, and he doesn't know which way to be able to duck to survive. Out on site, he's going to try for the swing, and that is it. The Spartans take game 1 in overtime, 11-9.
Oh my, I honestly can't believe it. Ancestral, you continue to feel for this squad. They are deserving of a win, but they're going to have to try to get it in the next map, because even despite the amazing start they have, it's Vessel and crew that are able to reel it back. They get that 8th round to push them into overtime, and a dominating OT performance will solidify their first dub here. Stripey, 19-17 for Vessel, 21 for Geistrous. Everybody was going insane, and really it could have gone either way, but it is the Spartans that close it out.
9-11. Phenomenal performance. 11-9. Whichever way you look at it, you feel sorry for Ancestral. You feel very impressed with the Spartans. It was a tough first half, and to fight it back, they did a great job. But there's still a second map to be played. We'll be right back after this. we weren't kidding when we said it was time to get serious. And I thought I was the one that was going to be taking it the most serious today, but the joke's on me because, brother, oh boy, what a performance out of the Spartans. I want to say what a performance out of Ancestral until it wasn't. That is kind of a little bit of the truth there, because Geistrus was at a point where he was more than 1 to 5 kills per deaths. That is crazy. At a 15-3 scoreline at one point in that game, which is disgusting. And to say that that's on what ends up being the losing team's scoreboard, Hort, is something else. I don't want to gap too long, and I hate to segue, but I have to speak to the 5 elements of the Spartans squad that really did what this team looked like it would do in day 1 of the tournament. You've got Stripey on the prowl, lurking, looking, and killing people when he does. You've got Chill Dizzle doing just that. Chill takes his time, plays the discipline, back ends of the round. Lorek getting into the fights, putting his body on the line for things, not being scared to take fights, which was sometimes what we'd seen in previous team comps with him. He's keen to get up there with confidence. Vessel, the flying wing, man. He's like the Flying Dutchman. This guy is just swinging on either side of the wings of the maps, and he's just killing people left and right. And then you've got the captain in Call Me Joe. And this is Season 1, Season 2 Call Me Joe that was the reason that the TFG squad stuck together and kept themselves with good creative plays that entertained people day in, day out. Little kooky things like Lorek tucked on sight.
The tough thing is, you know, Exaltation did their job. They got 3 points to put them at 8. So the Spartans, they've only done half their job. They cannot settle for a draw here. A draw would still only get them at 1 point, despite round differential. That would still be 1 less than Exaltation. So they need 2 wins to keep that dream alive. And then at that point, it puts the pressure on Arktic. I mean, I just feel like this snowball is slowly turning into that avalanche, and the excitement, the energy, everything continuously growing here because there's so much on the line and there's so many ways that it could all change here in just a matter of moments.
I'm so down for the Spartans to 2-0 here and to create more cinema. Except, and this is not bias, this is human, okay? My heart hurts for Ancestral right now, for they are trying. And they really are trying. But it is not going their way. And I don't even think it's down to rotten luck even. You've just got to give the Spartans the good gameplay at the back end of that game. You can't even take away from the Spartans and say that it was a case of Anluka or anything like that. The Spartans just played really well. The last 5-6 rounds for me of that game were very well executed time and time again. There was very minimal places you look at players over peaking, giving their life when it didn't need to, or over swinging for more than 2 or 3 kills. Honestly, all in all, it was a phenomenal team performance from the Spartans. And like you've said, it's only 1/2 of the climb.
That's what's crazy. It is only 1/2 of the climb, and they still need this other dub. So, you know, it's Ancestral, excuse me, still has an opportunity to take it away from them. But I mean, these highlights, you talk about cinema from the first series now to this series. It was back and forth. It was a dominating start for Ancestral, but man, yeah, you're right. You have to feel for this squad. They have a ton of talent. They are capable of getting dubs, but it's a combination of things not going their way and the fact that we've seen so many of these teams have exponential growth in skill levels. We've seen rosters switch up, and every team is just dangerous now, and that's just what you've got to deal with when it comes to the HPL.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you. When it comes to being politically correct, I try my best, but passion overtakes at the end of it. You'll only ever get truth from me, and this is what I love to see in each of these guys here. It's passion from both teams. Every time you see each of them stack up for a swing, it's where's my battle buddy? We saw multiple times in this game somebody wait for another team member to get on the shoulder so they could make sure that the result of what they were trying to make happen came through. Guys just defying the odds time and time again was the reason we had this game pulled so close for so long for the first half of it. I mean, look at the scoreboard, Hot. That is a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, it was... Love the replays here. 6-2 halftime. Again, we talk about it. There's not that many teams that have been able to overcome that. They usually typically fall that round short, but It was not the case once the Spartans got to the defensive side. We saw Call Me Joe really step it up. Vessel continuing to be a clutch factor. Chill Dizzle had, I think, 0 or 2 kills at halftime. Insane change around here in the second half. We saw a couple double triples from Chill Dizzle, really with some big plays, able to hold down sites. And so the Spartans just played much better from the defensive side here on day 5.
I think it's part of their team setup, though. I don't think that's the way that Chill is built to play. The Spartans seem to have a different orientation of which players get involved in the action, whether it's attacking or defending. You see Chill Dizzle does his best work when he's holding down, anchoring a site, or working into a playmaking option. You saw that big push out from the alley where they got that two-piece that weren't even his kills. We saw that huge moment from Geistras on the door there that just happened before this little pop-off. Oilrig gets 1-for-1 in the mid, but gets himself enough to make space for teammates to turn up. And then this here is, well, you just have to feel for Svedas. He's tucked in a bad position with too many problems to have to deal with, and that is the end of the game. I'm going to be real. Poor Ancestral. Like, I really do feel, because you're going to look back at this, all right? If somebody jumps on Wikipedia and looks at the scoreboard and goes 0-6, and then they watch this match and they see, for example, let's say Spartans take home another overtime 13-11 for the sake of this example, right? They see a 2-0 on the scoreboard. They're going to go, oh, you know, Ancestral were really weak this season. And then they're going to look at the scoreboard for the Spartans and they're going to go, oh, Spartans really struggled against Ancestral that didn't take a game this season. So that must have been a bit of an off match from the Spartans, when it is absolutely anything the opposite. Ancestral may have had a tough run, but they have performed exceptionally here. And I think it's a case that they've risen up to the level that Spartans were at, like, through the tournament. And then the Spartans have had to go further than that to be able to bring us to where we are. And I think Ancestral are matching them with that little bit of evolution. I guess both teams could probably say, why didn't we get this game one of the tournament so we could have ridden off of this momentum through the rest of their schedule? Well, that's how schedules go, so.
And Ancestral did really well in the qualifiers. I mean, they were in the top 4. There was a lot of close teams, but they ended 4-4. They know they're capable of beating these teams. It's just one of those things where sometimes this stuff happens. And you know, it just, yeah, it sucks if you're on the receiving end, but there can be a lot that can be taken away from that. And I really want to see Ancestral stay together, because I wouldn't be surprised if we see them come back and end up in the top 4 in the next HPL. I mean, this team has a ton of talent. The biggest problem is, every team has a ton of talent now, and it's not just about Ancestral having a bad game or a bad week, and it's about all of these teams have come to play. They've all been practicing hard, and consistency is king. We say it all the time, and so a lot of these teams have consistently played well. The ones that have a hiccup here and there find themselves just a little bit lower on the leaderboard. I mean, it's tough when you're in a best of 2 and you've only got 5 days. It's tough. Every single game matters. There's no playoffs. There's no finals championship. It's a point system. So every single game matters. It wasn't Ancestral's HPL, but they've got an opportunity to still get a win on the board. Now on to Skybridge. We're ready for it. One more time. The Spartans taking on Ancestral.
Yeah, and the Ancestral are going to have to ride some form of inspirational chant akin to that, the like of Aragorn at the gates of Mordor. This day they will fight. Sadly for Thanos, he's not going to be allowed to fight for long, as Joe's going to put one of those great util pieces down on top of his head. Geistras has the return. Let's kill onto Chill Dizzle. J4 out of KFC, trying to fight into that deep angle that Joe's playing through E-Box.
Selfish, Vessel, a couple early picks for them as well to keep it a 3v3. Stripey tucked in toward the back of the site as the smoke does plume out here. They're going to look to slowly inch forward. They've got one into VIP already as well. And so looks like they are going to be able to get this plant down. Again, great positioning. So it's tough for the Spartans to cheat forward. Geistras on a quick peek will find Stripey. And now they've got that player advantage.
Interesting conversation in the chat with people talking back and forth as to whether maps are defending sided or attack sided favored. I think it's team dependent. Everybody's opinions are very interesting to me, so I'll keep them coming, folks. Well, let us know who you think is going to take home map number 2 here in the best of 2 head-to-head between Spartans and Ancestral. Spartans have the golden ticket for the time being, with 25 seconds left on the clock, and good kills out of Vessel. Time can only tell, and the final killing blow is going to come from Svedas and Geistras, as I thought the Spartans were just about to make a gap on site to defuse.
Oh, It doesn't surprise me that we see Geistrus opening up with a triple here, and it's good to see him picking up right where he left off in that previous map, because they are going to need Geistrus and all of them here if they want to take this away from Spartans. And Spartans have shown us it doesn't matter if you're up 6-2 at halftime, so you can't get complacent. You have to try to power through. It's nice to see, though, Ancestral getting that first round on the board.
Yeah, I'm going to say if we had what is first half mentality, we would have to cut out half the gameplay. And there are many a scenario where we do argue that the first half does not tell the tale, but where I'm concerned, it's the cushion you put together in that first half. It's how good you are able to execute on whether it should be favoured for you or not. This time around, Ancestral are going to favour themselves with the numbers again. First pick, first blood goes to them. Childizzle down. Geistrus finds Joe.
Kind of interesting. Spartans opted to put 2 on the B site this time, maybe thinking they were going to mix it up a bit, but these early picks, the rotation comes in a bit late for the Spartans. Ancestral will get the plant down here, and the Spartans will have to play from behind once more. 40 seconds on the clock. Take a look at the mini map, though, and look exactly where Selfish has gotten himself to.
Again, shots ringing out over this A site with the bomb planted, and only 20 seconds left on the clock. The Spartans are going to have to try and make their way onto site soon, or they're not going to have any time to really get to the bomb. Stripey picks up the first. J4 goes down. Good shots out of the angle from close sandwich. Lorek swings. Stripey for 2. Geistrus takes out Lorek on site. Stripey takes him out as well. And it's a Spartans round at the end of the chaos. They do manage to come out on top. You can see the big push through sandwich from Lorek. Gives enough space for Stripey to be able to get the double from that.
Back and forth we go. Stripey this time with a triple of his own. So Geistrus still found 2 in that round. It wasn't quite enough, and it's kind of surprising to see because they had full control of that site. They had the numbers as well, and so for Ancestral, those are rounds that they need to close out. They have to close out. You can't allow talented teams like that to take them away from you, and so it does worry me just a little bit. We'll have to see what happens here in round 3.
Still 3 members of the Spartans squad head over towards the B site. You can see Lorek and Childizzle pushing up lane 3. Selfish is there to cover it off. Vessel's pushing up lane 1 too as well, actually. Spartans are playing a very, very hot and cold risky game here. They rolled the dice. The A site is pretty much open for business, but it's all waiting on this flank. Selfish has got so much work to do to make this. The flash over the top could help. Chilled had to wait. Lorek's behind the top. Sightlines are good. Selfish with the last bullet in the mag's going to get it, and he's going to cover off from Childizzle. There's no way he gets the second right. No, just in time, Chilled picks him up.
Big pick back here for Childizzle. Plant hasn't gone down yet. I mean, Ancestral trying to be methodical about this pressure, but there is a double flank potentially on the cards here from the Spartans, and something that Ancestral has to be aware of.
It's so tough for them now. They know they've got 2 in front of them, 2 behind them, and the minute they take the wrong step or they try and move the wrong way and the other one's looking at them, it could cost them 1 or 2 bodies immediately. Vessel and Chill doing an exceptional job of playing deep so that they don't overcommit to it, because the post-plant nade comes through. 2 from Geistrus, 1 Kafenas each.
Is it going to be enough, though? Stripey, a crazy clutch in the previous round on the back of a triple here as well. Begins to cheat forward, spots 1, spray comes out, doesn't hit the mark just yet. Numbers favoring Ancestral, time on the clock favoring Ancestral, but now comes Vessel! The 2K from the flank. It's a double headshot, and all of a sudden the round gets turned around. Stripey will apply some damage to Geistrus, and now it's up to Geistrus to make something happen.
Geistrus on the offense.
He gets around on him.
Yep. You want to talk about him making something happen? He's doing what he can. 14 seconds left. If he gets past Sandwich, he's done. Yep, this is over. If he just keeps kiting, he's going to play top. Ballsy challenge. Oh, he's got enough time to do it, though. Well played. I thought he'd turn too soon. I thought he'd left just enough time to be able to jump to site and get the bomb, but nope. Well played from Geistrus. Ancestral. Oh. It's so close, Hawk.
It's crazy that we got to see the two juggernauts duking it out in that round as well. I mean, Stripey's kind of been that top fragger leading the way along there with Vessel, but coming down to Stripey and Geistress with a big triple in the first round. It was Stripey with the triple to clutch the second round. We see him going head to head. Geistress right now being the glue holding Ancestral together, the gas that fans the flames here. They've got to continue to power forward. They've got a round win above now. They've got that lead to enjoy, but again, they want to pad that just a little bit because we saw how much of a padding they had in map 1, and it wasn't enough, really needing every round they can get here on the attacking side.
Well, the best thing is there's so many people in chat right now that have got just about as much investment in this game as I think both of these two teams do. I can see so many that lively in the chat. It's crazy, man. There are so many people screaming for success for both sides of the squads here. The Ancestral fans have risen out of the scenes. The Spartans fans have been here in full force since the beginning. And that's just before we get into the gameplay. Again, it's not just on point. It is going to take Arthur Spartans' help and stop him planting spot.
And left speechless after that shot as Stripey finds another, make it a triple, and Stripey, the Dolphin says, not today, boys. Big kill, selfish. J4 battling back on the jump over the Vessel. Spots one, spray comes in, not able to get to that device yet, but 30 seconds on the clock. Selfish, a big pick here, and now things will get tougher for the Spartans.
See what you did there. I like that. Vessel and Oilrig together. We don't even get time to switch to see the second kill because they're that much in sync. Oilrig already on the bomb for the defuse, and the Spartans are going to tie it up. Vessel. Is he the Vessel of instigation? He certainly is playing it like right now.
Oof. And again, you felt like, yeah, it was a close round. Initially, you felt like the Spartans had it, but with the kills that Ancestral had and then 20 seconds left on the clock, it just felt like another round as far as being in that post-plant position that as long as you're winning those gun battles, you should be able to close out. But it's just not the case for Ancestral again. They're going to have to look to round 5 to regain the lead once more. The Spartans playing very well from the defensive side and have been able to bounce back so far each time.
Lots of util round number 5 so far. Nobody pushing out too aggressively. Smoke over towards E-Box is going to see Spartan squad covered off from this angle that they've got 3 members poached up towards, so good bit of smoke util from Ancestral. Will access site very early. But that's looking for the close site plant. A little bit of a conversation you can see in Ancestral's head. This post-plant grenade has gone off multiple times, so they're just trying to bait it out. And they do so successfully. 50 on the clock.
Still finds the first one, though. Savetis does go down. They've got that plan already down, though. 4 players still standing. 40 seconds on the clock. Kofinas, a Doherty nade on the Call Me Joe, though. And some of this late utility that we don't often see coming up big now for Ancestral. Love to see him switching up the strategies just a bit. Oilrig rotating around toward KFC. The flank comes in. It's been something that has haunted Ancestral and continues to do so. Oilrig, Vessel combined for 2 more. Kofinas tries to reel it back, but it comes down to Geistress once more.
Meanwhile, on site, the defuse comes through under the pressure of the gunfire. It may have come down to Geistress, but the time was stolen away from him under the cover of the chaos. It actually looked like they had killed the bomb diffuser. I thought that person on the bomb had gone down as well, but what happened was the model that stood in front of the Spartan they put on the bomb played like a Spartan. Front line took the bullet, and the model fell through the bomb diffuser. Poor Ancestral. You just can't call it. You could not write the script for this. The one pick they could get would be crucial to stop the defuse, and then the round goes stale again. But no, it happens to be the guy covering off, and it's a well-played round from the Spartans again.
Look at where they're set up here. Ancestral finally decides to go to B, but Spartans got 3 on this site. You talk about reading the play, but Geistress, the headshots continue to roll in. And speaking of them, Oilrig will find 2. J4 for 1 more. Oilrig and Call Me Joe. Headshots in sweet fashion. It's sweet chin music all the way around for the Spartans, and Kofinas in some trouble now.
They attempted the A site a couple of times, and then they walked into B, and short of Kofinas, the response most definitely Because this is Sparta. Go back whence you came from. Foul beast. 1 versus 2, and the positioning being extremely deep from both of the remaining Spartans leave this one in a tough spot. There we go. Kafenas doing a good job of confirming the bomb is being hard held down scope by Lorek. Not afraid of the challenge. Kafenas is going to push really aggressively into this one. Lorek does step out, and that's going to be the 4th kill for Lorek from the round.
Huge round for Lorek. The quadra you mentioned will jump him up to 8 alongside Stripey here. I like the play from Ancestral, though. I mean, the fact that he's willing to go there and challenge, you know that, yeah, you've got 50 seconds, but it goes by really quickly. So he tries to isolate that one. He does a good job of it, but Lorek on the P90, just a little too much.
Big round from Lorek, you're absolutely right. 4-2, the Spartans start to take a little bit of momentum in their favor as well. Big pick from Chill Dizzle as the cross from lane 1 to lane 2 sees him nailing the headshot of J4 mid-jump.
I mean, Lorek really coming alive in these last couple rounds. Now up to 9, he finds a big pick there. Geistrus doing Geistrus things, finding this shot from VIP, and now we'll see those smokes begin to rain down. Looking to close off some of these lanes, allowing them to look to pressure on the site and find this plant. They still find themselves at a player disadvantage, and so far, these retakes from the Spartans have been almost perfect.
Good nade out of Stripe. He's got Svedas. Pause for a second as the cross from jungle all the way to graffiti is a little risky from Chill, but he gets over in time. Selfish is going to use the space to take out Vessel that was holding deep from jungle. Won't be surprised to see the B player rotate up. There's Lorek to hold up. Chill caught on the back end of the utility. He's going to be found by Selfish as well. Suddenly Ancestral are back in this one. 2 versus 2. Stripey the Dolphin.
Geistrus from the other side, though, finding Lorek, and they were close. Selfish and him teetering on disaster. Geistrus will put some shots into Stripey. Selfish will step forward and finish it, and Ancestral will make sure to keep it close here.
Almost a mental reset from the Ancestral squad. In between round 6 and round 7, you saw a much more disciplined execution towards the back half of the round there from them. I mean, like you said, Geistrus has stepped all the way from downtown. Definitely pitched the tides in the favor of Ancestral, but some big work from Selfish to get him there. A good team combination. They are still around down. Would be a real good feel to close out the first half on the attacking side with an even scoreline 4-4.
Oh, call me Joe. He says Geistrus has been playing from VIP almost every round. Makes the adjustment, tosses an 8 in, and finds himself a little treat. Preemptive of Halloween coming up here soon, but Spartans, they got that round lead. Now they got the player advantage here as well, and now Chill Dizzle finding J4. Ancestral needing a round to tie it up, but it's going to get tough here as the cards are stacked against them a bit.
They choose to push the advantage now. Ancestral do have a 3 versus 2 on this A site, and I think that Spartans will probably give them sight for that exact reason. Kafenas is running inside of VIP, though. Does he get Stripe? He does! 3v3. Bomb planted. Ancestral doing some good work. Caught on the retreat as Call Me Joe finds Selfish. He's creeping. He's lurking. Svedas is not going to give him his body for free.
No flank coming in this time that Ancestral will have to deal with. Smoke toward VIP, though. Going to force Kafenas to rotate around toward lane side. Time ticking away. No pressure yet from the Spartans inward, though. Now Svet is finding the first one on the Call Me Joe. Could be huge. Gets a second as well. Chill Dizzle has found one, but there's no rounds in the mag. He has to dip back. Plenty of time to reload, and now we can play that game of cat and mouse. This all comes down to Chill Dizzle. Svet is doing exactly what they need to do to ensure the round win.
Yeah, back and forth. Svedas is going to give him the friendship flag. There you go. That is that iconic middle finger. He says, screw you, sir. I don't need to engage in that fight. The time is played well. Ancestral do close out their final attacking round with a success, and we have a tied scoreboard at the half. 4-4.
Big question is, what does Ancestral have from the attacking side here on Skybridge and or from the defensive side, excuse me. So the first half or that first map, you know, we saw them kind of leading toward there at halftime. It was a 6-2 half. Spartans battled back. Now we're swapping sides yet again, and they don't really have a cushion to work with this time.
Neither of these two teams will be soft-spined. No cushion required. I think they'll be pretty good with this one. Crash test dummies. Considered at this point, both of them very seasoned veterans of the scene. Maybe some newer faces in the Spartans lineup. Oilrig, Childismal Vessel, maybe a little bit more fresher to the scene than the rest, but holding their own. Give or take that one from Chill. Unfortunate, Geistrus is on an absolute tear, so you can forgive him that as he blasts his way out of bench.
Patience here from the Spartans. Smokes in line. Call me Joe. Some pre-fire action as well, but no real damage done just yet. We can see Svetis a little off the top, but Geistrus will pressure forward. Fearless. And finding this headshot on the stripe, who's been big. Vessel almost taking out a teammate there. Geistrus will make him pay for it. Call me Joe. Lorek, the last two left standing here, as Svetis will chop one of them down.
Two from Joe, and 3 left on the table. Has he got the 5-piece in him? Not while Svetis is holding the low angle. 5-4. An Ancestral pull into the lead. Defending side favored, Matt?
I don't know. Chat will let you know, though.
Oh, they've been having some real opinions on that today. It's been good to watch, honestly. It's been good to keep up with chat today. They've been cooking.
Honestly, I love the difference of opinions. I think it just goes to show you that it can be kind of depending on the team, the weapons, the strategies that you run. But it's good to see Ancestral getting out on the board here. They're looking to break this curse, but they've got to get 4 more rounds if they want to do so.
Yeah, the Spartans maybe looking to some of the younger members to try and instill a little bit of inspiration. It's Childizzle that picks up J4. We're on board with Lorek, but we're simply riding in the sidecar to the actual action on scene as he puts down some oppressive fire. Stripey for a fat 2-piece on the flank is going to find a double pick from the hole as well. They're dropping like flies. Selfish and Svedas 1 or 2 apiece is going to level it a little bit more, but it's still numbered favored for the Spartans. The only hesitation, that bomb looks a little orcs.
Yeah, I think that's the only tough thing. And the only thing that Ancestral can really favor right now, given the fact that they are down a player. They hear it. Lorek pushing up the lane here, though. They are prepared. Sveta Selfish looking to take this one together here. That device will get scooped up as well. I haven't heard it go down just yet, though. On the other side of Svetis, one spot comes in. Shots ring out. Selfish ready here for the pressure forward. Svetis fighting Lorek, but it's Vessel to answer back, and Selfish does go down. You felt like they needed that one, and now with so much time on the clock, it does appear that the Spartans may be rotating away.
And the interesting question is, how quickly does Svetas respond to this? He'll have heard the metal steps all the way down. Okay, he chooses to let them plant. This is actually probably wiser from Svedas, as if you rush to challenge that A site, you most likely get picked off on the rotation. So he's going to give himself space enough to be able to get behind Bilbo. If he's quick enough. Okay, now he's in for a chance. It's 1 versus 2. Half a self left on the bar, and 40 seconds to do so, but he's done as much as he possibly could to try.
Now he's going to have to deal with a little game of cat and mouse himself. Vessel will step forward, and the shot comes in with ease, and the Spartans will make sure to tie it up yet again. 5-5, they continue the game of tug-of-war, and back and forth we go.
Slightly closer in this map, I think, than the first. Purely on the scoreline. But that means I'm almost more inclined to think we see a second overtime. Just waiting for one of these two teams to really take that extra further step forward on the gas. You kind of sense it in the air that it's setting up for something special to happen. 2 inside of the hole. See Spartans play a really reserved push out onto the A site, and that works out.
That's tough. We see Svetis trying to get aggressive there, but unfortunately not able to quite hit that shot. The jump over Geistrus will drop the device. The call will come out as well, and now they know that device is down toward KFC. Kofinas Looking to drop some bodies with that Ash 12. Geistress will spot one. Free Fire doesn't quite connect. The repeat comes in, and it's Stripey and Chill that combine for two.
Going to be down onto site with the bomb. Loric's going to get that one down and planted. J4 not really in a position to think about contesting and challenging it, honestly. Gets the first, that's good shots. Tries for one through the box, going to push the smoke. The audio's going to give him away for Striper, who's nicely positioned up on the side box to be able to take him out. Spartans again are going to claim another one. A thumbs down from Stripey. The Spartans move to 6 and 5.
Gotta wonder if Exaltation is here waiting and watching patiently as well. We talked about it. They got their job done to get into 4th place, but that would be taken away from them here with a 2-0 Spartans victory as well. And it would kind of be on the shoulders of Arktic to make something happen in their tough matchup a little bit later against Pandaric. So Crack mentioned it earlier in this one. There's a lot of different things, a lot of different ways that this one could play out. And we've seen a couple of them in front of us here, but Spartans needing to close this one out now if they want to get the job done.
I've heard of a generational round, but a donational round. That's wild comms in the chat. Shots out from J4 over E-Box. They're going to bait us into thinking that that's his name in the kill feed. It's not. It's good old Geistress again. Opening up with the first blood for his squad at a 15-8 scoreline. Yet again, this man, he likes his 15 kills when he knocks on the doorbells. Vessel going to be picking him up. And that, honestly, that's the shutdown you're looking from the Spartans. Now Loric sent on a bit of a hunt. Svedas going to take his head off.
Are they aware Kofinas is so close, though? They're so worried about this other flank above. Svedas finding that pick on the Lorak that Kofinas is here, and he's going to hear this audio cue as well above him as they begin to pressure toward the A site. The call will come in. J4 tucked in very close here as well, but they're going to try the pincer play. Nobody's holding this lane for him as well. It could get dangerous. What?
Inside, outside, and it's not going to be anything to speak of. The round is fully done and over, spoken for by the barrels of the Ancestral squad. Couple of kills at the end to finish it off. Svedas, Selfish. They're both putting in the work when it comes to clutching up in these tense situations that are sort of mid to deep in the round, but you're looking to Ancestral's real guiding light at the moment. It's Geistress, the first form of contact. If he's able to get more than one, these Ancestral rounds are looking real close. If he gets one, and it's in a good position, they're even able to leverage it too. It's falling on the shoulders of Vessel to shut him down, and then it's falling on the shoulders of Ancestral to shut Vessel down to stop it going the other way.
It's a little game of chess going on out here. And Selfish, I mean, pressing through those smokes, finding those kills was crazy, but now we're back to some of that util action from the Spartans. Chill Dizzle, opening pick with that nade onto Kofinas. Could make their job a little bit easier here in round number 13. We'll see if things slow down and some more utility will begin to rain down. Most likely that pressure to come behind. That nade comes ranging very close. It scared Vessel, but I think it was just the smoke that was coming in.
Ancestral is slowly trying to take space towards that A site. Look for a second, like 3 of them were setting up to push onto site through E-Box where the smokes have gone out. Obviously, post-plant smokes from the defending side not going to come until a little bit later on, but the plant smoke, E-Box, and headshot goes out, and instead of challenging it, Ancestral are going to give them the plant. Let's look at number 3 and Chill Dizzle. Where is he going? Spartans Chill coming up a jungle. Number 8 is not watching where he's needing to. Chill's going to find 1-2, striping for the third. It's a big flank out of Chill.
Vessel will find the final one, but again, almost everybody in double digits kills there. We got 3 members that are in double digits. Lorak 1 away, and Call Me Joe not too far behind, but similar things could be said about Ancestral. I mean, these rounds have been very close, and we see them only down by 1. The Spartans do regain the lead here, though, and for Ancestral, you feel like they've got to answer back here. They've got to get it tied up. They've got to try to power back, because I feel like if the Spartans do get to match point with 2 additional opportunities, this is a team that's been able to close it out when it matters. We saw it in overtime previously, and so I really feel like Ancestral needs to try to reel this round back now.
Yeah, it's going to be call from Chill Dizzle there that he got to run just straight through the B site. Obviously, Ancestral are, we know, playing 2 towards that B site from the minimap, but with that kind of pressure, Spartans are going to look to try and bring the bomb this way. I understand the logic, but that's going to force Ancestral to maybe reinforce those defenses and put a couple of people there as well. We see a 3 versus 4 from the long fight out of the Spartans attacking side. The 4 members are going to move down. A little bit of covering fire from the later members as they try and drop off, as this ramp position gets instantly nailed by Joe. Stripey has Kafenas, and the Spartans are in.
Uh-oh. And it's just going to get tougher here now. 3 members down, Ancestral in a 5v2. Svetis tries to reel it back, though. Able to find Lorek here, pressing forward. The device does get planted with some distance, with some space here. And now Ancestral, no util left in hand, at least for these 2 remaining members. And for Spartans, I mean, they can just kind of play back, play the audio cues, and work together here.
Inside, outside, the double swing. Geistress gets one. It's not going to go down, though. Svedas is trying to tuck under the signs of the chaos. He gets killed. You thought it was about to come through. I actually had figured for a second that bomb was not quite placed far enough out, but as you see from the end camera there, as we stay on board with one of the remaining Spartans, that bomb is placed perfectly. Right on the edge of the line, just far enough out from the box that the dome of your head will always be peeking out if you are stood in blue. So, good plant placement from Spartans secures them a round that was starting to get really messy there.
I mean, Geistress had a couple of really nasty kills baited in by that defusal, but again, we talk about it. Numbers can be a difficult thing to overcome when the cards are stacked against you. Spartans do a great job of making sure they close out those important rounds that we talked about. One more is all they need. They've given themselves a couple opportunities to do so, but Selfish, feeling selfish, he steps out and takes the head of Lorek. Geistress will find Stripey, and Ancestral not ready to go silently into the night.
Yeah, here's the rudimental Ancestral. How very dare you round where each of the Spartans just get knocked down one by audacious aggressive swings out of Ancestral members that are seething for revenge. That grenade onto sight from Call Me Joe's going to do a good job of deflating J4's thoughts and hopes for this one.
Still got the player advantage to work with. Geistress towards the back here as well. Some util will rain down. We can see the device immediately being dropped, though. It's Call Me Joe to go down to Geistress. And Geistress has spotted this device here as well. They've got control of the lanes, and they just have to play smart. They're buying up some time, and take a look at the mini-map. Here comes Kofinas on a flank.
Oh man, Chill's going to get done by his own medicine. Oh, the dash 12, the one thing that nearly does him dirty is the range. He does manage to recover, but that's an Ash 12 feels right there. Now Vessel. Not too much pressure on his shoulders. He has got a couple of rounds to be able to play with, so he's going to try and fight his way out of this one. Walks into the crosshair of Geistress. And Ancestral pulls back to 8 and 7. Spartans will have one more round before overtime to try and close this one out.
I mean, this is a reverse mirror of what we previously had, where Ancestral got to match point first. It was the Spartans that battled back and then won in overtime. So Ancestral, an opportunity to give the Spartans a taste of their own medicine. It starts with what could be the final round, though, here. Round number 16, a must-win round for Ancestral if they want to keep the hopes and dreams alive.
If you're like me, folks, then your heart and your lungs are being held out in your hands in front of you because they've come out of the throat a while ago. Oh boy. On the edge of a knife. Eyes on J4. Big aggressive flank coming in. Lorek looks like he's been named to respect it. When does he choose to strike? When does J4 choose his timing? And how long does Stripey and the Spartans respect it for? It's not even Stripey that's sat holding it, actually. They've given it to Lorek this time to go and cover that off.
Spartans have made their way onto the site, though. Beginning to get that device planted here as well. That minute will drop down to 50 seconds on the clock. All 10 members still standing here as well. And now we're going to see J4 begin to pressure forward, but it can be difficult flanking with this marksman class. Lorek because there's so many members still standing for Spartans, is comfortable just sitting right here on the escalator. The peak is perfect. Lorek will find it. J4 goes down, and time ticking away for Ancestral.
Joe, call me Joe for the big three-piece, and at the moment where it might just be exactly what they need to get out of this one, they have the big captain stands big and strong for a triple kill. The final kill comes through, and the MVP in the last round is the captain leading the Spartans to success. A 2-0 victory over Ancestral, and a 17 kills with 13 headshots MVP from Stripey is just the cherry on the cake. A 9-7 final result, and oh man, Ancestral, you've got to give them the due. They really tried, and I can't help but hurt feeling the one silver lining is at least they speed ran the first ever team to not take a map in HPL.
Yeah, it's a bit brutal, but I mean, they put on a hell of a performance today. This was a really fun series to watch. It didn't go their way, but we had an overtime 11-9. We had one on the cusp here at an overtime at 9-7. So we tip our hats to Ancestral. They put on a great show for us. This was a really fun series to watch and cast. Unfortunately, they do fall a little bit short here in HPL 5. Your winners of this series, the Spartans, as they close this one out 9-7.
Oh, 7. That's all I've got to say. I give absolute credit to Ancestral, okay? We have seen them go through the toughest season I think arguably any team has gone through in the entirety of the history of HPL EU. And they did not stop giving their all down to the last round of the last game. Even when going into this last best of 2, it meant nothing other than just good competitive gameplay. Thank you, Ancestral, for turning up and delivering cinema nonetheless. Thank you for pushing the Spartans to the limits they were required to go to be able to take home that victory. And we salute you for sticking to your guns all the way to the end of the tournament. Thank you very much.
Well, Exaltation, they got their job done, but guess what? So did the Spartans. They'll put 3 big points on the board. They'll knock Exaltation out of that ACS spot. They'll steal it away momentarily with 9 points. And now everything is going to rest in the hands of Arktic. For Pandaric, they've solidified that 3rd place spot, but Arktic fighting for that 4th place spot. So far, the teams that we said needed to get the job done have got it done. It's all up to Arktic. And, you know, I mean, it's nice to have the ability to have the pen and paper in your own hand. You get a chance to write your own story into the history books here, but it is not going to be an easy task when you're taking on the likes of Pandaric.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how this works. If you think about it, even going to overtime in both games, round difference is a minimum of 2. Arktic have to win twice to get to 9 points to tie with the Spartans, at which point it would put them at a better round difference, regardless of how that 2-0 went down. So even in overtime, so much as little as a 2-round difference for both overtime matches, going 2-0 to Arktic will secure them that 4th place spot in round difference over the Spartans, with them only being 1 round difference short of them at this moment in time. That is if they 2-0. What it does do is simplify the equation a little bit for us. There's none of this, if they draw this, that, and round difference, it's just straight up. Spartans have done everything they can possibly do to secure this spot. GG's and a well played to the Spartans. Now they have to sit on the couch, gripping the edge of those armrests, hoping that Arktic cannot 2-0 Pandaric.
That's going to be tough. Again, you know, I don't know what Pandaric squad is showing up today. You know, they had to play without Rapid yesterday, and that's the first time that we saw them take any losses throughout these both of these weekends. So what team do we see showing up for Pandaric? Is Arktic able to exploit and take advantage of that? Because, you know, even if they are missing a star player, that roster is littered with star players. So it's still not going to be an easy task. So those are the first things I'm looking for. Do we have that full squad of the Pandaric roster? And then what team shows up for Arctic today? We've seen them upset some big teams, but we also seen them fall a little bit short at times. And so it's been a little bit of a hit or miss. This is a newer team, though. We saw them play in SPL, now into HPL. We've seen so many teams continuously get better. I'd love to see them in ACS, but man, do they have a tough job here today.
Yes, and I agree with your comments about what we've got in regards to the Pandaric squad. Obviously, there's very few players in the world, I think, that would suggest that they could fill a player's shoes like Rapid, for example, from yesterday. The one thing that I didn't want to let go to the side is that I actually think that Hippo has been one of the better performing members. We'll try that one again. Hippo has been one of the better performing members of the Pandaric squad as the substitute off the bench, even though he has been replacing Rapid. Are we going to equate him directly to Rapid as a comparison? Maybe. But I don't think he's the reason why the team has not been successful overall in the games. I don't think that sub has caused the struggles that Pandaric have had. I think they've had some good opposition in a couple of the teams that they've played against, and it's been a case of being outclassed as a whole rather than one individual member. I mean, we talk about small percentages at this level of competition making the biggest of difference. So the point you make is hypercritical, and it is very relevant in today's matchup. I'm just not sure that it's the overlying issue, I guess. I think Pandaric 4-0 first weekend. You can't argue with that, can you? You'd say it's a job well done. Yesterday's matches, I mean, were we really arguing a 2-0 for both? It's tough teams.
It's tough teams, but teams that have dropped games to teams that were a little bit lower on that totem pole. I mean, you saw Oilrig lose a game to Spartans in the opening week. We saw Arktic take a game away from Mercenary as well. And so you think that, yeah, they certainly are capable of 2-0ing those teams. And so, you know, you wonder maybe what did happen. Again, it's nothing against Simpo. Incredibly talented individual, incredibly talented player. But when you're used to playing with the same 5 players and you're having a lot of success and all of a sudden things just change a little bit, it's just one extra thing that you have to deal with in a game. And when it happens to be against the 2 tougher teams, it's just one of those unfortunate events that does happen. But, you know, for Pandaric, they no doubt in my mind they're able to bounce back. They've shown middle fortitude for many seasons now. The tough thing for them is third place, second place, it's continuously haunted them. And you take a look at the scoreboard there, for them, it's not going to change. So they can really just go out here and have fun with it.
I don't know if I'm ready for this. I'm going to be honest with you. The first 2 matches have been very good. This one is set up to be even better. And the final match of the day, I mean, I've not stopped thinking about where that final match of the day is going to take us since the beginning of the tournament, and kind of roughly knowing that those 2 teams are going to go up against each other at some point. But given the results and the impact on the actual standings for how every match has lined up today, it's just enthused me even more. So let's take a moment to just chill out and have a look through the highlights as we get ourselves hyped up, amped up, and locked back in for the next best of 2. Colby Joe, doing Joe things to start us off. A little grenade, nice and easy. A token gesture of appreciation. Unfortunately, the only thing it appreciates is the floor for the member catching it, and that is concrete. Some good shots back and forth. The flank from heaven for both teams. A very vital playing point on Skybridge here. Both Ancestral and Spartans at each time making good use of that rotation.
A lot of great utility here, both from Call Me Joe and Stripey as well. And honestly, Call Me Joe had a phenomenal game. A little bit of a tough start for Call Me Joe, but we saw a lot of big clutches near the end, some doubles, some triples. We see this double here from Lorek as well. And these P90s, I mean, again, P90, P90, P90. They've been successful. A lot of teams have been using them well as they're meant to be. And again, we talked about the mag difference. We've seen it play out in favor of those P90s. So doesn't surprise me we see a lot of them again here today, but this was a close one. I mean, Ancestral, despite losing that first map and now being down here by 2, they battle back to tie it up at halftime as well.
This is good. This is a really good 2-piece here from Joe. He's left with too much left to do in that round in particular, but that is just a mere example of how well the captain was performing for the Spartans throughout this map. Again, you're going to look at Vessel and Stripey in various shades and fits and bursts of greatness. This is what the Spartans team does so well. It has 5 champions fighting on the squad, all of which have that potential. It just requires one good leading man to be able to pull them all together and make it all work. Today, it was exactly that. You see the bomb we were talking about, the plant positioning, the crown of the head just peeking out from the box is enough to secure the round here, and that really did set the bell ready to toll. And I mean, big man, big stepper, 3-piece on the E-box. What a way to close it out.
Yeah, again, Spartans getting it done. I mean, this is why we talked about these 4 teams that were all very, very close and all these different exciting outcomes. We saw Exaltation, but now it's the Spartans, and now it comes down to Arktic. So it continues to get more and more exciting. And then we think about that final matchup of the day. We've got 2 more exciting ones here for you guys. Of course, Pandaric, Arktic in a few moments, wrapped up by Oilrig in Mercenary. But as always, we need to take that short break to get these players set and ready. So one more time, you can stretch those legs. But again, don't go too far. When we come back, we got the Pandas taking on Arktic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have made our way through the first half of the day, but maybe not the first half of the entirety of the time we're going to be sat here watching the matches because of the way that everything has been going today. Overtime seems to be our new best friend, Mr. Hort.
You know, it follows me everywhere I go. I feel like it doesn't matter what title I'm casting. My buddy always says instead of hot sauce, we spell it with an OT. It's HOT sauce because I'm always in overtime, and so it doesn't surprise me. But I'm here for it. I love the fact that we've seen so many teams grow so exponentially over the last couple seasons, and now we have so many different teams duking it out. It's only a matter of time before we see a lot of these teams begin to shift in that top three. I feel like as well. I mean, we've seen a mix up in those last couple where teams have dominated for so long, and that's been changed up a bit as well. So certainly looking forward to it. But Pandaric, Arktic, ready to go head to head. What kind of roster do we have here for Pandaric? We know that starting lineup is generally Walker, Blitzer Girl, Duxies, Codex, and Rapid. But is Rapid going to be back in action yet today?
As far as I'm aware, Rapid is also unavailable for today's games. He's away traveling, and Hippo will be taking his place for today as well. So, as you mentioned, that lineup will be exactly as listed on screen, minus Rapid, replaced by Hippo. So Walker, Blitzer Girl, Hippo, Codex, and Duxis taking on the Arctic squad. Kazbu, Luda Baby, TODS, Lolo FPS, and Not a Clown on that starting five there. But again, we've seen strength from both of these teams. We've seen stumbles from both of these teams as they go head to head today. It is a chance for Arctic to prove that not only do they mean business and mean to be here for the long term, long run, but also that they mean to make an absolute statement on their first season in HPL by trying to qualify for the Arena Cup series. And if they're going to prove that they are of a stature to be able to do so, then they're going to have to take down a team that has made it to the Arena Cup series every single time.
Well, I'll certainly be looking at some of the new drip from the Battle Pass as well. I know TOD has tagged me the other day and said, hey, I got the hot sauce mustache on, so +5 charisma. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this drip and making sure they're rocking that mustache out here today. But before we get into all of that, let's take a quick look at the map bans and picks and see exactly where we'll be at today. And if you guessed Fort and Sky, well, you might have guessed right. It's been the theme of the day. Iceberg, no iceberg for our friend Cracked, even though they're pandas. They're not polar bears. They don't want to go over there. Bull has been banned away. Guess what? As many times as Iceberg has at the start of the day. So no surprise there. First one to kick us off, though, the Pandas taking on Fort.
It's not a surprise to me that Iceberg has been banned, given the fact that I've been given some extra knowledge and information going into this about the map picks, thanks to a couple of teams that have spoken to us regarding how the feel of the game has been as a whole. I know that Mercenary have been considered to be an exceptionally strong team on Iceberg, as has Arctic, which would explain why there's been a fair few amounts of target bans of Iceberg that have been placed towards them in their map picks and ban selections across the board. I think maybe a couple of the other stronger dominant teams have also been a little bit feared of the new map, as a lot of the newer teams like to maybe choose that as being one of the variables to throw at these old standing experienced squads to try and throw them off the game. So no surprise to me that the resounding experienced squad in the Pandaric team here is the one to say no to Iceberg, nor am I surprised that Ball is gone again. It's another one, I think now that probably hits the most banned map across the tournament, even with today's maps, alongside of Iceberg. And then Fort and Skybridge, again, we are not surprised either to be going back to these two places of scenery, as that seems to be what we have in check for the majority of our day. Maybe the Mercenaries, but maybe Oilrig at the end of the day can mix that one up with us. But for today, we're going to go back to Old Familiar. Now, favorite team for each of these two in the environment? I don't know. Arctic like Fort, Pandaric like Fort. I thought Pandaric liked Skybridge until I saw them get pretty well cooked on Skybridge yesterday, twice over. So I'm a little less favoured for the Pandaric Skybridge now, and I think Arctic maybe have lent into that as to why they picked it. So honestly, I see another 1-1. Arctic need a 2-0, but if I'm going to throw a Predo out there, I think the prediction that we're getting is going to be one of each of their own map picks for themselves. If we get any form of contest I think that Pandaric might be put through their paces on 4, and if they are shook early, there's a chance of the 2-0. In a full swap around, I'm also being made aware that Rapid is actually here today. Is that correct? I'm seeing. Let's just make sure we get that right for chat, because that is a big part of the game. Yes, Rapid is here and Rapid is playing today, so no Hippo. Sorry, chat. Apologies, I'm wrong again for the second time today. Allow me to correct that one too. The full lineup will be Walker, Blitzer Girl, Codex, Rapid, and my brain cells. I give up today. Honestly,
Duxies?
I give up today. And Duxis, yes, thank you, Dux6. I keep seeing the number 6 in my head because he's been changed. Folks, for those of you at home that are not so familiar with the names, Duxis has been one of those names that's not been pronounced particularly well by many a people across many a different times. So he has given us full permission to nickname him Ducky. He's quite a fan, apparently. It's something that's come alongside playing alongside the Pandaric roster. So we're going to stick with Ducky for today, just to make it a little bit easier for everyone.
Well, into Fort we go. I thought, maybe Ark could, if they could steal away Fort, they could very well get it 2-0. But the fact that Rapid's back in battle here as well is going to make this map exponentially harder for them. Luda, though, opening up on the Codex, and Luda, baby, kicking off first with a P90. Not a clown will put Rapid down, and Ark firing all cylinders in the opening moments, but it's so early in this one.
Pace grinds to a halt for a second. Bomb makes a slow approach from Rampage. Luda's going to fire a couple of shots off with pressure. Duxis joining in the noise game. Walker's going to be the one to actually put the bullets down into the model. Slow creeping Bran on the field for the Arctic squad, stepping up today.
Oh, he catches him with his stim in hand. Ducky filing a big one here. Kazbu does go down. They reel it back to a 3v3. They've made their way onto site here as well. Walker, P90 in hand. That device beginning to go down here. Bran checking toward cannon side. Not a clown will drop down as well, and they'll look to close in now toward the site.
Back-to-back Duxix and Blitzer Girl inside of this little corridor are well held to the crossfire. Bran works his way around. Blitzer's going to pay her time patiently. Really well played out of Blitzer Girl to be able to work that into the larger magazine. Shots from the backside as Kagoon finds an angle. Duxis takes out not a clown. And Kagoon is left last alive. 1 versus 2. Walker on site. Goes down. 20 on the clock. Does he know where Blitz is? Well, she's too far gone. He's going to stick. This is free. Oh, he gets off.
Kagune had it, and now there's no time. It doesn't matter what happens. Kagune could have stuck it. Unfortunately, does not. Blitzer Girl, a big round just off of the audio.
I'm shocked. I thought he had that full stuck. He even went past the timer in my head where you would like tap, delayed tap to get off to pull a rotation. He went past that countdown in my head, the mini clock I'm sort of tracking each of the movements by, and he still got off. You give it to Pandaric. The movement made the difference. The pressure, just the footstep audio was enough to stop the defuse, and it's all said and done after that. The time is gone. They bit the util out. I'm not going to find any home either. It looks like that grenade up towards top mids, looking for somebody playing a very reserved position. We see that they've got 2 up further forward. Ludovic is going to use that P90 to his advantage. Codex going to be the first to go down. Duels back and forth as Rapid looking to try and just alleviate a little bit of that pressure that's been put from the first kill. Good shots out of Bran. Blitz goes down. Walker's still looking for something inside a bedroom here, but Bran's going to sneak out of the way just in time. Walker doesn't even get a whiff of the model. Corner side. Jewel goes. Bran wins it out. Shots from the top as Rapid's about to drop off the top rope. Kazbu's going to pick up a kill onto Duxix. You've got to feel rough for Rapid at this point. The bomb's down in a nightmare scenario. He's got too many members to have to deal with, and with 3 left alive, Arktic are going to take the second round. And they're going to put the scoreline to a 1-1 tied playing field. A good round out of Kagoon. 3 kills, 0 deaths so far. And a tied scoreboard. Round number 3. Which way are we going to go? The announcer is going to count as an out of spawn as both squads start to make their way towards the line of scrimmage and set up for round number 3. We're on board with the Pandaric squad. The body of this attack is going to thunder its way towards the A site. Lobby pressure goes in. The lobby nade doesn't claim one. Casboo's going to blast Rapid back to where he came from. TRG doing work. Over the top, the grenade drops off as the headshot nade, not quite finding the target it was looking for, doesn't quite make it over into the boxes. See a smoke over towards the B side, but we know the action is happening towards A. Kagoon holding this reserve negative side on the left, just to try and fight K1. The util comes out as they cross. No information gained as of yet. Casboo's here again for the second. The silence separated by the sound of this Balti.
To see that Balti back in action here on Fort. 2 early picks for Ark as well, as they try to reel it back here in round number 3. Blitzer Grill, Walker, Codex still shifting forward toward the A site. Smokes in line here as well, and that'll allow Walker to shift on. The device is going to go down. No late nades held as well, and Codex finding Kagune as they look to battle back.
Balti goes again. 3 versus 4. Not a clown finds Blitz. 28 on the clock and 4. Well, never mind. Okay, I was about to talk about something and then it was shut off immediately. Bran and Casboo together come clapping back onto site. Full retake completed and a 3-piece for the captain and Casboo. Arktic take the lead 2-1 question mark?
Casboo on this Kaz boomstick, baby. The big rifle, the one-hitter quitter. Cabana there. I mean, they get those last 2 kills in quick succession. And it's great to see from Ark, especially on a map pick that is the Pandas, a map that they've historically played very, very well on. But we have to remember it's only round 3. And with the way that these games have gone today, anything can happen. But it's good to see Ark coming out firing on all cylinders early.
Again, the utility comes out towards that position that tucks up on site between K1 and K2. Slower round out of Pandaric, and the same from the Arctic front line, although with the setup, you know Pandaric are just going to look to leverage picks like that. Blitzer Girl taking out the big man, making the big plays in the previous round. It's a better start.
Rapid goes down again. Nice pick here from Bran Walker. And crew still trying to shift on toward the A site here. We can see the smokes again in way. No leftover nades in hand. And Codex again finding Kagune here. We see this rotation coming in. It's a big flank play from Ark as well. They've sent 2 this direction, but man, they are all pretty far from the site.
That short pick is not there. Not a cloud looking for somebody that's not going to exist. Brando's managed to find 1-2 of Bran. Blitzer Girl finds Luda Baby. The rotation in through the lobby. Just slightly out of time. Bran for a 3rd. That's a big kill. And a 1 versus 1 with Walker could just end it out. Walker's going to take the kill onto Bran and earn himself a 1v1 of his own on site. Not a clown versus Walker. 6 seconds left on the clock. So the bomb is done and spoken for, but we'll stay on board for the battle. It does go the way of not a clown, but the round goes the way of Pandaric.
Walker successfully gets the plant, able to hang on long enough to ensure that dub there as well. And once again, we find ourselves tied up 2-2. Bran Not typically on that starting roster. I think stepping in for Lolo here today, but hasn't missed a beat. I mean, Brand continues to be a dominating force, one of the best from the bench to step up and do it, I feel like, and certainly a shining star here at 7-2.
Completely agree with you on that one. You can see a very Pandaric-esque round if your eyes are glued to the minimap. Look at our number 5 and number 4 players in Walker and Codex on the bomb. This is full stealth mode. It's throwing some breadcrumbs out to the Seagulls whilst the rest of the team play the match over towards the A site. You can see that Kagune and Kazbu are 2 members left responsible for holding that site. We get a nice little cinematic panoramic view of the 2 guys and their new drip. I thought it wasn't cool to wear the same outfit. Look, these guys both dressed up in the same skeleton shirt.
They're going to lie and say they didn't plan it either, but we know the truth. Rapid finding the kill here. Ducky will get Bran as well. Codex to pick up on Ludi, not a clown, puts Blitzer Girl down and tries to fight back, but in a 1v4 against a team like the Pandas, it's going to be tough to find this clutch as well, and they're all around him at this point.
You're almost given a chance for Not a Clown to find the bomb as it passed up on the ramp. He does pick up on the kill and connector as it steps out. Rapid's quick steps going to give space for Duck6 to be able to peek on the left-hand side. Big round from the Pandaric squad and orchestrated. We know how that one works. We've seen this one before. It's a very solid round, and it's one that they do rely on throwing in just once in a while. Not every game either. This is a fits and bursts. It's like a little special main course dish that they put on, I guess, seasonally. They don't want to overuse a round like that, the Pandaric, because they'll get red too quickly, but when it does come out, you love to see it.
I heard Walker stole that strat from Cracked and the Outcast, actually.
Lies. Allegedly.
Well, Panda's enjoying the lead momentarily. It has been back and forth so far, but it will be up to Ark now to make it happen. Codex on the MP7, an early dome shot on Deluda, baby, who does fall here. Smokes in play again, and the Pandas now pressing onto this B site with a fierceness. First the A, now the B. They've done a great job of mixing it up. Rapid will find Bran and Panda looking to get up to 4.
Device planted. 45. Rapid gets under a little bit of heat. There's one above him, one to his right. There's the space. Kagune trying to fight it off. There's the first. Rapid! He's just so darn good. And he's in for the third. It's not the kill feed that's named by Rapid, but his swing looks just as good for it. What a double.
Full house for Rapid combined with Codex there as they get 3 and 2 apiece. Rapid a slow start. Had a little time off yesterday. Opened up at 1 and 4, and now sitting at 5 and 4 has found his stride right back into the swing of things here as if he hadn't missed a beat too much, and Panda will be enjoying a double up on that lead. 4-2, guarantee themselves a minimum of a tied half, and now we'll be looking for some extra rounds to stack on the board here in the first half. Rapid trying to find this one from below here. Up in toward Colt. We can see him being patient at the moment. The jump shot, but it doesn't connect. It's not a clown who's clowning around this time. But look at the pressure from Cannon. They've gotten all the way behind him here, and it's going to be Luda that has to deal with it.
Yeah, big flanks, big flanks. Codex is going to put some work in with that MP7. Brand going to be able to take one back. 1-for-1 trades as Kagune on the wide flank. We see T-Dux. It's not got. He's gone up in time. He's going to go down. Now we find ourselves very, very heavily set in the eyes for Arctic. This bomb is trapped. This is a nightmare. In the words of Walker, oh brother. That's a very dead Not a Clown though. Blitzergirl has done Blitzergirl things and being able to be the ghost in the night and work her way into the back lines. That's the first pick. Somehow Walker has been released from his prison.
That was dangerously close there as well. Blitzergirl putting some good shots downfield. Walker will shift back a bit here with device in hand. Blitzergirl will try to link up as well, and so they can look to work together. Ark has kind of shifted off the site a little bit. They're pretty spread out as well, and It does give an opportunity for the Pandas to maybe try to isolate some of these fights. We're beginning to see that shift come in on the mini-map from Ark now, though.
Kagune here in this position is going to be hearing all of the audio that Blitz is giving off, and therefore is probably shouting to his team that a CT rotation is perfect. Right, away we go. Too deep. Guys and Brand together. Blitz is ready for it. Walker's going to cover off Con. Got to watch the back for the second. Does she recognize that the double could come through? It doesn't matter now. She's positioned up in a spot where it doesn't really matter either way. Kagune wins one. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh. And Walker now to turn it around. Kazbu with a bolty in hand makes it tough in that position, especially against the P90. And you felt like that was a round that Ark should not let slip away. And again, it's tough, though. You're playing Pandaric, right? They're going to take it regardless. So we see that there, the back and forth, but the Pandas come up big, and now they guarantee themselves a winning half to start out here on Fort.
It's another story, isn't it? Walker and Blitz back at it again. They're like the best Sunday morning comedy duo at the moment. Also, the best crime-solving duo when it comes to problem-solving and finding a solution to sticky rounds in a 2v situation. Not this time. They don't get put under too much pressure, other than having to trade kills off for the final blow. But it works out on the scoreboard. 5-2, the Pandaric squad have made a really good start to the first map here on Fort. Arctic given a good challenge, but experience showing through so far. Not a Clown's going to pick up the first onto Rapid, Luda onto Ducky. And then Codex stables us out. Okay.
Oh. That shot from Luda looked good. Codex does take a bit of damage. The device still down over here as well, but still in a spot where they could scoop it up potentially. Luda doing a good job of holding down the B side at the moment. On board with Not a Clown now, who's up top. Luda takes a peek. We'll see that device being picked up here as well. So Nose Codex is close, but is going to continue to just creep forward. Doesn't want to give away any audio for free.
Got to be very, very quiet. Luda Baby was trying to hide in the shadows on the site. That's a very, very strong challenge from Not a Clown, but Walker's going to be more than aware to it and wise of how to fight it. Over he goes, down, prone, behind the cover. Hasbu with a tough angle to fight. He knows where he's going to be. He tries to get him through the box. Doesn't manage to find the shot. The one tap's going to come out. There's the knock. And it's Kazbu who comes calling. 40 on the clock. Has he got it in him to be able to take the 1v1 with Blitz again? Whoa, my word! Take it! That's an understatement!
Oh.
Good night!
Oh my, I think I scared my kids across the room. I saw them jumping over there. I yelled so loud. What in the world was that shot? You want to talk about that ace style? That is Kaz Boom, baby. Putting a little respect on the name.
Hey, watch out that ace. You might have competition. Damn. Honestly,
Wild.
Yup. I'm not sure I can quite put enough gravel in my tone for how disgusting that was. That was dirty.
Oh my.
That's one of those kills you let
That
go of
was
the keyboard and you just go, okay, fair enough.
the most insane shot. Like, you know, that's if you're in a pub right now, you're going, okay, I'm getting reported. I'm getting reported for that shot. That was maybe the most insane shot I've seen of the HPL yet. Kazbu doing crazy things here. They reel it back a little bit. 3 rounds on the board for the half, but now in the second half, they have to power forward. Codex already putting a speed bump in the road.
Oh, speed bumps. There's a speed bomb that's going to drop up and down over the top into the hands of Codex. Quick early util, followed up with slow delayed util, also not quite finding the mark. Rapid's going to put the bullets down. 2, 3 for Rapid as Not a Clown shuts him down.
Oh, he's got to shut 3 more down, unfortunately. On the chase, though, Walker on the back pedal, P90 in hand, and just slowing things down a little bit. It's time to really play the cat and mouse here, and Walker is eating up a ton of time off the clock. He'll bait him into the crosshair. Not a clown will go down. Pandas will double the lead.
Oh, I love to see it as well. Look at the chat. That ace is already in here. You get a whiff of a Balti in the band with the myth and the legends written about himself carrying it. It's already here to take on the challenge. I'll take on any snipe 1v1. Bring it on. Any snipers, he says, at Merc. Is that mercenaries he's trying to call out? Oh, Ace is here for blood. I love to see it. We're going to get to see it later on. We really are. But what an aspiring challenge, eh? Imagine that. You've got Kazbu making a name for himself potentially to try and get up to the point where he is able. Hold up a minute. At that Ace, don't ask for correct wisdom for a 1v1 sniper chicken out. Oh, no. Okay.
There's shade everywhere, baby. There's shade everywhere. It was getting hot in my room, but I found some shade to stand under here as it's going back and forth. Bran, unfortunately, the first to fall here in round number 10. Walker slowly but surely creeping forward here as his Codex tucked in the corner. And Ark again on this attacking side having a little bit of early trouble. We can see a long lurk back there near that spawn, much like we saw from Pandas in that first half as well.
Yeah, jokes aside, Connor makes a good point. Chris Kyle making call-outs in chat. What a day. What a day. In comes Kaguna. Codex on the close spot, going to put the advantage into his own hands by taking the initiative on the swing. In his favour, spots the barrel. That's a second. You just know the pixel crosshair placement is perfection. Sporting that new skin from the Battle Pass as well. Big fan, honestly. That's one of the chest drops, is that? The roll. Oh man, Codex is on a killing spree. How many has he got this round? Is that the third or the fourth? I can't even tell.
Yeah, it's easy to lose track with really any of the members on this squad. I mean, they're good at putting them up in bunches. Unfortunately for Not a Clown, they find themselves the last remaining member yet again, and only this time it's a 1v5. So 20 seconds on the clock. We'll see if he can find a pick or two on the way out, but he's got to deal with Rapid, who's tucked into the corner, has a peek, has to double take, and it's already too late for the P90 in the hands of Rapid.
Okay, it was 4. Oh, brother. Oh. I feel that this game, I could almost have wished being a best of 3 or a best of 5, because it does feel like Arktic are just slightly slower out of the gate than the Pandaric squad are at the moment. Only ever so slightly. But this is another close one. The scoreline does not tell how close this is right now.
Oh, Ark's got to make something happen here, though. They can't really allow Pandas to get the match point this early. Unfortunately, if you blinked, you might have missed 3 kills. Rapid will follow it up with a second. Not a Clown. Again, the last standing member. This time he says, I'm at least taking Walker with me, but he needs 4 more. And you take a look at the kills for the Pandas. I mean, it's spread even. Everybody just filling their role nicely here.
I didn't want to say it. I really didn't want to say it, but I'm going to be honest with you. It's been the last couple of rounds that Not a Clown's been anything other than Not a Clown. It just felt like the last clown in the circus being left to dance in the middle of the 4 remaining members of the Pandaric squad. And I'm sorry, brother, but dance, clown, dance. There ain't dance moves that are going to save you from that atrocity. Pandaric put themselves onto match point, and with a Not a Clown performance out of Not a Clown at 9 and 9, a very strong performance and another consistent one for the Arctic squad as one of the leading fraggers. It's just not quite enough to get them past the mark of the Pandas right now, who are playing, firing on all cylinders. Codex's scoreline is definitely not reflecting on the HUD where he was at. For I remember him being at 12 and something kills when we checked in on the underscore screen, so I'm not going to rely on that too much. But Rapid, Codex, and a combination of Blitzwalker and Duck together have done a really good job so far. Walker with the walk out of the bedroom. He's going to hear the Balti bang off, and instead of going for space, he's actually going to try and re-challenge. Rapid's got his back onto Brad. Not a Clown takes out Walker.
Putting Codex trying to work together here at mid. Luda, though, finds Codex. From above, they hear the Q spotted. Rapid presses forward, does spot one more here as well. They look to regroup and work together. The pixel peak, not quite there. Rapid, the pre-fire doesn't connect either. On the reload, trying to pressure forward. Ark trying to take out Rapid here, and he's got a ton of damage and some bleeds to deal with, but he's able to get back to safety and look to deal with those health issues.
3 versus 3, though, is a much nicer look to the round than the last couple. You tilt up towards top mid. Hey, I just realised which way around this is. Pandaric are on the defending side, by the way, and yes, both Blitzergirl and Rapid are essentially playing from the attacking side perspective of the map. In by the back lines, not a clown's more than aware of it though. Somehow he just senses a distraction. Casper's going to go down to Duxus as the last member alive towards site defense. Oh, he's playing so well this time. He's ducking 1, 2 peaks in either side for pressure, but not able to get the kills. Not a clan closes him out, and it's just Rapid left alive in a 1v2 to be able to stop this one. For the game, device being planted, Rapid gets the first, the second swings in, and it's as clean as it is easy. This man is just built different. Couple of extra bullets into his adversary and the spare mag just to make absolutely sure he's dead before he defuses the bomb. And that is going to close out map number 1. Pandaric take Bort 9-3.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you say, it's all down to Rapid. I think if there's one person you want standing in your corner for a clutch, it's most likely Rapid, as he does shut it down, get the job done. We saw him trying to get that plan in, but because there is that animation there, he finds that first pick. He's able to catch them in the animation, getting off of the plan of the bomb and get that second pick with ease, really. So a dominating performance for the Pandas. Rapid back in the mix, right into full swing as well. And again, it just kind of makes you think yesterday, could it have been a little different had Rapid been there?
Hard to say. Very hard to say. It is only one of 2 maps. We do still have to see the second half of it. But for Arktic, that is the end of their hopes of the ACS. We're going to tune in after this little vid to see whether they're able to pull it back to a 1-1 tied scoreline. What a first game performance out of the Pandaric squad to remind us that sensible things do happen. It's not all chaos in HPL EU Season 5. We do still have games going the way that I think we would have expected them to. Give Arctic fair due, they are playing out of the skin. We even had some highlight rounds at the end of the clutch from Kazboo, which is out of this world, to show us some great performance mentions, some notable mentions from the Arctic squad. But it was a confident Pandaric performance on Fort nonetheless. The first victory from the head-to-head goes to them. Now we have a second map to consider whether there's going to be a turnaround. Do Arctic look like they have it in them to split maps with the third team in the top of the table? They already did it for Mercenary, and they did it with Oilrig. Would be nice to have the full house.
Well, you said that, especially yesterday, Pandaric had a lot of trouble on Skybridge, and so I think you said they lost twice or pretty decisively. So if there was ever a place, I guess, for Arktic to take them and find that dub, it would be Skybridge, a map that they've been struggling on a little bit. Of course, Rapid back in the swing of things here, but Luda, all these guys, I mean, they have the skill to beat this team. Kazboo, that I'm still thinking about that nasty shot from Kazboo. I think it was on the Blitzer Queen, but so they have it there, and now going to Skybridge, a map that they perform well on, I very well think they could tie the series up 1-1.
Absolutely, yeah, 100% could be tying up the series 1-1. I think if we see a performance like we did from that of Kazboo and Not a Clown when they were able to pop off in the first match from every member of the Arctic squad, we will see them comfortably take maps off of any team, which is what they've done previously in Season 5. And that's why they've turned up in their rookie season so well, I guess. Trying to call it something else. What do you call a rookie season, Hall? Is it a rookie season? The penultimate season? That's not the right word either, is it? I don't know. I'm trying to think of it.
I'm a dumb American. I would just say rookie, probably.
We'll go with rookie. Rookie season. The first season in here. They are definitely newcomers. And they're earning their space. I mean, you give them the due. They don't look out of place versus the top tier teams. Yes, they've taken was it 5-round deficit, I think, in the first match. It's 9-3 is 6 rounds, so my maths is bad, first of all. But I mean, it's not 9-3 where it's like quick rounds and rollover. It's 9-3 where they are fighting in the body of these rounds. They are looking like they have a chance, but maybe just lacking a little bit of experience and execution to close it out.
Yeah, and honestly, I would say probably two, at least two, maybe three of those rounds could have gone either way. In fact, I think at least one of them are should have been able to close out, and it just didn't go their way. So 9-3, I personally don't feel like that does it score the scoreline any justice, but Pandaric is deadly. And, at the same time, you have to give him credit. 9-3, they came out, they had a dominating performance. It didn't really matter who was popping off. I mean, we saw great plays from Ducky, Codex, Rapid right where he left off, even though he had missed a day. Walker and Blitzer Girl always together, always finding clutches. Blitzer Girl often anchoring down sites. And so I feel like that's a little bit more to be expected on Fort. I'm looking toward this Skybridge to see if they've kind of dealt with some of those mistakes or those mishaps that they felt yesterday on Skybridge.
Sorry, excuse me, Mother Nature decided to grab the back of my tonsils and tickle them just as it was my turn to respond to what you were having to say. Yeah, I'm really curious and really keen to see how the final map plays out for this head-to-head for the future of Arctic in regards to coming back for HPL. I'm sure we'll see them back again. They are a competent and a competitive squad in equal amounts and measures. I've spoken to them, had the fortune of being able to speak to and play with Kazbu actually in some of my spare time in the weeks whilst we've been tackling that new battle pass and so on. They're all committed, they're all a group of players that really just wanted to take it seriously. They've played with teams before where maybe it's been half and half. There's been some serious committed members and some people that are just there to sort of have a bit of a social and meet up on a Friday night for something a little bit more than a pub game, just to be a bit competitive. But it's a different level of the dog in you, of the competitor, shall we say, when it comes to the table. And I think that the 5 people that have come underneath this Arctic banner have finally found that same similar mentality, and that's what's bringing them to such a strong team, is that they all are very much interested in the development, in improvement, and in being able to be considered one of the teams that competes for the top rankings. I mean, when's the last time you remember a team that was coming in fresh to the scene that was considered a real challenger for the top 4?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this team came from ASPL and they're making wakes in the HPL, and they had a really good opportunity to get into the top 4. It does slip just through the fingers here, but that's okay. They've put on a heck of a performance throughout both weekends. It's been a ton of fun to watch this team, and even more fun to get the opportunity to cast them. You'd look at Teo Diaz, who often starts, was battling a fever, some type of sickness issue, who hasn't really been able to play in this series as well. So I think given the circumstances, Ark has played phenomenally, and we'll get to see some of that here in these highlights.
Gonna jump on board with Bran for a couple of these. I mean, that's another nasty one. You got to give Bran his due as well. Stepped up onto the stage today in place of another member from the Arctic squad to fill the shoes. Posted good score lines, got some good kills. I mean, 7 and 3 here on the board there. We saw a good nade out of Blitz, picked him up. Rapid, just doing rapid things. I mean, we're going to see this a couple of times over. Look at the health he's got left as he pulls this off. He doesn't take a single bullet of extra damage after that. He's just so clean and quick with it. It's just 1-2, whip 180, have the second. Walker being put under a little bit of pressure. Good to see again, able to pull that one off. Kazbu. Go on.
Oh, yeah. Man, every time. Making me feel like Ralph when I see that. Just, ugh. Oh, it's disgusting.
It's only a highlight though, and it really is only a glimmer for the Arctic squad when it came to the back half of the game. It was 3 good rounds from them in the first half, but it did feel a little bit like dumping the mag into the body for the second half of the game. It felt like Pandaric were done being nice, they were done playing games, and it was more than just business. It was personal. Down they go.
Down. They continue to go for a little bit. Luda, a nice shot there. Not a clown as well. Again, a lot of great shining moments from Ark, especially against a tough team like the Pandas. But at the end, it wasn't enough. And, well, we see Rapid there just making sure. He knows how tough this team is. And even when it looks like they're down, they're not out. So he just wanted to make sure that that body was not going to get up.
I could have sworn I heard something in the background. I could have sworn there was like an air of Kana and he was reaching. They just sailed over the back there. And I wouldn't have blamed him. You're absolutely right. Yeah, just got to make sure he was reaching. Well, that concludes the first game. And I think Pandaric were very happy to be able to drop a couple of mags into the bodies of Arctic. But you know what that is? That's good competitive show of true mentality. All right. That's a little bit of anxiety being released there. It's a little bit of that stress let off. I think Pandaric knew how much of a challenge that Arctic were going to bring to them today, and I think they did a very good job in being able to not allow that to cloud their vision. They played well with Pandaric, they played disciplined, and they matched the strengths out of Arctic to be able to take home that victory. The additional, all for the cinema.
And honestly, I mean, Pandaric has been really strong on Fort for quite some time now. So, you know, I think for Arca, they have a strong chance to bounce back here on Skybridge. You can't really, you know, we talk about it all the time. You can't really let that scoreline affect your mental. You just got to power on, look for this next one, look to tie up a series. And, you know, at the end of the day, regardless of the outcome, you're a team that says, hey, you know, we took a game away from Mercenary. You know, you've got a lot to show for how well you played. And you got to remember, it's just their first HPL. I think to be doing this well in your first HPL, I think really speaks volumes for the type of talent and team synergy that they have amongst this squad. You add the anywhere Banshee goes, I feel like breeds wins. I mean, they have a phenomenal coach, a really great guy there as well. And so something that I've kind of been keeping my eye on. But Banshee is good at helping breed winners.
I'm glad you said it without me having to prompt it, because this was a comment we made yesterday, and this is a comment we made last weekend. You're absolutely right. Banshee is, for me, out there, one of the hottest coaches in the scene right now. There aren't a whole ton of them that make themselves known or who are particularly active with what they do for the teams and stuff, but I only ever hear good things from players who have interacted with them, and you can see the results that the teams he is working with are showing on screen. So yeah, shout out to the coach in Banshee, doing some great work in the background as well. And obviously, you know, the players have to play on the pitch at the end of the day. There's only so much that can go into the back end before performance becomes relevant. And speaking of that performance, we are right on into it. Not a Clown's going to take out Codex for the first VIP control. Secured for Arctic. Rapid up into Casper. He's going to get his first and second to steal VIP back.
Two in a row for Rapid, picking up where he left off from Fort as well. No bodies are safe, whether they're standing or laying here as Luda shifts forward, but it's Rapid again. The headshot comes in. Kagune eventually snuffs out the flame that is Rapid, but the hot heat may have been too much. It's the Pandas with a one-player advantage.
Brand going back to a teammate's body just to play a little bit of quick dress up. Going to grab himself some extra resources to be able to play with. Kagune taking the time to pop what was little of his health missing back onto the body. A small slice of cheese. Don't do that. And no, it's not cheese, Gromit. It's just a square to help top up your HP. On-site bomb down. Kagune is going to try, but not with Ducky watching.
Bran, our man Bran, can he do it one more time? This time on the MP7. He's got a lot to get through. You look at Ducky, who's been popping off. You've got Walker and Blitzer Grill. Been a staple of every team they've been on. Two members that really don't change here. And now Bran taking some early damage as well. Only 18 seconds on the clock to work with.
The bullet's being shot, but nobody falling over just yet. Brown's going to be on the chase. The first sneaks through Sandwich, and with time off the clock gone, it's not going to matter. Pandaric take round number one. The confident, good defending first round. Rapid on a three-piece. Assists out towards one of the kills picked up by Duck 6.
Early lead for Pandas yet again. We saw Ark able to keep it close through those first 4 to 5, 6 rounds, but excuse me, eventually the Pandas able to run away with it. And so that's what I want to see from Ark, especially on Skybridge, where the Pandas have had a little bit more trouble. They've got to keep it close, look to maybe edge out a winning half here on the attacking side, and see if they can steal the game away and tie up the series.
Pandaric here looking for something a little sneaky in towards VIP. Okay, Rapid and Codex back to back inside of there. Not a Clown gets the first. He's going to get some really good shots down to pick up the second. Kagune, one onto Walker. 3 Pandas down, and Arctic now have themselves a much better sight on round number 2.
5 still standing. Hard to complain about that. Looking for some extra resources. Bran will find Duxie here as well. And now Blitzer Girl, the queen herself, left all alone in a 1v5. We've seen some crazy clutches from Blitzer in the past, but 1v5 on Skybridge can be tough to deal with, especially when there's only 45 on the clock.
couple of bullets fired out. You can hear AKs going off in the background. What's left of Blitzer Girl? After that nade goes off underneath her feet, is going to be able to contest. Sorry, there's nothing left. That's not how grenades work. Forgive me for being debated a little bit. I thought it might have rolled past and only chipped the damage, but no, that one was right in the hole. That's a hole-in-one if you're playing some golf.
Just like that, Ark able to bounce back. They get around on the board, and now we see if they can take the lead here for the first time on Skybridge. Not a cloud, nade in hand, getting prepped and ready. Kazboo back on the boomstick, the one-hitter quitter. Little MP7, a little best of all the worlds here as far as the kits go on the side of Ark, but a lot of P90s, MP7 on the other side of things here for Pandas, especially on this defensive side. And we'll see an early nade here from Ducky heading toward the hole itself. Some smokes down, some flashes as well, and just a ton of util being tossed around.
Got a similar feel to taking your super back to orbit. Anybody recognizes the reference, a similar thing for the utility. You don't want to go down with it in your pocket. Slow, steady tempered approach into KFC has actually saved Arktic from what looks like a really aggressive push out from Pandaric. Kagune here is just teasing the angle, but they know what's going on. Oh no, Kagune, you're under pressure. He's going to try and duel out one of them, but as Rapid peeks the angle and sees there's nobody else here, suddenly the rest of the team is called to action. Codex picks up one, Codex picks up two.
Those two kills that have iced down Pandas in great positioning to close out round number 3 and regain this lead yet again. One tucked into VIP here for Ark. Walker and crew are aware, though, it's going to be Not a Clown, who's got 3 on the board. Luda, baby, still looking to get on the board here over by KFC, beginning to shift forward, but great positioning here from the Pandas, and this is going to be very tough for Ark unless we can see Luda maybe get a couple kills from the side here.
Blitz needs to be shut down before this happens too. They've got to find the pick on the timing. Luda does get 2. I mean, he's done the best he can. 3 left on the table. And he manages to trade his teammate's model for 1 extra kill. He gets a 2 for 1, and Blitz is not going to let him go that easily into the night. Here we go. Little shake of the head as well, just to make sure that the point is thoroughly put across. Scoreline goes 2-1. Pandaric up by 1.
No bodies are safe from nobody here from the side of Pandas, it would seem. And now they get that lead one more time here from the defensive side as well. Luda, a couple great kills in that round, but again, the cards, the deck just stacked against him there in that one. So it'll be up to round 4 to see if they can tie it up here yet again, and back and forth. Much like we saw in that first map between these two teams, like we said, it wasn't until about that 5th or 6th round that we saw the Pandas start to run away with it. So they can't afford to let it happen. Unfortunately, Kazboo will take an early exit in this round.
Oh, that grenade goes off behind, but the bullets from the barrel of the gun of Codex are going to go off right in front of the face of Not a Clown. That one looked like it was going to go dicey either way around. Ends up falling into the favor of Pandaric. Blitzer Girl has the head of Luda Baby now on her trophy chest. There's only 2 members of Arktic are left remaining to try and take out round number 4. Bomber's going to back away as Bran is watching towards this flank out of heaven, but Blitzer Girl has been more than ready for it all day long.
Yeah, and it's, you know, again, I know it doesn't come down to a single player on a team, especially when you get up to this competitive level, but Pandaric, when they have Rapid versus when they don't, it just feels like a different team. The synergy, the way that they're able to play, you know, you often have Blitzer Girl just comfortable anchoring, and it seems like when this team is firing on all cylinders, it appears that almost nobody could be able to beat them. And so this is what we're seeing again. The Pandas just in full stride. Rapid 7 kills already.
Shots from Kagune pick up the first. Codex goes down. Arktic squad members are flying out of heaven. Casper's going to blast a bolt down into Blitzer Girl. Here they come, and they're not stopping up at all. Rapid does the best job that he can to be able to duck out of the way of the tragedy. It's going to be Duxus for 1, 2, 3, including his teammate, but it's doing a great job at denying that site plan. Luda Baby picks up Duxus on the back of it. Walker, last left alive in a 1 versus 3. As Arktic are going to pick up that device and get it planted. It's not even going to go down as Not a Clown finds a lurking Walker. Round 5 in the books, and Arktic pulls one back.
Glad to see it. Again, we talked about it. They can't allow Pandaric to get that big gap here. And so right now they're able to keep it close. And as we often like to say, it's the first half is great, but we've seen a lot of games be decided in that second half. Those first couple rounds really kind of giving us a tail. But I mean, we saw a team overcome a 6-2 deficit at one point here today as well. So Ark doing a great job of keeping it close. Still need to get a few more rounds on the board though.
Rat doesn't find a first hope on. Smoke towards VIP again. It's going to go out. Big flash towards Sandwich. Is going to see Brand brightened in his visions and thoughts and dreams, but he's not going to be able to see a whole lot of the gameplay for about 30 seconds or so now.
Timing's everything, and Luda on the peak. He finds one. He gets the double. Luda, baby. Duxies, though, able to answer back. Brand does go down, courtesy of a headshot from Ducky. And like that, now back to a 4v2. Kagune and crew shifting around toward the B site. Ducky is here waiting patiently, though. And if he can find a peek here, he does. Luda, the first to fall.
2 versus 2. Casbu on the Balti. He was the difference maker back in the first game when it came down to it. Kagune is going to be the one to pick up Ducky. Where is Walker? It's like a sick game of Where's Wally in Tarkov. You have to try and find the one weirdo with the bobble hat just tucked in the back of the shadows. Here he is, not a clown, spots him for a second. Walker's going to take the Joel. He's good for one. Slight sliver of health shaved off. Caspu almost nails Walker to the wall. He taps him for a little bit of his health, but it's not going to be the killing blow.
Oh, and there's the killing blow from Kagune, though. He knocks Walker's head clean off, and Ark will find a way to tie it up.
Okay. Now I was concerned. My point I was going to make was it was 1-3 for the round ratio that Arctic made. They picked up a second, and we would have expected the similar flow would have been Pandaric taking it to 6-2. A 3-3 scoreline sets us up for a much closer match, so I am here for it. I gotta watch the eyes. Split out of spawn has been very important, Hort. Notice how many people Pandaric are not sending towards this B site to structure up. This is a really good read. 2 aggressive B rush plays, and the Pandaric squad do not fall for the default of sending 2 or 3 over there. They instead overstack the A side, the aggressive push out from Rapid, the util from Walker, and it's all falling apart.
Smoke toward VIP. Ducky trying to bait something out here as well. Has a teammate tucked in close. Casbu, Luda, not a clown. Got some work to do here in this one. They back off VIP a bit, but Codex steps forward. He finds 2, and now it's Luda who legs it away. Does spot Codex, but the shots don't quite connect, and he's still cautious of this flank that has been coming in.
It's been the very strong part of the gameplay for a lot of teams at the moment. It's just keeping an eye on this flank. Luda, baby, doesn't even need to get into the scope. The hip fire is good enough through both railings on the stairs. He finds that shot just out the back of VIP. He might be the last one left alive, but if he keeps playing this 1v5 like that and can pick up a kill per 10 seconds, he's got just enough time to get this done. Now, what we know is that 2 members of the Pandaric squad are in Narnia. They are so far gone that Luda Baby could do with the clutch claw to be able to get himself over there in time.
Those times running away. They'll look to quicken the pace just a bit here, and we can see Pandas in position, the rotation coming around from that B site as well. So many different angles to try and clear and check. And now with only 13 seconds, even if he finds a couple kills, not going to be able to get the dub on the round. The Pandas will go up to 4 here first. They guarantee themselves that tied half.
4-3. Last round of the attacking half for the Arctic side in their hands before we swap sides and give the Pandas their chance to swing the bamboo sword. Now, normally I'd favour a 4-4 half, but this is Pandaric, and therefore I am hesitant to say that Arctic have got an easier job in the second half. I actually think their easier half is this attacking side, because they get to set the tempo. Now, I may be about to be completely and utterly countered and dissuaded, as I have been for the majority of today, for loving to be wrong has been the theme. That is fine though, because the cinema has been absolutely perfect. in comparison. Shots out of Blitzergirl sees Brand going down as the first opener. The long B hold from lane 2 is actually going to put a dent into the attack straight off the rip. Kazbu sliding slowly in that scope, using the variables to try and make the damage go down. Doesn't find the pick. Kagune into Walker. Blitz into Kazbu. It's dominoes in the kill feed from either side. Nade onto side looks good. That's going to go off behind Blitzergirl to cover off Snake.
Clown beginning to pressure down the lane here. Has a little help from behind. Luda and crew trying to make something happen here as well. And just trying to maybe get a little pincer play. But you take a look at the mini-map again, and Panda's almost getting behind the other member here as well on a flank of their own. Luda taking out Not a Clown as well. More troubles in the deep waters as Blitzer Girl will find Luda. Kagune, the last standing member here, and 4 of these Pandas will find him. It's Blitzer for another quadra kill. Pandas have done it here in the first half, 5-3.
And you're right, it's another quad on the board. It's not rapid this time, it's Blitz that pulls the 4-piece, but quads have been kind of a theme for this team. Ducky has had a couple the first weekend. Codex has put many a 4-piece down. Blitz and Walker have had their own little bits every now and again too, so not surprised to see it. 5-3. I thought 4-4 might have been difficult. Would lead me thinking 5-3 is going to be even more so. I would be enthralled and delighted to see an absolute run over in the first round from Arktic here. Just something a little special, maybe show us a way through this Pandaric attacking half. Now, as we mentioned previously, Skybridge was one of the maps that Pandaric did not have the greatest of times on yesterday, with both of their matches. I'm wondering if Arktic have picked up anything from those to be able to play on. Shots in VIP 2v2 is going to be an immediate double kill from Codex.
Ducky finding the one on the Bran as well, and it's more dominoes. Rapid step into the back of the site, finds Kazbu, knows the rotation's coming in as well. And just like that, another flawless round for the Pandas yet again. Now up to 6-3. They double the lead here as well, and things looking a little bit tough for Ark at the moment.
Yeah, slight synchronous single head clap there as VIP just looked set up for a great fight, and then Codex did Codex things, honestly. Okay. Rinse, repeat. We forget the first attacking round for the Pandaric squad. As an Arctic fan, you're going to look at this one again and try again.
Ready, set, go.
Got to win this. You got to win this VIP fight, bro. This is going to be so tough because they're going to just push into it again quickly. One. Oh, good VIP smoke to cover it off. They lose one member for it and half of Kagune's health, but they do somehow survive. The aggressive E-box push to KFC comes out now, but Ducky is covering it off too. We're flying out in the open. They're almost looking stranded without hope. Kazbu's going to pick up a single solitary consolidation prize, but it's going to be just that.
It just almost feels like Ark is having a little bit of issues dealing with the aggression of the Pandas here. I mean, you said it there over toward bench. We saw them kind of looking around everywhere, and it's almost like they're slightly discombobulated because the aggression, the quickness of Pandas, and then they find the first couple picks, and so everybody tries to rotate to help hold a different angle, and it just kind of collapses almost as quickly as it began. Luda trying to find one, but it's Codex that does get it. The Pandas, a very strong second half as well. And now they're just one away from match point.
7-3, the Pandas looking to try and make this as clean and clear-cut a game as the first game that they played. 7-3, it feels very similar to the first map in this head-to-head. Definitely not a disappointing performance from Arctic overall in the season. It definitely wouldn't be a bad performance to go out on. It's not 9-0s, it's not 9-1s. I mean, 9-3 against 5 of the best players in the world. You could argue that maybe Ducky's the least accolade covered of the squad, but has an equal amount of time and experience playing the game. Trades back and forth as Brand's got Walker, but Codex is going to close him out immediately. A slight swap step as 3 kills hit the kill feed, and it's all Pandaric colours.
Ducky finding himself into double-digit kills as well, already up to 10. And honestly, it was kind of the one name that we saw on the roster was like a new mix in here. And
Yep.
but has been playing the role nicely. Luda, though, unfortunately, or fortunately for Luda, will find the headshot and look to reel it back. Luda, though, has been in these 1v4, 1v3 situations very consistently, and so it's just a tough spot to be working from each and every round. And you take a look at the clock, how many players are standing, they know where he is, they continue to pepper in the pre-fire, and it's just so tough to work from a position like this.
20 seconds left on the clock, and the boost is going to come out. Oh, Rapids are holding the tight angle by scaffolding, so it's not going to matter. But for a second there, we were about to see one on top of the other. Codex would have been able to use the crouch button, so you see on your keyboard, held down, and then the scroll wheel to be able to stand up with that member on top of his head to boost them over the sight box, and that would have been a boost peak to be able to find that final kill to jungle. So either way, tricksy or not, they were going to pick that one off, I think. But, this is something that the Pandaric squad has liked to tech towards. We've seen a lot of it the last couple of days. Boost peaks in odd places that could just throw the tempo off a little bit. Match point and series point for the best of two. Pandaric put themselves with 5 rounds to convert.
Yeah, and with the way they're playing here, not just on Skybridge, but on Fort, you feel like they should be able to get at least one of these next 5. Luda will get some intel. We spot them coming in here, so see that rotation maybe getting to mirror, but Rapid just has everybody's number today on the P90. It's another headshot here as well. Pandas looking to close it out in dominating fashion as Rapid will find one more.
Oh, Casbu on the Balti, though. You hear that one go off once, twice, 3 times, you start getting scared. But when you see Rapid take out Casbu with the shot on the backside, it's worth it. Kagune gets 2 on sight. Duck dive. He's out of the way. Arktic have given themselves a shot in this one.
Great job by Not a Clown here as well, waiting for that rotation to come in. They're able to find Rapid on this flank from behind, and just like that, it's back to a 2v2. Codex is going to get this plant down just as the smoke begins to dissipate, and now it's up to Ark here on the 2v2 retake.
Let up the comms there as you see the jump peak just for information. Codex on the right-hand side. Dux is close. Good peek out from Kagune. He's going to go for the second. Now Ducky in a tough spot. 2 men, they stack up the swing. That's a dirty shot out of Ducky. Is it just going to be shut down, or Ark going to feel a little bit of Ank blues? They are! Ducky with the jump shot to close it out. A little bit of style and pizzazz. What a shot.
Yeah, insane. Another 9-3. You know, you talked about the troubles they had on Skybridge in the previous day, but it seems like they've hit the drawing board, made the adjustments that they need to, and another 3-9. A strong victory here for the Pandas. Arktic put up a heck of a fight, but unfortunately for them, they fell just a little bit short here on the final day.
9-3. Skybridge goes in the favor of Pandaric. The best of 2 goes 2-0 to Pandaric. We do not see Arktic climb up the scoreboard, and we do see Spartans securing their spot. On to the next one with our final match and the absolute climactic finish to the finale of Season 5 coming up just after this. What a performance out of Pandaric to be able to close out their season. We've spoken a lot about Arktic as they are one of the newer teams that have been here for Season 5 that really have been creating ripples in the community and in the socials for how well a performance they have put in down on their first efforts. But we cannot deny the skill and the experience been put in by teams that have been here for a little while, and that is what showed out today in our final match for the Pandas. They secure a 2-0 victory into Arktic and their spot on the table as well, earning themselves a place and a ticket to the Arena Cup Series. Well played to the Pandas, and a really good performance all round.
Yeah, Walker in the Pandas, that third place position, it seems to haunt them here. And so we'll be looking for a little bit more from them in that next one. But they've solidified that spot there for them. Arc, unfortunately, will fall a little bit lower than they had hoped for. But again, I mean, it was so close from these four teams. They put on just a phenomenal performance through both weekends. A team that's been really fun to watch and to get a cast. Some of these new shining stars on the rise. Big shout out to Spartans, though. I believe with the outcome there, they should be able to clinch that fourth place position. So a little extra funds and a shot at some bragging rights for an upcoming ACS.
Yeah, absolutely. A comment in the chat. For the record, planting the bomb is a tough job and only meant for the strongest of us. I think that's a little Big D, my friend, shout out, is that, as the main bomb carrier of the Oilrig squad. If you know, you know, folks. If you're not in on the joke, then maybe a couple of questions to be asked to get in on the comedy, but there's a good laugh in that one there. Speaking of giggles, those have been thrown out of the window and the serious faces back on, because this is your current standings. Right now, we are set with one match left to decide the rest of the table. Spartans, after the Arktic loss, have secured their fourth place spot and the ticket into the Arena Cup Series. The Pandaric squad as well, with their success, will keep themselves in that third spot. Not that that would have changed either way, but they are also going to be qualifying in the third spot. And now we have to decide who is fighting for the bragging rights. Both Oilrig and Mercenary have already qualified. Neither team with a result, successful or not in this match, will find themselves belayed from the ACS call-up. But this one is going to be to decide who takes home the big slice of the pie on the prize, and also the bragging rights, as well as the champions title, Season 5 EU HPL champions.
That fourth and fifth spot only separated by a single point and a single round differential. I mean, I have absolutely loved every single moment of HPL 5. And what better way to recap that last one than some beautiful highlights here from both of these squads. A little more toward the Pandaric side, but again, there were a lot of great moments from Arc. They just fall a little bit short here in the final day of HPL.
It's funny to see the walkers now in chat afterwards. The comment says, I made the good strat. I said, rapid codec blitz, shoot them, and they did it. I'm not going to lie. What happened to Ducky? We get a nice chunky three-piece on there. I think he was told to shoot them as well, especially given the scoreline he put down in the game. You've got Luda Baby in fits and bursts in this one, Skybridge, actually. I felt like it's probably one of the better bombers we've seen out of Luda Baby all season long. Just felt like him and Not a Clown in general in both maps were left as the last one or two alive quite a lot of the time, Hawk, with too much to have to do. And as exceptional a player as either individual is, this is the Pandaric squad, and you don't just casually 1v3 one before them like you do in your pub games. So, as much as a good effort as it was, when the sides swapped and the halves were changed, the Pandaric squad took the attacking force into their own hands and started making it look a little bit more like a one-sided game. The first round was a rollover. The second round was way more heavily contested, but still went a similar way. And that, my friend Mr. Hawk, was about all she wrote. The fat lady started singing, and the end of the game came a-calling.
Yeah, you know, it was just, I think they did a really good job at limiting what Kazbu could do in this one as well. I mean, we saw some crazy snipes and great plays from Kazbu on Fort, but, you know, we see here through all of these rounds still only sitting at 3 kills. And, you know, despite Walker telling his teammates to kill everything, Walker ends this one, I think, with only 2 kills, unless that was an error on the scoreboard there. And so, you know, maybe taking that bomb plant role a little seriously there. He said, you know, he's putting that weight on his back and looking to be the strong man out there. But, you know, that's the nice thing about having a solid roster, is that, you know, if you are having a little bit of a bad game or not as many kills, you've got so many wonderful teammates to help lift you up, to help fill that role, to step in and fill that when needed. And I mean, that's what we see from the likes of Pandaric time and time again. Anybody on this team is capable of really having some standout performances.
Couldn't agree more with you there on that one. I'm actually really looking forward to our next head-to-head. The lineups for both teams are stacked. There's no other way to describe it. The next 10 players you're going to see step onto the field are iconic names from teams from before. Champions alike on both teams. Exceptional players brought in to help bolster those teams of champions to further and greater heights. And a potential for either of these next two teams to recrown themselves as champions and take back that legacy that the Pandaric squad was starting to keep their own. Well, it's not going to be a Pandaric title this time around, folks, and I'm going to be very delighted to say that either Oilrig or the Mercenaries are going to be champions in the near future. However, Hawk, I believe it's time for a small respite. It is time to take a breather and concentrate on getting ourselves fully locked in for the final match of Season 5. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far from your chairs. And don't forget to bring back those all-important seatbelts, because if you didn't think that any of the action so far was going to knock you off of your chair, trust me, this next match is about to blow your mind. Do not go anywhere. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. You have made it if you joined us here for the final part of the final day of the finals weekend. You've made it here to the final. That's right. We said final a bajillion and one times because this really is the final, okay? It's the final day, it's the final match, and it is the final decider for standings on the table. This one brings our top two teams that are currently set tied to deciding which one of them is going to be crowned the victor. This is a straight up match. This is literally either team wins and it's done for. If it goes to a draw, we start getting into nitty gritty, but I don't know that we're going to get there. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like this is just very much it's a win either way side of thing, you know? It's whichever team's going to come out on top will take this one home. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Excuse me.
This is an Oilrig match. I don't know what it is that's been in me, but I've felt since seeing the way that they performed yesterday and last weekend, Oilrig are here to play. I don't see this going the way of the Mercenaries. I wonder if I'm coping, maybe. We'll see. But this is going to be a great match.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, we're going to take a look at the head-to-head here, but as you had mentioned, I mean, both of these teams at 16 points, only 3 rounds separating these two teams. So, I mean, even if they each draw a game here, it could very well come down to the round differential that was displayed in these two matchups here. But Oilrig, Bakizi, Furlex, Cacao, that ace, Alpi. We saw Cacao still in the States here, so I believe Alpi, Bakizi, that ace, Furlex, Alpi, and Crank is going to be our starting lineup here for Oilrig.
Yeah, Mercenary squad, Kiyoshima, Zaki, Luki, Nemonas, and Fox being tasked with the challenge of taking down Oilrig not once, but twice to guarantee themselves that top spot and the biggest chunk of the prize pool. Remember, folks, this one, for both teams involved, is the difference between a fair amount of money.
Well, a lot on the line here as we get ready to take a look at the map ban and picks. I flash back to HPL 3 where it was Sicario who won. 8 Sins, I think, got second, and Oilrig was in third. But HPL 4, Oilrig, what previously the Pandas, they got the dub. We've seen this mix up. It all comes down to this final matchup. Oilrig making sure not to go to Iceberg. Mercenary says, we don't want any part of Bay 5. So as per usual, it looks like the same scenery for the majority of the day. Fort and Skybridge, the 2 final maps of the day, Cracked.
Yeah, 2 maps to decide it all. 1,750 euros, the difference between second and first here, being decided across 2 maps. The irony being that if either team takes a map off of each other, that 1,750 euros could go down to a game that was played a week ago, where one team took 2 more rounds than the other did. Could be that close. And that has been something that we have not seen in HPL EU for a fair while. The top of the table has been a very tight battle for the entirety of the season, but these 2 teams, Oilrig and Mercenary, have managed to make their way up to the top for one final chance to battle it out for the title champions and the biggest part of the prize pool. Fort first. I'm not surprised that Bay 5's gone hot. That is an Oilrig playground. Nobody likes icebergs, so no shock, no talking points there. And finishing on Skybridge, I mean, we started there. It would make sense to finish there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've come full circle here at this point. And so, you know, the fact that we come down to these 2 teams that have both been able to get some championships under their belt, it doesn't surprise me. And for me, it's just about what team shows up in full force today. Both of these teams are insane, and I'm hoping that they both show up in full force so we have another crazy nail biter. You know, I don't know why, but I've been slightly leaning into Oilrig as well. But, I mean, this Mercenary team, you know, a lot of the old former Sicario members, and even though they were silent there for a little while, they lost a couple. You know, it seems like that they're back to them old selves. And the fact that neither of these teams, you know, have found a loss. They both have a draw early on from teams that were lower on the list, but the fact that it comes down to this very moment where everything is on the line for our final matchup. I mean, again, I feel like HPL 5 has been the best that we've seen so far.
Definitely the closest contested throughout the entirety of the season. We've had a couple of seasons before when the first days decided the tone of the rest of the season, or The entirety of it has been very split. Top four close, bottom four close, but no real moving about the table for the majority until the final day. So this one has been an absolute delight to feast our eyes over. It's been cinema from day one all the way through to day 5, both on screen and for the off screen matches. And that's why I think a lot of people have shown up to show out today for the finals game. I mean, this is a battle of two teams with the Titans, and you have arguably one of the most enjoyed base game players from that side of the pond, from our main man in Bakizi for the Oilrig squad, also showing out in arena. So honestly, that's one of my more smiling points when it comes to all the teams. A little bit of the lore in the background. There's a lot of people out there that are either one way decided, arena or base game. It's really nice to see somebody that excels in both, showing us a little bit of crossover and bringing the communities together. And I mean, you got to argue that Bakizi is also probably one of the most accolade-filled champions within this scene. He's claimed a fair few titles of his own, and he's played alongside some of the best players, if not the majority of the best players in the game.
I mean, you said it best, right? When we see all 10 of these players step out onto the field, every single one of these names is a phenomenal player. I mean, all the skills that come into play, crosshair placement, basic fundamentals, team synergy, you name it. Even though we've seen a lot of these rosters have a little switch up, 2 or 3 players different from roster to roster, because these players are so talented, it's almost like they've been playing together for this, the entirety of the last couple seasons. So I'm glad that it comes down to Oilrig versus Mercenary here in this final one. Again, no points separate these two teams. Only 3 rounds separate these two teams. So, win, lose, or draw, especially draw, every single one of these rounds is going to be so crucial because, if you win your first game drastically, but the second one's close, then you're going to be favored. So every round, I think, is going to be in the back of their mind as time goes on here in this next series.
Yeah, it's definitely going to hurt. I mean, imagine win by 6, lose by 3, and it doesn't get you over the line. You more than 2 to 1 do better than your opponent on the day, and it's still not quite enough. We're going to see. We're going to be able to tune in. It's going to be a very, very keen look as to which two teams step out onto the field. I don't think we've had changes to lineups. I think we're seeing a similar team from both sides. Of course, Cacao is not here today. So replacing him will be Crank, as we have seen him step up and take place multiple times and doing more than a great job to be able to fill those shoes. Crank also been putting down some really good kill to death ratios and good performances on the maps up till now. I'm just looking for a little piece of data because I wanted to check something real quick. Here we go, okay. Now, looking at this Mercenary lineup, I'm trying to stick them off against each other as we did for Pandaric and for Mercenary. We're looking at this player plays this player plays this, and vice versa for Pandaric versus Oilrig. So now let's take Oilrig and Mercenaries. You've got your captain in Bakizi versus your captain in Kiyoshima. 2 good minds in the game. Obviously, Bakizi is known for having the cookbook, but Kiyo has background from other competitive sports too. So he'll have a different playbook. It's a different perspective on how he will execute things. It's interesting to see which of the 2 will come out on top. You have Nemonas, and you have that ace. The brains in the back of the squad, they're going to play that consistency. They anchor out the tail end of the round. They'll be the ones looking to rely upon to clutch it up. And you've got your frag players, your Furlex, your Cacao, or in this case, it's going to be Crank. And then Zaki and Lukey, respectively, on opposite sides. And then you've got your ace factors, all right? Alpi and Fox. They might play different styles. Alpi more of an anchor on site, very exceptionally good under pressure in 1v2s, v3s, defending. Fox, on the other hand, an all-round player for me. Aggressive, defensive, very good with gun skill, very quick reaction time, so hard to deal with. Curious as to which element plays out stronger. That's my head-to-head for the 2 teams. Doesn't really help me decide as to which I think is favoured, but if the folks at home are going to look at what piece of the puzzle really is that's sort of standing out for each of the 2 teams, that's where I would be highlighting them. Star players in your mind, Hort? Any, like maybe 2 players from each team you've got your eyes on to really watch out for to make that difference?
I mean, almost every single one of these players has won an HPL championship in the last 2 HPLs. So I think you could almost pick any name. But for me, I'm a little biased because I love sniping so much. So I'm always got my eye on that ace. And on the other side of things, Lukey has been a big difference maker for me. I think when Lukey consistently top frags, this team consistently wins. I always mention the 27 kills with 27 headshots on Bull. We recently saw it again here, 17 and 15, followed up by like another 20 bomb performance. So even though Zaki Neomanos Fox, all we've seen 20 kill games. I mean, they can stand out. For me, Lukey has been a big difference maker and a standout factor in a lot of these decisive wins that they're able to pull off. So, again, I think you could put all 10 names in a hat, draw out a name, and pick any one of them, and they could be that shining star. But if I had to pick two, at least for today, I'm going to go with that ace and Lukey.
Ooh, okay. I'm actually looking at it from a different perspective. I agree with you. I think both of those players are going to be pivotal in each of their team's performances, but I don't think they're going to be the ones that are going to make the explosions today. I actually have my eyes set out for Fox on this one. He's been inspired, I would like to think, by the performance that his good friend in Stripey put in from the Spartans today, and I'm wondering if that's going to make us see a different side to Fox than one that we've seen from before. We know he's exceptional, but his talent and his potential is always touted. There might just be that extra little bit more special that we've not quite been privy to just yet. So maybe Fox is about to pop off, and if you want to look at the other side of the roster, you can't argue that this man has never popped off. Okay, Felix is a name that is known for flexing and folding alike, all right? No, he's not a professional clothes person, all right? He doesn't come in and do all the laundry when mum's put it through the washing machine. No, he folds people, all right? By the double, by the triple, and by the quad. And most of the time he's doing it with one hand on the other shoulder, brushing the dust off as easily as the kills look, okay? So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the two top fraggers out there. I'm going to see which one of the two outperforms, because you want to talk about a challenge up in front of their eyes. Well, I mean, you want to pit Fox and Furlex against each other every round? I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. And Furlex, I mean, is someone that we've seen play well on a multitude of different, rifles and weapons. So, although the SR3 really not around too much, it is that P90, but Furlex is the first to be taken out, and it is by Neomanos here.
Oh, Zaki with the quick wiggle pick out. The Useless is going to pick up McKeezy as well. One apiece, 2, 3 go down as that ace goes to Nemo.
What an opening start here for Mercenary. Almost a flawless round to start. Everybody's still standing at the moment. Numbers in their favor. Crank and Alpy have to try to make something happen. We do see the Mercenaries begin to send a rotation back toward B site, but I think they hear the audio cue, call them all back, but it's Neomanos to find another. He's already got a triple here in round one.
Yeah, it's a much better start from Nemo than what we saw yesterday. Quiet and Neomanos is not something that stopped the Mercenary team doing well, but it is something that surprises us. Nemo and his previous squad was one of the members that is always up towards the top of the leaderboard, having to put in hard work to get it over the line. Here, with such an exceptional team around him, not needing to put in so much work, makes it an even 20% spread per member of the 5 on the field. One goes down as it is. Neomanos shut down short of 3. Lukey finds Alpy, and that's going to be the end of the round. Mercenary start off their campaign for that title of champions with a lead, 1-0.
Great start. A very decisive round win, honestly. I mean, Nemo was just popping off, and so those are the things that we're looking for. Who's popping off early? Who's carrying that momentum and keeping that hot heat hot? So, Mercenaries, round 1 on the board. Of course, Oilrig from this attacking side will look to battle back. They've got 3 P90s themselves, so we'll see if they can make the magic happen here. The P90 is kind of ruling the scene at the moment.
150 rounds of SS-190 across 3 members is quite a lot of bullets to be able to fire. Good arguments, I guess, in the logic sense as to why it is so strong at this moment in time. Need to talk about the kit choices a little bit later on as the sound of the guns racking out and rolling out right now is that of the AKs. Crank picking up first kill from round number 2 onto Neomanos. Sees Oilrig already off to a better start. Got that health back up as that ace is going to do that ace things nice and slowly and steadily. He's going to work his way out into the garden. The first pick is collected and there's nobody else on site. Well, in come Oilrig. The door is wide open and Long is being told they're not allowed in for free either. Fairlight's going to hold this one off with clean spray fire, and that's the P90 at its best.
Opening headshot onto Zaki from that ace was nasty as well. We often talk about all the body shots, but he gets a little flashy with that one. And now with 35 seconds on the clock, Kiyoshima, Fox, TP90s in hand. Furlex spots the first. Sprays go out, but doesn't collect the kill here. Eventually, we'll find the headshot on the Fox. And now with the smoke in the way, Kiyoshima has some decisions to make. Unfortunately, won't have much time to think about it because Furlex has found him as well.
Consecutive almost flawless rounds from both teams. This one for Oilrig didn't see any of the members being killed until after the timer had gone down and only down to teammates. But again, an equal level of strength out of both teams as they split the first 2 rounds, one apiece. All eyes on Oilrig as they leave spawn on the minimap. Round number 3 as the bomb starts to make its way towards A. We're going to set up again on the same side of the map.
One more time, the Stampede back this direction. Was that Ace? We had that nice pick onto Zaki to open things up. We see Zaki very close into the corner, often where that Ace does play as well on the defensive side of things. Nades rain down. Furlex avoids that one, and a quick peek puts Lukey down. He knows Zaki's here, but it's not enough. Furlex goes down. Bakizi, the quick trade back. The site will open up, and Oilrig should be able to find the plant because it doesn't look like there's any nades that have been held on to here from the Mercenaries.
45 on the clock. Mercenary going to walk up 3 members strong. Alpi tucked in behind the wall towards that cult connector if a rotation from the other side was going to come through. Not today. And Nemo down prone. Fox watching his back up short. Mercenary just playing the time as long as they can to see if somebody is going to rotate in on the flank. But 3 versus 4, they know full well that the time is escaping them the more that they wait for this flank that isn't coming.
Time management, and then crucial, important aspects of the game as well. Alpi and Bakizi will find 2 more, and now Nemenos all alone. It was Mercenaries with a flawless first round win, but Oilrig has been able to battle back. Alpi will find 2. That one got a bit dicey there, but you talked about Alpi, and I mean, really has been filling this role nicely. We talked about Cacao not being here, Crank stepping in. You've got Alpi, who's a new player on the roster as well. But, I mean, weekend in, weekend out, it seems like Alpi has been playing phenomenal. Just a great addition for this Oilrig squad.
Round number 4. Out the gates. Minimap positioning suggests a similar approach. A little bit more mid-control from Oilrig this time as they send a second person to try and shore up. A quick rotation through Cult under Heaven to come through to cover off of a Palace. Push. Util on either side of the smoke to Big Box is going to delay aggressive push out off of sight from Mercenary on A. To make sure that they can't steal full garden control before Oilrig have any chance to get a foothold.
Bit of patience, a little silence for a moment, but that moment's gone as Crank will find an opening pick on to Nemenos. Collects the head here. Now the peek out, and Crank is on fire. Cranking out the kills like Soldier Boy, baby. Lukey shuts that Ace down, but in numbers, they battle forward. It's Furlex to find the pick. Oilrig looking to get the plant down, but there is no smokes in line of sight. Kiyoshima shifting forward. Fox finding Alpi and a chance to reel it back.
Within this game, we're going to get to really decide which one of these 2 teams has seemed to be favoured on Fort. I know obviously one of the teams has picked us to be here. That's not the perspective I'm looking at it from. More considering whether we feel like either of these 2 teams is decidedly stronger by the end of this match, or whether this is a heavily contested map. Because the further we get down and the more these teams get used to each other and play together, the more we're going to start to see a bit of a story develop as to what they are good at and what they aren't. Bakizi, and that's all she wrote. I thought that the prone angle might have caught him off a little bit, being able to be predictable. We saw the shots out of Mercenary looking good towards where Bakizi was, but not today.
Not today, baby. Oilrig up by 2 here now. Mercenaries maybe feeling a little bit of that pressure. They need to answer back. We talked about it, especially in these close games. These round differentials are huge. It was Oilrig with only a +3 over top of Mercenary heading into this series here today, but a big decisive win could really propel them in the direction of victory here.
Yeah, Mercenary 9-3 here, and 9-6 the next match to Oilrig would not be enough. It would need to be 1 better. 2 quick kills as Kiyoshima and Fox combine together on the B side to take out 2 of the Oilrig attacking members. Starts to see this round looking a little bit more favourable for Mercenary. Alpi's going to drop off out toward cannons and then back off from this ramp position as he knows that he is now a little bit left away from his squad. Going to try and fight his way back up into here. We can see Fox sat behind the wall. Not that Alpi's going to know, and that left hand's going to do him a world of nightmares in a second. Poor Alpi. It's a trap, and down he goes.
Yeah, the fact that the device is there as well is going to be big trouble times ahead of Oilrig. We saw that Ace bounce back with a snipe onto Nemo here as they look to reel it back just a bit. But Fox posted up in a great position, especially with the P90. Has help from Kiyoshima as well. But Keezy goes down, but that Ace pops another shot, finds another body. I don't know how many crazy clutches we've seen from that Ace. If he could find this 3v1, it would be huge. But he's also got to be careful of Zaki here.
Careful is right. Well, I give him the due. If there's going to be any players on the pitch that are going to know exactly how to try and play around that Ace, it is going to be the likes of Kiyoshima and Zaki, for they have fought against this gentleman many a time before. Different roster, different team name, but same player. And that doesn't change much, especially not when it comes to that Ace, as this person does not shift with the metas. He just stays on what he's darn good at, and that is a marksman class.
Yeah, I mean, we see not that many teams rocking marksmans these days, other than only 4 frags. So it's still refreshing to see that there are teams and players out there still trying to hold it down. That Ace certainly one of the best, if not the best, to do it. But they've still got the comfort of a 1-round lead. Fox, Crank, teetering with disaster here. Fox will win the battle, but Keezy drops from above and rains down death and destruction, finds a 2-piece. And with that, we'll look to collect that device to see exactly where they want to go. But take a look at the positioning of Zaki on the minimap as well.
Like in the eye of the vulture, as he drops off the top rope. It was actually scary to see. He just floats down and glides in front of the face of his adversary and then continues that motion by watching him with his eyes into the ground. Earns the device on site. Kiyoshima is going to put a couple of bullets into the dome of Bakizi mid-plant, though, and then back through the smoke. Alpi's hot on the tail, though, and he's going to pick up the kill before he gets away. Lukey lurking on the edge of the smoke for the pickup onto Alpi's going to jump across and go down. 2 versus 2. That Ace is here. Trades out 1 for 1. Oh, he doesn't even know. He doesn't get the damage on the kill. It's Furlex and that Ace versus Zaki.
That Ace. Here's the audio cue of Zaki. Makes the call out to Furlex, who is ready. Here's the peek. The pant goes down. Zaki finds both. Zaki on the double here in Mercenary. It looked like they were about to be down by 2. Instead, they find themselves tied up through the first 6 rounds.
Hold up a minute. That's not how I expected that to go. Oilrig with the 2v1 on site, and that Ace still on the pitch, and Zaki comes up clutch. Well, that's definitely Zaki things. It's a new look to see that Oilrig are able to be broken like that. That is a good look for the Mercenary squad. Normally you find that Ace just seems to have this aura around him where intimidation just follows him everywhere they go, and people seem to forget how to play the game when he starts charging them. Not this time. Zaki is not phased a single bit.
Round 7. Mercenary looking to regain the lead here. It's been since that first round that they've seen it, and Fox will open up with a pick on the Furlex here. That Ace, does he know he's this close? He does, and he'll find that shot on the Lukey. Ready for the second peek here as well. Zaki picking up on the Bakizi. Now Zaki taking out a teammate as well. Oh, they were up by 2 players in this round, and all of a sudden it becomes more feasible because of that TK.
Yes and no. The bomber's still in a really good spot for them to be able to hold off. You see Alpi's losing 2/3 of his health just trying to get even close to where it is. Look at the Keo lurk. This is that experience coming into play. Keo's worked his way into the back line so far up that 95% of the map belongs to Mercenary right now.
It's that one miss that we normally allot. It's very rare that we see that second one come in, but on the pre-fire, just toying around with it a little bit. That shot looked decent. It doesn't quite connect, though. And now the shots from Alpi here toward mid. They're trying to close in. 40 on the clock. The device down, and that Ace will eventually find this pick on to Zaki. A lot of room to clear here yet, though. Oh, my! He does it yet again. He's so dirty.
You just can't stop to pause, Hort. There's no point in ending the sentence. You might as well carry on, my friend, because he's not going to let you stop that easily. That Ace, give him space, and he's going to make you absolute magic. Alpi, you've got to give in that system, doing a great job there. 50 rounds on the P90, doing its most work to cause as much distraction as possible so that Ace can have more angles to swing. You notice they move together as a unit. Useless, inside across kitchen from the short garden peak, again outside across kitchen from the long garden peak, inside to the tight angle, and all the while Alpi's dancing in front of him, just making it impossible to focus on that Ace.
Great teamwork. It leads to the round win for Oilrigs. They've got the tied half, but it's Nivanos and Lukey looking to tie it up. Frank answers back for one, looks for a second. Pre-fire shots were good, but Mercenary able to hang tight for a moment, avoid that shot as well. Bakizi from behind takes out Zeki and Kiyoshima from a distance. The cookbook is cooking up now. He finds Nivanos as well. It's 3 on the board for Bakizi, and Oilrig looking to go up 5-3 at half.
Device down. Oilrig in a great place. And it's on Fox to try and pull off a miracle. 1 versus 3. He's going to deal with long into garden. The gun's going to come up and Alpi's going to keep his ground. 5-3. The Oilrig squad do extend the lead from their attacking half. They claim a 2-round cushion. Is it going to be enough?
I mean, it could go either way, but I think, you know, these smaller cushions are a much more feasible thing for some of these top tier teams. And so I think just the fact that you get a winning half is probably the most important thing when it comes down to this for Oilrig. Again, they've just, you know, realistically got to keep it close. They got to get a minimum of 1 win from one of these maps and then, you know, look to lock down that round differential. Obviously, both of these teams want to get 2 wins on the board and really kind of show that they deserve to be in that top spot. But yeah, I mean, Oilrig doing exactly what they need to do at the moment. They just have to close it out as well.
Early setup from Util. Sees Lukey trying to nail a nade towards Cannons. We see that Ace is going to open up with the first kill, and that position in Cannons, that Ace playing way more tucked to the stairs than where the grenade's going. So not only does he get that opening pick, but he is fully safe from the Util sent his way. Oh, they've sent him a friend as well, Hort, just in case they decide to push him out in Cannons now, knowing where the Balti is. He has support. Alpi's up inside a mini.
Lukey's going to try to shift through the smoke here just a bit. We see Alpi on the other side of things here in great position. Alpi consistently plays from here on this map specifically, but Furlex does find one. Fox quick to get the trade. Here comes the peek, and Lukey with a quick snap to the dome puts Alpi in the dirt.
Yeah, great hip fire, close range, close quarters combat, favoring that of the Mercenary on the full auto weapon. That Ace is still doing as much damage as he can from this arch cannon's position. A big swing out on the right-hand side is going to see that Ace unable to pull the trigger in time. 2 versus 2. Kyo's big play makes it now an even fight post-plant for Oilrig.
Oilrig does have the slightest of health advantages here. Bakizi, oh, the shots ring out a bit early, but he's still able to find Lukey. It's a nice headshot. Now a 2v1, but Kiyoshima answers back, finds the pick on to Crank. The call will come out. Bakizi knows exactly where he is. He's going to bait out some pre-fire here as well. He doesn't opt to chase, though, and is going to look to potentially deactivate the device. He hears the footsteps. Now back and forth they go. He's got a chance to catch him here, and he does the spray. He doesn't connect, though, and that is detrimental to winning that round.
Kiyoshima's going to nod at that one. The dance between the two at the top of the teams, the captains, the clash of the captains. And this one comes out King Kiyoshima. A little bit silenced inside of the arena. Slightly stunned in the casting booth, I think we both are. Well, a few of those bullets did not seem to register where we thought they were going to do. That looked like Bakizi had Kiyoshima with his pants down, but it looks like Kiyoshima had worn his slickest pair of Speedos because he was able to swim his way to safety out of the nightmare somehow. Top heaven, bottom hell, looking dangerous as Mercenary, just assaulting this mid-space with bullet sound.
The Superman skivvies coming into play here. Kiyoshima finds that clutch, but they still find themselves down by a round here. Flex on the peak does find Fox, and that'll open up some space here at mid. We can see the pressure from the other side. Shots ring out Furlex. Close to finding another, but it's Zaki from above that will put him down.
Felix finds Fox. Fox, after being taken out, gets support from Zaki in heaven, and all of that mid-control that Oilrig had re-established gets snuffed out just as quick. That 1-for-1 actually works more in the favor of Mercenary for this, because Oilrig's member that they had holding the bedroom and the beacon position is now fully removed. So you see, on the minimap, 1, 2, 3, 4 of the Mercenary squad have this bottom right corner of the B site pretty much under lockdown if they step up and start taking space. Of course, we are on board with the one man that normally plays foil to that open B site, and that is this pillar defender inside a mini from Alpi. First from Kiyoshima as that ace goes down. We see the bomb sneaking. Alpi inside outside. He's looking for Kiyo, but Luke is going to take him out in time.
I don't think he realized that the device had shifted in there as he looked away momentarily. Now Bikizi from spawn side will try to find one here. Util still in the pockets of Mercenary, and angles to clear. Bikizi will try to pressure forward. One at the bottom of the steps here toward cannon side. Crank begins to shift through mid. Bikizi does find Nemo. He finds one more onto Lukey. And from a 4v2 to a 2v2, Zaki answers back onto Crank, and Bikizi's got to do it all.
As big as he is, he ain't big enough to be able to deal with 4 all by himself. Not with that crossfire on site set up. Mini and Beacon direct opposites to each other over site, and Bikizi is forced to walk out into a crossfire. Scores get tied up 5-5. Mercenary making a meal of the first map just as much as Oilrig are, and we are neck and neck. 10 kills and 6 deaths on Kiyoshima, 11 and 7 on Bikizi, with both captains trying to lead from the front from either of their teams.
Lead the charge one more time here. This time in around 11, excuse me. Bikizi toward the site. It's Nemo, though. This time an early pick on the Furlex. These two have been duking it out around mid, and I've had a lot of back and forth between these two individuals. Alpi on the P90 with shift forward. That utility toward mid to smoke off here as well, and now they'll slowly begin to inch forward.
Such a tense setup, and this is the level of detail that goes into each the two teams with the setups when it's defending and attacking side favored. Beacon being respected very heavily, both Palace and the forward pushing mid, trying to clear it out. Alpi in the top of the ramp, trying to make a hero play. Steps out into Kiyo, Bikizi closes off. 1-for-1, bomb on site. Nemo finds that ace. Bikizi trades back, and Fox is going to find the response.
Troubles for Oilrig now. It was a nice start there, 5-3 half, but they haven't gotten a single round here in the second half. And with the device going down on a 3v1, Crank has to work some magic of his own here. We'll shift forward, almost caught off guard by the body stuck in toward the wall there, but doesn't quite bite the bait. Shots from above will ring out. That'll give Crank a little bit of intel, but he's got to find 3, and time really stacked against him here.
Yeah, the rotation from bedroom. Fox has got space to just dip into mid. Nemo's had chance to rotate round from top mid into arch. Now on the cannon stairs, it's fully covered, and Crank knows full well he's got no chance to be able to jump onto the bomb for a sneak defuse. 6-5, the Mercenary put enough squad members on site. They take the lead again. 4 more rounds.
I am just...
either way, eh?
Yeah, I'm just at the edge of my seat right now. Yeah, it's so hard to tell how this is going to play out, and I think that's the fun part of it. But Oilrig has been a little bit silent in these last 3 rounds or so. We've got to see him make a chance to, or make a a fight back here, if you will. And so, needing to grab a round of their own. They've been silent for a little while. Furlex and Nemo continue to have this fight here at mid. Furlex will back off just a bit this time, though, and allow for space as Fox finds Crank.
And again, another one from mid as Kiyoshima's playing the close right-hand wall. Furlex goes down. The Balti from that ace sings just for a second. There's the second shot that doesn't normally miss. I waited, as I'm sure you did, Hot. Always got to wait for the second shot. Oh, no.
Please. Wait for the second one, but the third one from behind, that's a little bit of an easier one there. So that ace will capitalize. But again, you take a look at the numbers and where the pressure from Mercenary is coming from. Alpi, though, denying the device is a big pick now for Oilrig.
And those 2 big picks are only to bring us back to a 3 versus 3. The Mercenary squad have a Good advantage. 3 versus 2. With Zaki picking up another one. But they're not worried about the bomb right now. Keo and Nemonas just trying to work into this player on Mini. Alpi somehow squeezes a kill out in between it. I don't even know how he gets a kill there. It's only a 1-for-1, but even so. Give that ace a chance. He's got a P90 in hand. Nemo denied the sight with the bomb. He's going to be able to plant from top ramp. Oh, here we go. First down. This is that ace season. This is that ace territory.
7 rounds in the mag for the P90, though. And now he's going to realize there's nothing left. He's got to go to the bowl. That was dangerous, but this is where he does best. This is where he's most comfortable. And that ace, a pixel peak, not for the weak. And just like that, Oilrig has tied it up. The clutch master, the clutch factor. That ace does it again. 3 on the board. The full house with Alpi.
There's going to be a gun skin coming in soon. I am sure. This is not a promise, chat, all right? This is me speculating, okay? But if this man keeps playing like this, there's going to be an Ace of Spades card skin coming in for a Balti very soon. Maybe on this M700 even, maybe. But memes aside, there is only one king of the hill when it comes to the sniper. This player in that ace has been phenomenal for the longest time, and it is so hard to stop him. Those kind of rounds make the strongest of men quiver. To be able to do that on a weapon that really pits you against yourself in a multiple number situation and still pull it off, unbelievable.
I think the fact that any other person in that situation 9 out of 10 times loses those clutch factors with a Bolty, the fact that that ace is able to consistently win them and do it in a flashy manner just makes for a cinema here. Never disappointing for the action, and that's why we find ourselves tied up between these two juggernauts of a team 6-6 here. Now into round 13, all 10 members still standing. Furlex on the hunt, tries to find him, but somehow he gets away.
Yeah, start asking yourself a daft question. How are you meant to kill people when your best piece of advice is don't peek them because they're just too dangerous? Oh my word, Furlex! It's slaughter in mid. It's absolute slaughter.
But bodies and blood left in the wake of Furlex here, who continues to be a menace. A lot of players now getting into that double-digit kill territory as well. Furlex is taking a little bit of damage, though, but because they have this numbers advantage, they can be a little bit more patient now. Crank, I think, spotting or pre-firing toward Nemonas here as well. Luki begins to shift toward the site with the device here. Alpi spots one. Crank will find the kill onto Nemo, and Oilrig looking to take the lead here.
Oh, wow. Furlex is being saved time and time again. Look how much health this man has got left on site, and he's playing with it as best he can. He makes every sliver of health count, and he never gives enough to have his life taken. Support from Alpi and support from behind him in B-Con just makes him immovable from that B site.
Oh. This is wild. We knew it was going to be close. Only 1 round separating these two teams as we get dangerously close to the end of Fort here. Oilrig, a chance to go to match point, a chance to give themselves a couple opportunities to close it out, which is a nice thing to have against a team like Mercenary, but Mercenary's been able to reel it back. They've been able to keep it close and to tie it up. They're going to look to do so one more time in here in round 14, excuse me.
Gonna hold our breath so we could hear a pin drop in the room. Because, again, 3 versus 3, we stack up towards this A site. The bomb sat inside a K1. 2 members from the Mercenary squad on the left-hand side of kitchen. Crank lurking on the edge of the smoke. He's just trying to find that one ebb or flow of the smoke that just gives him that little bit more vision than the person that he's trying to find. Not happening this time over. Safe position out of Bakizi is covering off just in case Crank gets swung. No, they're here. It's going to happen.
Crank finds the first one. It's a great start, but Fox is right there to answer back, and with that, Crank will fall as well. Furlex at mid is a monster, and they haven't had an answer here yet. Nemonas has gotten him a couple times, but Furlex seems to be in control now at 13 as well, and now they try to pressure on toward the A site. We'll see the rest of the members from Oilrig beginning to collapse that direction as well.
My memory serves me right. It was day 5 and Fort that Furlex was absolutely popping off in weekend 1-2 on Fox, however. He's starting to feel a little bit keen and comfortable. He's going to find the first pick onto that of the captain in Bakizi. Left-hand side in the A site, now on the reapproach. Both that ace and Furlex are ready for this. The shot from that ace and Furlex together are both good.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't have played it any better. You take a look at the time on the clock. There was less than 20 seconds for Mercenary to make a decision there. They didn't have any smokes to work with as well, so Oilrig can just be patient and wait for that plant. They peek together. That ace, you can guarantee he's going to get one. And, well, you got the teammates to back you up. They get both in quick succession. They get to match point, and now they look to close out Fort here.
Crazy strong performances all around.
Here comes the Stampede. Quickly, Lukey and Zaki will look to deal with it. The plant is going to go down. This might be the fastest plant we've seen here on Fort yet as far as these two teams go. And that ace from the cannon side will look to find and work with that sniper. Nemenos here as well. We see Crank and crew beginning to shift through spawn to look to help that ace a bit, but this smoke is going to make it difficult. Oh my. Cracked.
What do you do? Well, I'm honestly lost for words. I don't know how you're supposed to combat it. I mean, he's barely on screen for you to be able to shoot him. This man is just built different. That being said, the Mercenary squad are trying to change that mentality for a moment. It might only be that ace that's unable to be killed right now. Come on, please tell me no. There's no way he gets away with this one. The bolt timing's the only thing that can stop him. He's physically unkillable unless it is taken out of his skill range. This is insane.
Feel like it's those 3v1 situations against that ace. That's how the Mercenaries are able to deal with him when he's the last member standing and they have numbers in their favor so that they can try to play that buddy system together, work in between that bolt action reload. But easier said than done, unfortunately for them, is they have found a round window and they get within one to push it into overtime. We've been just blessed with a plethora of overtimes here today, but Oilrig looking to close it out. This could be the final round if they're able to do so.
Crag for the first. It's going to be Zaki that goes down to it. That's a cheeky little boost peek out of the back from the A site and headshot that I don't think we've seen in a little while. We're getting techie with it. The Oilrig squad. Keo's going to find one into Furlex. The device is going down on site, but the post-plant nade is not. Wait! What?
What just happened, Cracked? I saw the nades come in, but it was team kills on both sides. I mean, they try to get a little bit of leeway, and then it haunts them both. Kiyoshima, though, finding Alpi. It's late utility that has come up big now for Mercenary, and with just 27 seconds on the clock, we might be looking at an overtime here on Fort.
I mean, they both managed to get team kills of their own with the first nade, so they were bound to kill each other, or one of them was with the second. It's Keo that comes up on top of Alpi after that one. Fox finds another kill to help solidify this, and that's putting us one way from overtime. Crank to save it. It's gone. Time's gone. There's no way they can defuse it. It doesn't matter regardless. Crank is going to absolutely delete as many people as he can before the timer runs out. Keo's not going to give him a chance for the third. He's going to bring that knife out and go for a bonk. Hello. Goodbye. It's overtime, Hort.
It doesn't surprise me. Like I said, this is just a consistent theme. And you look at the kills here. I mean, we've got 4 members with 14 on the side of Oilrig. Almost everybody in double digits. And realistically, the same could be said for the other side. I think only 1 member not in double digits. Everybody very close. These rounds have been extremely close. Back and forth we go. And, well, it's only fitting that we see another overtime, especially in this final matchup where every round is so incredibly crucial.
Oh, man. Well, I will say one thing that's crazy. Even if Mercenary win this by collecting 3 rounds in a row, they cannot go to overtime next game in the draw to win. The Mercenaries have to double win now. There's no way that they can take it on the round difference with the way the scores are. And they're going to start off with a good First blood from Fox. I'm hovering because Pinsard in the middle is Crank. There's no way he gets two. Crank it up, brother. Turn the volume up and start getting crunk because he is cooking in the mid lane.
Soldier Boy up in this one, baby. He will eventually be put down by Zaki and the P90 to bring it back to a 3v3. That ace holding down this spawn side. We saw Lukey beginning to shift that direction. And if that ace can find that one, it would help alleviate some of this pressure and allow them to get this plant down a little bit easier on the B site. But they've got to be careful of this player who's tucked in immediately behind Alpi here.
Hey, there's going to be some chance of you, Cranks, my Soldier Boy, at the end of this. You ain't wrong. A little bit of nostalgia blasted me when you hit with that. I haven't heard that one in a long while, actually. Very tasteful reference there. And speaking of tasteful, the gameplay has been nothing but all day long. Keo's got that ace, though. Hold up. 1 versus 3. The captain has himself a task at hand. The bomb is on site. That is the one positive thing. That is the negative thing, and that is that Kiyoshima has the best angle in the world to be able to stop him to get him up from rank, and that puts the Mercenary squad up by 1 in overtime. Now, defending side favoured Hawk, still looking to see Mercenary take 2 rounds here to give themselves a chance to put an advantage or some pressure down onto Oilrig in their half.
I think if they get both rounds here, it's going to be tough for Oilrig. You know, defensive, yeah, I mean, it does go back and forth, but in a game that's been this close, you really don't want to give your opponents that 2-point cushion, especially in overtime here. So Mercenaries have put themselves in the proper seat to close this game out, but Oilrig has other plans. Unfortunately, it doesn't come into fruition. Bakizi, that ace, both go down early here, and now Fox, Zaki, the domino effect in full effect. They don't drop a single member, and Mercenary all of a sudden looking very dangerous.
Flawless. That one comes through absolutely clean. 17 and 11 Kiyoshima looking very dangerous. 14 and 10, 13 and 11. Oh my word, the kill feed at the top of this leaderboard is steamy. There are slayers on both sides of them. And look at the board for Oilrig. Everybody in double digits. 14 and 13, 14 and 14, 14 and 14. And on the other side of the table, it's equally as scary. You've got 17 and 11 Kyo, 14 and 10 Zaki, 13 and 14 Fox. Brother, everybody's in double digos.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been an insane wild ride here, and we knew this final matchup was only going to make it that much crazier. Mercenary, an opportunity to close out Fort now. Pressing up Nemo, trying to take the numbers advantage here as well. And now around we go. And Furlex finds Lukey. The hip fire, though, it's Kiyoshima with a help. Prank Bakizi, Alpi. Answer back in quick succession. And Kiyoshima, the leader, in charge, now needs 3.
Crank, he's got to hold this off. Don't give him space. Good hold from Crank. Keeps Oilrig in it. You think you give Kiyoshima space and a kill there. He's gone to that A site. The rocket boosters will be on, and he is running for the hills. But that is a good hold out of Crank. The Oilrig squad do not get intimidated by the first blood and the push in. Not only that, but Alpi kites so far back into sight that he's given 2 teammates with the space to be able to protect him from. And Furlex, man, you can ask nothing more of this team member when he is called upon. He is begged to save Alpi's life, and he doesn't just save it. He starts slamming doors closed left, right, and center all over sight.
It's amazing to see that domination there, especially when you're down 2 rounds. You drop one more, you lose the game, or the map, rather. And so it doesn't affect Oilrig, though. They've been in situations like this before. This is where they tend to thrive as well. But they need one more round to press this into a second overtime. And it's Nemonas, the first pick on the Furlex, Bakizi on the Lukey. He doesn't see him prone, and Fox finding that ace might just be the extra help they need.
I mean, Mercenary are only doing the first half of their leg of the deal as well. If they take the victory home here, if they take another round, this one will fall into their hands 11-9, going into the second match with a chance to bring back that round difference, with a chance to win it outright just by taking a 2-0 victory. Oh, this is close. It all rests on the shoulders of this man here. For Oilrig in map 1, he has been the one big problem on the B side for any team. Can you get through Alpi without losing 2? It's away position. Mid strapping him up. He's suffocated out of the spot. Good awareness from Mercenary, and Mid pins him down. The device is planted, and the time goes up to 50. 2 versus 4. Have Oilrig got it in him?
It doesn't appear so. A decisive round win for Mercenary. They shut it down here on Fort, but they do not win by many rounds. Only 2, in fact. And like you said, if we see a similar situation here in the next map, where Oilrig is able to win it, regardless of overtime or not, then it wouldn't be enough rounds to pass up Oilrig. So it is going to come down to this final game to rule them all.
Nothing more to be said. 11-9, the Mercenaries put themselves on the precipice of success. We will be back right after this for map number 2. They say this is why we game. I say this is why we cast. Because I'll tell you now, these games, those are the games you live for. All the way down to the wire. An 11-9 victory for Mercenary. And that puts them, as we've mentioned, in the best position possible. Give or take a few rounds. I think if you're a Mercenary fan, and you wanted to make this as guaranteed as possible, you'd have liked to have won that first map by, I don't know, give or take a 3-round difference, maybe, you know, just wipe that off the table. Would have been quite nice, and then just a straight up draw wouldn't have made really too much of a hat either way. That being said, I don't think anybody in that Mercenary camp is thinking for anything other than let's just take home the victory 2-0. This is the table. The standings see them with a round difference at this moment in time of 1. That's right, that 3-round difference has been shortened to 1 now, thanks to the OT victory from Mercenary. So they, at this moment in time, lead the round difference by a singular round. But if Oilrig are to take an overtime victory in any way, shape or form, they will win regardless of round difference on the tie. If Mercenary win in anything other than regulation time, it is an Oilrig success. However, if Mercenary take it home in regulation, they will win overall 2-0 regardless.
I mean, Mercenary has to win. You know, they can't afford to lose this game. If they lose this game, 1 round differential is not going to be enough. It doesn't matter if it's regulation or overtime. That would be 2 additional rounds to Oilrig, which would solidify their dub. The only way for Mercenary to get this dub is to, in fact, get that dub. It's going to be on Skybridge as well. Oilrig, all they got to do is win the game. It doesn't matter how they win. They just have to win. It all comes down to this. HPL 5 has been perfect. I mean, I'm so ecstatic and so honored and just very thankful to get to be a part of all of it with everybody here in chat, the competitors, Cracks, all the wonderful people we've got working behind the scenes, BSG, Auroras, AMD. I mean, HPL 5 has just truly been phenomenal.
You might as well at this point call us the postman, because boy, oh boy, have we delivered with Season 5. You are absolutely right. I'm, again, just as grateful and ecstatic as you are to be sat in the booth, to be able to bring this entertainment to the folks at home. As always, your comments and kindness, folks, because we've seen you in chat. Don't think we're not keeping an eye on all those comments if we're not necessarily responding to you. Of course, we do have to keep an eye locked in on the gameplay. I would miss it all, so don't think that any of your kind comments and wonderful words are gone missed or unheard, because they are greatly appreciated, and we would not be here if it wasn't for the likes of the folks like you in the chat that keep us motivated to do this. So thank you for showing up and showing out in full support, and thank you to the teams for some great performances. Before we close out and round out our final map of the day, Hort, it's a time to remember the fact that we have 8 teams that have taken part in this Season 5 league, like you so accurately said, that have all made this an absolute cake to be able to appreciate. Oilrig, Mercenary, Pandaric, Arktic, Ancestral, only 4 Frag, Spartans, and Exaltation. We all take our hats off to every one of the members of these rosters. They're all shown on screen there, thanks to some beautiful work from production, who also deserve another massive shout out. I'm going to leave the blessings to the man with the mythical mustache to be able to go through the names at the end of the broadcast, but there is a whole host of people that also work from the Hunt Premier in the background that allow these competitors to participate in such an amazing environment, and it wouldn't be possible without them either. So from myself on the bench, and I'm sure Hort, big hearts. All right, thank you ever so much for all the passion and everything you put into the gameplay and keeping us entertained, because we wouldn't be able to continue doing what we do without it.
Yeah, and honestly, I look back and I got to give a big shout out to even Ancestral. I mean, a team that struggled throughout both weekends, but all of a sudden here on the final day, the game really didn't matter much to them, maybe other than just looking to take out the Spartans. But they fight tooth and nail to the very end. That was a series that went into overtime. That was a second game that I think was 9-7, almost overtime as well. And I think we saw so many competitive teams here that, despite the outcome, every single one of these individuals should be holding their head high. They came out, they put on a phenomenal performance. They put on a great show for everybody involved for both weekends, whether you're working behind the scenes on the desk or just enjoying it in chat. I mean, they really have put on a great masterpiece, a great show for us all here. And so incredibly thankful for all of the competitors to come out and have some good times over both weekends, whether it went your way or not. And I hope to see these teams returning next season as well. Like I said, we continuously see so much growth through all these teams, and we're slowly starting to see them chip away at those top three that have been there for a little while.
Top three, I think we're starting to consider a top 6 or 7 at this point in time, which I'm really delighted to see. It's getting meaty in the middle of the table, and that's the way that the scene tends to develop. We're not going to lie, we've had 2 teams, then it was 3 teams, then it was 4 teams that kind of battled for the top section. Then we went back to 3 and having 3 teams below fighting for that sort of 4th, 5th, and 6th spot where it got a bit dicey, but you started to feel like a couple of the less recognized teams were finding the footing and finding the way through the murky waters and the deep waters to be able to challenge. And now, like you've just said, we really do have competitors. It feels like we've got underdogs that have the potential to upset. We've got experienced players that really do sometimes make mistakes. They're really human, genuine mistakes that nobody's unbeatable. It's been very tough to see a season where we haven't had one team that really just has throttled everybody else. So this one has been a thorough delight to deliver that kind of action. And well, the results and the VODs for you to be able to go back and watch in the future, they're going to be there for a little while for you to catch up. So if you missed any of it, I suggest you go back. I mean, personally, Hot, I know finals day is going to be a big one, but day one for me, that's a good watch. If you wanted to go and watch something back, I mean, day one was just as much cinema as what we've had today, if not potentially more, only because we haven't closed our last game out.
Yeah, well, I mean, we saw Oilrig get upset by Spartans. It was off screen, but we saw Mercenary get upset by Arktic as well. And so, I mean, that's why I said I feel like both of these weekends, HPL 5, even though the 4 predecessors have been phenomenal, this just has been the best that it possibly could be in my mind. The fact that we had so many close teams duking it out for that 4th place position, the fact that based on those 3 first games, we could have seen an array of a different layout in that leaderboard. And now it all comes down to the final matchup here. 2 juggernaut teams, both previously winning, one winning HPL 4, one winning HPL 3. And so, right, it almost comes full circle, right? HPL 5 has been true cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to hear it said from anybody else if you think that somebody, or maybe even yourselves, underperformed for any of the rough comments in the chat. No, we mean what we say. We don't grab everybody out of the pack and put you all on with a little bit of glaze for the sake of the screen work, okay? You won't find that from me. Politically correct is something I aim for only so that we don't get fired, all right? We'll tell the truth. And the truth is, all 8 teams that turned up here today and across the season did a great job. Regardless of the results, there's always going to be a team that ends up 8th. That's how a table works. You can't all be joint first or we wouldn't crown a champion. It is what it is. What it does is it gives you, as Hort likes to say, a winner's perspective and a learner's perspective. You have gleaned some valuable information, so if you want to come back and prove us wrong, you have every chance to do so. Looking forward to seeing more from the other teams in the future, but time to focus on the main stage. This is it, folks. One match to decide everything. One map. 2 halves were Mercenaries starting on the attack versus Oilrig. This one to crown the champion.
Down to Skybridge. One final game for HPL 5. We can only have one champion. The bragging rights, 4,000 euros on the line here as well. 10 in total, but 4 for the first place. And it's Lukey to open up the pick. The headshot on the Furlex to jump across. Looking for some intel. The rotation away from VIP. Maybe looking to keep an eye on that potential flank there. Mercenary, an early pick. And now we'll slow it down just a bit.
Lukey jumping across to Sandwich. You see Zaki lining up with one of those grenade throws towards E-Box to try and put some pressure down. Furlex is the first member who is given the fast pass to the bench. Inside, that ace is going to go for a very, very optimistic jump shot. The second over the top, a little less crazy and creative, but still a deadly nonetheless. On the secondary in the RFP, he's going to use that to bank through the smoke, but he's going to get knocked down in response. Nemo finds a miracle shot to the dome.
They had to drop the single member as well, but this kind of takes me back. It takes me back to 4, where I think we saw a flawless opening round for Mercenary before Oilrig began to battle back. And, well, they were looking for a flawless round. They'll fall a bit short as Crank does find Fox on the way out. But it is a strong round win here for Mercenary to open up on Skybridge.
Attacking half for Mercenary is going to be reflected upon against how the attacking half from Oilrig goes too. You see all 3 Oilrig members just looking at the lethal on the table and not looking like anybody's too interested in picking it up. Alpi does end up being the one that receives it. But a little bit of comedy vibes in the spawn from Oilrig. Seems like they're having a good time. It's good to see. Mercenary 1-0 up, 2 into VIP. Fox is going to go down first, and of course it's Furlex that gets it, but 2 great grenades out of Zaki and Keo, respectively, take out 2 adversaries in Alpi and Furlex. Crank is down to Lukey, and the Mercenary squad, they might lose 1, but then they've been given the contract, and the contract is kill everything you see. They will be more than happy to oblige.
And going down here as well. With that, we see Bikizi, the last standing member. 1v4. We saw Bikizi with some crazy big kills here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough because 1v4 device 30 seconds. We talk about it all the time. Finding these kills and giving yourself enough time to find that defusal. It's just, it's really tough to do.
This is a blessing in disguise for us as well in the casting booth. I was very feared that we were going to have to get out a pad, a pen, and a calculator to be able to do all the math on the round difference when we get into this. But no, we have been blessed with a do-or-die situation. Oilrig wins, they win the game. Mercenaries win, they win the game. Mercenaries go to overtime, Oilrig wins the game regardless. Very interesting concept.
Well, it was a little back and forth, but so far these first couple rounds have gone to Mercenary, and so they've got to be feeling pretty confident. I mean, Lukey 3-0, Nemenos 3-0 to start things off, so got to get the rest of the squad popping here. For Oilrig on this defensive side, it seems like these smokes, I mean, for Mercenary, the smoke lineups are great, right? It's kind of nullifying what that ace is typically able to do. We haven't seen him with really any sight lines downfield without smokes being in the way.
More spread setup from the Oilrig defense. Sees them still stacking 2 towards the B site, just in case. This time around, it's in the right place as Kiyoshima's going to pick off a first kill into Furlex. I'm wondering if the Mercenary squad are going to take that kill as an indication to rotate the other way. You do see the bomb starting to slowly leak its way back towards the lobby as Mercenary, not getting any information towards the B site, decide against it. They'd rather play with that knowledge that there is a member down on the A site. And there's most likely going to be a couple more here to play into. Squad stacks up. That number 6 member in Bikizi is not going to be encouraged to rotate anytime soon because they have already received info. They've seen people in heaven. So that's going to be a tough call to make the aggressive flank that is fully open right now.
Lukey with the spray through. Gets close, but dances around the outline of Oilrig tucked in. It's a shot from Fox that finds the head of Crank, though. They've got control of VIP. They'll pressure onto the site here as well. The nade comes over the top to kind of counter smoke off this, but unfortunately, they're not able to get there in time. It's numbers that favor Mercenary in time now as well.
The smoke from Mercenary comes in so they can swing out E-Box to try and clear off-site. Oilrig are going to take advantage of that as 2 Mercenary kills come through. One swing from E-Box gets a single solitary kill on the consolidation side, but it's that ace. And it's only that ace left alive. Close. And he's just slightly higher the dome this time around. Luki takes him out. Mercenary move to 3-0. Hawk, this is looking very confident.
Looking great for them so far. But again, I don't want to get ahead of myself. I've seen so many crazy things happen here in this series. I mean, we've seen a 6-2 comeback today as well. So I don't want to get ahead of myself just yet. But yeah, I mean, Mercenary looking very, very strong. I think, you know, finding that win in overtime on Fort was huge for them. And now they get the opportunity to power forward. They put themselves in the driver's seat to take this dub. It really is up to them to make it happen. And, well, they're making a good statement here in these first 3 rounds.
Early util goes out on both sides of the map. We see the explosion patch on the floor there in KFC as both of the Mercenary members that were looking at that one managed to stay far enough back to avoid the damage. Crank picks up one onto Luki, and a slightly better opener to the round for Oilrig looks already more favourable than the 3 we've seen previously.
They certainly need to start putting rounds on the board. Furlex is going to try to make it happen. He pressures forward. He's found a couple, and he continues to drop bodies. It's already a triple. And this is that Furlex we saw in map 1. Crank will come and collect the final one, and Oilrig will get a much-needed round and get themselves on the board.
Eyes up onto the next round as we're trying to figure out what it is that needs to be changed, if anything, other than exactly what we just saw from the Oilrig squad to be able to get through it. They are down by 2. They are in their defending half, and I still, at the top tiers of the competitive scene in Arena, I still favour attacking side first, regardless of how defender-sided people believe maps are. You have a good attacking half. I always feel that puts you in the driver's seat for the second side of the match, so interested to see how Oilrig's attacking side comes when we get there. For the time being, it's on Mercenary to put, like you mentioned, as much of a cushion in as possible. Oh my word, the shot's out of Felix for 1 key OPEX in return, but Felix is good for 3. He's going to find himself a 2-piece on the back of the action. Zaki's out of KFC's bench position to pick him off and shut him down, but it's a little bit too little too late. Unless Fox can come through to swing the tides, he pulls one back for the numbers. And then a 2 versus 2, Fox and Zaki. Still got Bakizi and that ace to deal with, but they have given themselves a chance after numbers were falling very slowly out of their favor.
Zaki about a little more than half health as we see some more of these nades rain down, and they've done a good job at holding on to some of these nades later in the round. We've seen them have some success with it, find some big picks to help them solidify round wins, and now they're going to try to pressure onto the site. They've got a smoke in the way here as well. That ace on the jump over, looking for a spot and maybe a cheeky jump shot as Zaki does eventually press forward and look to plant the device here.
Taps to try and pull out the action. You can see Fox waiting for the play. Bakizi stood still, stones, stoic as a statue. He's not going to move, and he's going to find the kill. Oilrig's Bakizi jumps for the final one, and it's going to be a crushing jumping headshot to finish it off from the captain. 3-2, the scoreline comes ever closer, and it's out of some good work combined. A full house from Felix and Bakizi.
Well, it looked a little bit dangerous in the beginning. I mean, a 3-0 start can be tough to look at when you're on that the other end of it. But Oilrig, so good at dealing with situations like this. They get 2 in a row of their own, and all of a sudden now 1 away from tying it up. So it doesn't surprise me that we can continue to see this back and forth from these 2 teams. And, I mean, we can see why they're the current ranked number 1 and number 2 here in HPL 5.
Crazy. Honestly crazy. But we're here for it. So about the teams. At this moment in time, there's a big push down lane 3, and you know Bakizi's waiting to be able to play spoiler. Fox on the right and the left-hand side is not going to be able to find the opening. He's going to run straight on into the second. Bakizi good for 2. And then he goes down.
Be mad about a 1-for-2 trade, though, but Nemo Nas, that ace, that is a rare thing that we see on that peak there, and a shot downfield. The weaponry you feel like maybe slightly better for that ace in that situation. But these shots from Nemo have been on point. Already 5 kills on the board, and we haven't seen a lot of action toward this B site. Now we see Mercenary beginning to shift here in round 6, looking to double that lead and see if they can get up to 4 first.
Again, Lukey making noise on top of the train to try and bait out a peek for Nemo to be able to play off of. You see that Nemo's getting a little bit more active this round than the last couple, and this is where Nemo will pop up and drop himself a couple of kills back to back to back. Furlex is looking for the creature energy right now. This is a play and a half. This either pays off or it calls a bluff, and he's actually gone for the second. That prone on site has fully dissuaded any approach to this B site right now. Fully round, 25 on the clock. Mercenary need to slam, and look who's waiting, Hot. Look who's playing hide and seek.
Great job, too, making sure to give away no audio cues here as well. Now on the peak, finds the device. Nemonas does get Alpi, but the device goes down. There's only 10 seconds, and realistically, they could keep one back here. There's not really much time to work with. Instead, they push one forward. The device doesn't get down in time. It comes down to the wire, but with less than a second on the board, Mercenary has done it.
That's crazy. Furlex now left with this tough situation. You know that he's keen, you know that he's mean, and Furlex feisty, feeling himself's not going to find the final one. Kiyoshima, again, I feel like that's the second time I've said that today in a very tense, tight clutch round, that it's Kiyo that is the last man standing coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, just does a great job being patient, allowing the opponent to step into their crosshair and really kind of limiting any intel they have. So always great decision-making coming out of Kiyoshima. I mean, he's got a long history of playing in competitive esports, so it does not surprise me that he's able to keep cool, calm, and collected here, but it is Mercenaries that has now doubled their lead. Oilrig only 2 rounds on the board. Realistically, you'd like to see him get one more, even though they're hoping for a 4-4 tie, as Furlex and Kiyoshima will both find a pick to open things up.
Back and forth and back and forth again as Plaid Stripes in the kill feed, only dissuaded by the fact that they go through so slowly that by the time the next one hits, the other one's already slid off into the sunset. It is a 2 for 2 to begin with. 3 members alive on either side. Furlex on the flank. Furlex for 2. Big man Furlex, and he's here to make the play again.
That's a tough one, too. Kiyoshima was holding that angle, pops a reload and steps forward just to take a peek at the other side, just as Furlex peaks, allowing him to get 2 in the back there. And that puts Nemo in a tough spot. It's going to be Oilrig who's looking to find Nemo now at this point, as they've got 3 collapsing in, 1 from VIP, 1 from the flank, and just 1 near site, able to be patient. They've got the numbers, they've got the time, and it's up to Nemo to make something happen.
Oh, for 1 round a couple ago, he was Nemo nasty. This time he's Nemo no. Oilrig claim themselves a third. 4 to 3, the scoreboard goes back up 1 in the favour of the Oilrig squad, but they still find themselves down around as we move 1 closer to the half. Mercenary have another chance at their attacking side to put another round in the bag and a 2-round cushion before we switch sides.
Is 4 going to be enough, or do they need this 5th one? I think is what's kind of on my mind. We've seen so many crazy things happen from side to side on maps like Skybridge, and it was 5-3 halftime in that previous one in favor of Oilrig before Mercenary brought it back. They're enjoying the lead this time. Oilrig looking to give them a taste of their own medicine, but it's Furlex to go down early here in VIP, but Alpi quick to trade back, and it's a nice 1-for-1.
Somebody's going to get Alpi an anchor tattoo by the end of this one, I'm telling you now. That man does not get moved off the sides. You see as the team floods through. Actually, Alpi's going to push forward on the aggressive. He swaps places with the guys taking inside. Gets himself some space behind. Lukey runs out of bullets on site. That's going to give Alpi the angle to be able to get into it. Kiyo saves him from VIP.
Yeah, fortunately, Alpi just didn't get quite far enough out there, but that ace finding Lukey here is huge. You hear that device beginning to go down. There's no shift, though. It does stop the device from being planted. They've got to be conscious of the VIP, but the flank comes in from Bakizi. Bakizi denies the device plant, and now it's looking like Oilrig has an opportunity to tie it up. But Kiyoshima, he's been that clutch factor as the last man standing, and he's got an opportunity to do it once more. The peak, did he spot him? I don't know if he spotted the arm here.
I don't think he needs to. I think he knows he's here and he's just trying to make space to be able to get into that ace, but you can't challenge that ace unless you've already baited the first shot, and Keo knows he tried twice. He baited the shot to make space to move, but it's just too much to have to do. 4-4. We are tied up going into the half. Now, Oilrig literally have everything. The ball in their court, the tools at their disposal, and the attacking half to put it home. They had a tough first match against Mercenary. They have one-upped their half-time scoreline position with a tied map. Now, can they convert? Because if we're following the same logic as the last one, Hawk, that was all they would have needed in map 1 to have taken that off of the Mercenary squad.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it just with these two teams and the talent, you'd like to make your best educated guess or a hypothesis, but I think the reality of it is that it literally could go either way, and so it's on the back of both of these teams. They both have the chance to write the story here. A win for either team means a win overall, and so it really is in their court to make it happen. Kiyoshima from downtown, and it's an early nade kill onto that ace.
Fox tries to look at the jump shot, gets a little bit cheeky with it. Zaki's taking a lot of abuse on his push out. He's very hurt, concussed, broken limb, and heavy bleeds in toe. Furlex finds Fox. Oilrig are running about under a hailstorm of bullets and somehow surviving.
I honestly don't know how this many members of Oilrig are still standing with the hailstorm of bullets that we've seen being thrown downfield from Mercenaries, but it is Nemonos to eventually find this pick. Luki tries to get one on the jump across. The pre-fire will come in, but there's no additional peak here in Oilrig. We'll slow it down a bit. They are at a player disadvantage, but I mean, if you look at the health of Zaki and Nemonos, this is something that could turn around in a matter of an instant.
Yeah, you see the Mercenary callers to back off from site. They don't want to lose any more bodies. They have the numbers advantage. They want to force the ball into the Oilrig court, make them push up onto site so they can try and take some more of that health off or even claim a kill. Kio's swing through E-Box there in the smoke looked like it might have been able to take the bomb, but not this time. 3 versus 4. Oilrig have set up the pressure. The clock is ticking down. It's 30 seconds left. The longer Alpi is left on site, the longer that neither of his two teammates have to do anything at all. Keo is being just denied any space. Alpi has to push out. 2 kills come through quickly. Furlex finds 1. Okay, the kill feed slowed down. I had to wait. Nemo absolutely annihilates Furlex, is what should have followed that. Apologies, folks. We came slightly off of Furlex's perspective before the kill hit the feed, but he does go down to some great shots from Nemonas. Mercenaries win the first round on the defending side.
I mean, they've been great at the start of these halves. Again, getting the first round in the first half, we saw in both games here. Now getting the first round in the second half as well, and just looking to keep that pressure applied onto the side of Oilrig. So really kind of making it up to them to make something happen here. Oilrig now into round 10, looking to keep it close, needs to find a way to tie it back up, and now maybe looking to shift toward the B site for once here.
An extremely aggressive push from Furlex. Crank's going to pick up a first kill onto Nemonas, but if you look, Furlex is... Oh, my word. How do they make the decision? How do they know? The Mercenary squad, they just sense that Furlex is here. He's going to get pincered. Fox is actually going to find himself the best position possible into the sneaking, lurking Furlex. It looked so good. And then it looked so bad.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, if it plays out in his favor, he potentially gets a 2-piece there, but that ace ready for the flank as well. And Zaki didn't stand a chance on that one. Alpi has to be careful he doesn't take out a teammate. Call comes in. Crank finds Luki. The battle downfield. The shot looked decent. It doesn't connect, and Alpi steps out in the way. That ace is taking him down. They still got the player advantage to work with. The device has been planted. That ace finding this one here. 14 on the clock, and time ticking down.
He doesn't need to do anything. All he's going to do is just stand at the end of this lane and continue to put abuse down. He's going to get kill after kill after kill. He doesn't find the captain. No friendly fire in this house, but it is a nice 2-piece out of Crank and that ace. This is really close. Do you feel like Oilrig are having to wrestle a lot out of the bag just to get rounds over the line?
I think both of these teams are so scrappy. I think, we have seen a couple nice round wins from Mercenary, but I think they've all been kind of scrappy. And I think that we didn't see as much from that ace in the first half because of those smokes. We're seeing now a difference on this attacking side. They can wait for those to dissipate. They've got the opportunity for some long sight lines, and we're seeing them really step it up in the second half. Furlex as well has been a monster, but that monster has been put down early here in round number 11.
Again, the grenade out to bench early from the Oilrig squad to try and stop an aggressive push, but it's not how they're playing this through. Instead, they are very cautious in approach and just making sure that nobody can come through sandwich for free. Alpi gets taken out by a grenade. That ace and Furlex are already on the bench. He goes to join them. There's 2 members of the Oilrig left alive.
And this is going to be a really tough round. Once you get this deep into the round and you only have 2 players standing versus the 5, it's so rare that we see these crazy clutches. They do happen from time to time, but Oilrig certainly has the deck stacked against them once more. The smoke comes into play, which really limits what you can do from VIP, and that's why we see Bikizi circling back here.
Well, Lukey's going to pick up that of Crank. The 855A1 going to make short work of his model. It's left down to the captain to try and pull off a miracle. 1 versus 5. Down on the ground, all the way back by the trash bags is Kiyoshima. That's going to close it out. 6-5. The Mercenary squad push again into the lead. Still only by 1, though.
Only by 1. And that P90, again, showing that it can be lethal at a distance as well. I mean, we see a lot of the great close quarter combats, 50 rounds in the mag, but we've seen some really downrange shots from the P90 that are able to collect heads as well. That time from Kiyoshima. Mercenaries, as Crack said, up by 1, back into the driver's seat they go. So far, Oilrig has been able to answer back from round to round. So, for me, it's what team is going to get those back-to-back round wins here late in the game.
First down, Zaki. Crank's going to pick up an early kill for the Oilrig squad. Again, we're going to see the round that needs to really go in their favor start to look good. When we catch the mid part of the game, this has always been a heavy factor for both of these sides. The opening first blood will go one way or the other. That's just been consistently how the rounds have started for setup. Once both of these teams are wedged into their positions to try and make approach to site off it. There we go. There's the peak from Furlex onto Lukey, lurking wide outside of Fanta.
Well, it's Oilrig that has the numbers early in this round. They just need to make sure they solidify the dub. For Mercenary, everybody's shifted toward this A site. No flank will come in. The device will be planted. Kiyoshima, the jump shot doesn't connect here as well. And now it's Nemo who looks to drop a smoke to see if they can find a way to pressure forward and get a little bit of space of their own.
A little bit of tap fire through the smoke as well to just dissuade anything that might be being thought up by Oilrig. Fox is going to find that ace down prone by the side of the med box. The smoke just bleeding slightly off of his model, making him visible. Site member and Alfie's going to hold one back. Keo, Alfie, Nemo all hit the kill feed favorably. It reduces us down to a 1 versus 2. Now, Nemo Nas versus Bikizi and Furlex. It's been good for them before. Swings into the captain, takes a little bit of his health off, finds to fight off and swing towards VIP. Furlex, knowing that he's wise on time, doesn't need to do anything other than kite him out. Good round from Oilrig, and we go back to 6-6.
I think, if we saw Nemo get that very first kill there, then a potential to find something to make it happen. But he steps forward, he puts some good shots into the body, but doesn't get credit for the kill. And at that point, there's just not enough time in a 2v1. So goes forward, you credit it, he goes forward, tries to find at least a kill on the way out. But it is Oilrig again who's been able to answer back. They've been able to keep it close, but they've got to find a way to get on top. Again, whatever team wins this game is going to be able to close it out and be the first place champions.
Early nade out towards bench. We've seen a similar approach from both teams, trying to stop the aggressive push out from the defending side. We note here that Oilrig are just making good use of the scenery around them. You see one of the members towards KFC vaulted up on that banister for the stairs to try and get the elevated angle to peek for somebody that might be playing site or pushing out. Here we are. It's that ace that's on the Balti playing off that railing. I'm going to be honest, that's new to me.
Again, we see Mercenary just playing back, being comfortable here. Those nades consistently falling a little bit short from finding that early util damage or kill. And now with the smoke beginning to plume out, we'll see that Ace and Alpi shift forward here, trying to work together, clear all these angles, and with space, look to pressure forward. Furlex into VIP. It's Fox and Alpi for the first two. Steps out through the smoke. Furlex gets one. Zaki trades it back instantly. And now to crank to find Kiyoshima. Back to a 2v2, but the device is down near sight here.
Slight difference to the other game for this one for Oilrig is that the trades 1-for-1 are actually ending in an Oilrig kill, which where we were previously seeing a 3 versus 2 when the dust settles is now falling a little bit more favorably in a 2v2. Bakizi's going to tap bomb down on site, try and draw a push through the smoke. Second time's the charm as the bomb is going to get planted. Some shots from the backside, trying to bend through the box to find the life of him. It's only going to tickle the back armor crank. Push out from Bakizi is a no.
They've really got to be careful of the flank, but Bakizi finding Zaki here. All of a sudden, now it gets much easier for the squad, but Nemo, he's been a crazy clutch factor. He's got time to work with here this time as well, but look at the positioning here from Oilrig, playing it well, being patient, not giving up any free audio cues, looking to work this buddy system together. Nemo on the peak, he's found one, but he can't get the second. Bakizi is there, and Oilrig finds a way to steal the lead away very late here on Skybridge. 1 away from match point, 2 away from closing it out, but the Mercenaries chomping at the heels.
Oh yeah, I don't think this is done for just yet. There's absolutely no chance we see Oilrig put themselves to 8-6 and on championship point at this time in the game. Mercenary, I expect to come out and absolutely shove a round down Oilrig's throat in this one here to tie us back up to 7-7, and then we'll go back to the tense gameplay again. It's all or nothing. Fire in the hands, fury in the eyes. Fox on a smoke towards VIP. Is he going to cross? Oh, he's playing slower. Zaki just free firing his way through towards KFC to try and keep that held off. Util out towards VIP. Fox ducks away from it. Again, good avoidance of the util.
A lot of noise being made, but you take a look at the mini-map. That device and crew were trying to shift toward the B site, but there's a couple on site. We see a rotation coming in from Zaki, but Oilrig has already decided to head back the other direction. They've got an opportunity to take advantage of the numbers here. On the jump across, the device has been spotted, so Fox will most likely make that call. We'll see him shift back. Fox finds Frag. Fox finds Furlex, and Bakizi to answer back, but a lot of damage has been done here.
It's 2 from Luki as well. Fox makes the big play. Not only does he get the first opening kill, he gets the bomb too. Oh, it's big moves from Mercenary. It's not the big slamming round they expected, but it's equally as convincing. 2 from Fox, 2 from Luki.
Oh, will we see another overtime? I do not know. What I do know is both of these teams desperately want to win this next round. The fact that you get to go to match point first, you know that you're guaranteed an overtime if you lose that final round. And so it's just a much more comfortable position to be in. That's what they're both going to be fighting for here in round 15. We'll see if Oilrig toys with the idea of B a little bit again, or if they look to run it right back down toward A, where they've been having a lot of success.
Again, that ace has been tasked with the B site. The bomb seems to be finishing A the majority of the time, and Oilrig are happy to contend and contest with this. With that ace being left to put distractions down on the other half of the map. What I will say is, you will never lose that flank. You very rarely see that ace let somebody through. That's being displayed here. However, the front facing fight is definitely going the way of the Mercenaries. Fox finds one, Bakizi and Furlex combining VIP for 2, though. Oilrig sends 3 to secure the space, and it's devastation.
Zaki on the rotation over through spawn. Furlex looks away at the wrong time, has to dip down, does duck, but it's eventually on the peekaboo. It's whack-a-mole. Zaki pops the head. That shot was dangerously close to connecting as well. 45, and Zaki's got to get through 3, including the likes of that ace.
Oilrig put themselves set up for that final round. There you go. That ace buries Zaki, and it puts Oilrig 1 round away from being crowned Season 5 title champions. The question is, are we going to be blessed with another overtime?
don't know if Oilrig wants to go there. It's something that has haunted a lot of these teams when they're the first to match point and then into overtime. They've been the team that has unfortunately come away with a loss. So they're going to look to close it out here. Mercenaries obviously trying to keep it alive. And this one potential round could be the decider of who is the champion and who is second place. We talked about it. HPL 3 was won by this majority of this mercenary squad. HPL 4 by the majority of Oilrig. Now looking for a double, but it's Kiyoshima to open up onto Furlex, and this might spell trouble here as that ace tries to find one downfield.
He's going to spot him as well. This is the play that Oilrig have contested for. They have committed to the B site. They sent Furlex on an aggressive push down lane one. He doesn't find it. Alpi takes out Crank and a team kill. The pressure starting to get to the Oilrig squad. Alpi finds Kiyoshima, making up for the mistake on the team kill. Bomb is dropped inside of the B2. That ace under fire and pressure. Alpi's going to find a second. There's no way that Alpi knocks down a teammate and then cleans up his mess, surely. Further walk. He gets the bomb. And he's not going to go hunting. He's going to come back towards the site. That ace is set up in the best position to hold off from lane one, but unless he can get down here to site, Alpi is all on his own at the moment.
This is where it starts to get dangerous. Tries to pressure on site. Now into the smoke, standing right next to him, though. Does the Vice eventually go down? It does get planted here, and now that ace potentially could fall back and look to play it here. Has some help teetering for both sides. The peak, the shot is Fox to find it, and they're looking to deactivate the Vice. They hear the audio cue. The spray comes in, and Alpi denies it.
The kill from Zaki is off the bomb. The device is planted. There's no way. He's got space.
Oh,
He needs a gun, Hawk. He needs a gun. The smoke.
oh, he finds a smoke and a dead body.
He's going to gamble it on this. There's no way.
7 seconds on the clock. There's just enough time for the defusal here.
No way.
Shots ringing out, and he gets it. Zach A through the smoke. What in the hell just happened?
It is in time. It's not in time. It is in time. He's bang on the line. You have got to be kidding me. How do you commit to the smoke the one play? He doesn't go for a gun. He goes for a smoke. And he defuses under the cover. What?
I wonder what happens if they don't get that team kill in there. If they have that extra player standing, it's minor mistakes that can haunt you in situations like this. It was Oilrig's game to close out here, to claim their right to the championship. But instead, we're headed to overtime. And this is where the Mercenaries have been really excelling. We saw them take that last one 11-9 in OT here. Oilrig, a bit of a mix-up. Furlex on the marksman here.
I think I might need to seek a second doctor for each separate butt cheek at this point in time, because both of them are in need of serious help after the clenching from that previous round. Oh, Furlex! Wait, no! Furlex is on a balti.
That's what I said.
No, I heard you, like... Wait a minute!
I was equally as surprised, especially when he came into this round with a 16 to 18 kills, but have faith in Furlex. He's a monster on many weapons. It's 2 opening picks. The Crank does fall here, but they still got the advantage. These smokes beginning to come in line. That ace, the nade over the top, and Lukey not so lucky, punk.
Onto site he goes. Bomb is in. Alpi jumps aggressively off of the graffiti box. He's going to be right in the right place at the right time. He doesn't get a kill. Nemo kills him. The flank!
Beautiful. Cracked. I feel like I'm in a movie theater right now and this was scripted. Like I'm watching the most insane game of HPL and it happens to be the final game in HPL 5. It happens to be for all the marbles, 4,000 euros, the bragging rights as well. And we are in overtime. It was Mercenary to take those early rounds in overtime last time. This time it's Oilrig putting that right foot forward. But can they get a second one here to make that second half of OT a little bit easier?
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm going to take you back to a time where we spoke about Furlex on a Balti, on a marksman class, saying that he was struggling. So to see him go here, this is a big risk and reward scenario. If he can pull it off, Oilrig are about to close out the most cinematic second game to finish the season finale as final champions that you've ever seen. If it doesn't pay off, there might be questions asked depending on how it falls. Crank is going to take a great pickup on an opener onto Lukey. You can see we're on board here with Felix, who is relatively flashed, and he's still going to find the John to Nemo. Nearly takes off the dome of the man in VIP too.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe he hit the That Ace training pack because the man is popping off with a Bolty right here, rivaling his twin over there. Okay, I see you, Furlex. Nasty picks. They've got the player advantage as well. Smokes beginning to plume out toward the site. Mercenaries not opting for a rotation. Oilrig comfortable being patient here as well. And both of these teams just trying to play the master chess side of things here.
I mean, if you turn around and said to me that what was the one player that you could ask that would be able to play the Balti almost at the same level of somebody as that Ace, it would be suggested that an all-rounder the likes of Furlex would be one of those suggestions. So, that one to the side. 5 members of the Oilrig squad left alive, and 2 for the Mercenary squad leaves them in a really rough spot. Favourable side to look at this from the Mercenary perspective is it's the defending half. Whoa, oh dear. Did you see him in the hole? I saw him in the hole, and that's nightmare fuel.
Oh my God, it's so nasty. And just the fact that we see this stuff unfolding from round to round, the fact that we see the crazy smoke clutch from Zaki and then Oilrig able to bounce back. Furlex, who's been a menace on various different rifles, but got away from the marksman for a little while, takes a gamble, and boy, does it pay off. Furlex was a monster in those 2 rounds. Oilrig has set themselves up for the best positioning possible to close it out, to claim their champions, and what would be back-to-back champs for at least 3, I think, of these members.
100%. That is what they are here for today. They're here to contest and try and reclaim that title. Bakizi, That Ace, and Furlex, I believe, will be the 3 that you are referring to as previous title champions that will be returning champions from this kind of a performance. Alpi, Crank, technically Crank also a previous champion too from that roster, but he's an honourable member of this one. Absolutely a valid member of their cause and effort. He has put down a phenomenal set of performances in Season 5. I would not be surprised to see Crank back as part of main roster in Season 6, honestly.
Furlex back to the P90 now that we're on the attacking side here. We can hear some shots being exchanged, and Kiyoshima will begin to cheat back toward this A site. Now, that Ace is tucked into the heavens of B here. Maybe looking for a potential pick or that flank that could come in, but now we're starting to see some more pressure toward the A site. That Ace will shift back that direction as well.
Fox sat lying in wait in his little foxhole just outside of VIP. He's going to catch the back of Crank exposed. A moment for Fox to play. Spoiler gets shut down immediately, and it's That Ace on the Balti to do so. Mercenary have 3 members of their squad left up to contest against the 4 of Oilrig. The device is being planted, and we have 50 seconds left for the Mercenary to survive.
Double flank coming in, though, and I'm not sure they're aware that there potentially could be 2 back here. Still trying to deal with Zaki on the site from behind. Nimonas, Kiyoshima, the flank comes in huge. They find 2, and they've got the player advantage. 30 seconds on the clock. Furlex able to answer back. That Ace finds the snipe, and in a 1v1, Furlex versus Zaki. The peek, the shot. Zaki has to pop a reload. Furlex had to reload as well. They were both in trouble there.
20, 18, 15, and it's Furlex for the finish. Oilrig are confirmed your champions with a 3 victories back to back in overtime, and 2 matches all the way to overtime. Mercenaries fought kicking and screaming to the last, but a 25 kills and an 18 headshot performance out of your MVP in Furlex is merely 1/5 of the equation that gets it over the line. What a final scoreboard that is for Furlex. 25 and 13. Sheesh.
with 18 headshots, 7 MVPs, and even breaking out the marksman, the Bolty, for one of the OT rounds. Oilrig has done it in cinematic fashion. They are your HPL number 5 champions. We tip our hats to Mercenary on a job well done here today. They put up one hell of a fight as well, an overtime win to look to clinch it up and back to OT here as Oilrig closes it out 11-8, your HPL 5 champs.
This is why we came.
I find myself feeling content, fulfilled, very, very overwhelmed. That was an exceptional head-to-head. That was an amazing best of 2. And what better a fight could we have asked for to crown champions? A tip of the hat goes to the newly formed roster of Mercenary, a combination of a couple of different teams and some standout names across that roster. But it was not to be. Mercenary, maybe, but they are the Mercenary hired by the oil riggers, all right? All of those oligarchs and those lucrative men that work on the rigging station with the funds in their pockets, they pay for the Mercenaries to come knocking. And the reason being, because they're actually the most deadliest out in the scene. That's right, Oil Rig, you're Season 5 champions.
I'm so far beyond content. I mean, we take a look at the scoreboard here, and I got to feel like, what are these players going through? I've got adrenaline running through me. My heart is pumping. My hands are tingling. What a showing here from the squads. We take a look at the rundown one more time. Oil Rig on top, 5-2. Mercenary was not far behind him. The points are the same. It came down to the final game as we give them a big congratulations again on their championship. 4,000 euros in the pocket. Mercenary not going home empty-handed, though. 2250, big ones for them. Pandas still haunted by that 3rd place, but man, did they look really good when that full roster was out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see an even spread down that table. Spartans in 4th, 2 wins, 3 draws and 2 losses. Exaltation, 2 wins, 2 draws and 3 losses. Very close between those two there for that final spot for the Arena Cup series, but it's Spartans that squeak their way in by a point. And honestly, well deservedly so. After last season not making it, this is a step up for them.
We're gonna have to open it up to some more teams in the ACS, I think, with Exaltation, Arktic, as well as they played, not far behind as well. I mean, the competition just continues to grow here with Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. We can't thank them enough for all that they do. Of course, Auroras and AMD as well. I mean, a beautiful partnership. We got to crown a king in chat. Some great winners of EFT Unheard Edition and that Radeon RX 9070 XT. Just a phenomenal 2 weekends here again. A big shout out to everybody involved. I can't thank them enough for allowing me to come on here and yell at the mic. I've had so much fun getting to watch and cast these series. And you talk about just putting the stamp on it at the end of the day. These 2 teams, again, just put on one hell of a show for everybody involved.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a gold medal finish for the Oil Rig squad. It is a first podium finish for the Mercenary member in Fox, newcomer to the scene who's now been here for a couple of seasons across a couple of different rosters, but he's finally found himself a podium finish with a medal placement there in that 2nd place spot. In addition, honestly, to Pandaric, where Prince Blitzergirl and Princess Walker have still yet to be able to find themselves anything other than titles of Prince and Princess, as King and Queen is just out of their sights yet again. We are looking forward to ACS in the near future, where all 4 of those top teams will be refeatured versus the top 4 CIS teams to battle it out for Arena Cup Series champions. That in the future, but there's much more to behold alongside of that, as well as a final thank you and shout out to our sponsors who have helped us in a partnership this time around rather than a sponsorship, all the way through from the beginning of the NA Pinnacle tournament here in Season 5 and through to the end of 2025. Shout out to the partnership Majoris and AMD Radeon partnering up with ourselves here at Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games to be able to bring you guys all the amazing action. Thank you again to Aorus and AMD for partnering up with us, and thank you to all of you folks in the chat that took part in that giveaway. A reminder, all of those members have been drawn. We need you guys to be able to keep an eye on your emails. There will be an email sent out to you by the 31st of October to deal with claiming your prize. If you didn't see earlier on, there it is again for you on screen, thanks to the wonderful work in production. The victors: Demetrios V, Bodan L, Alan R, Franzu 403, Lucas S, and Michael H. If your name was called out, folks, you are going to be the recipient of one of the prizes, but a grand prize going out. And once again, a congratulations to Demetrius V for collecting that Radeon RX 9070 XT Gaming OC 16GB graphics card that is going to make your PC absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think I think it's only fitting that we take one more look at the video before we head out this weekend as we give Aurorus and AMD another big shout out. And again, congratulations to all of our winners here today, not just the competitors, but those in chat as well. So again, a big shout out to Aurorus and AMD for being a part of all of this and supplying that Radeon RX 9070 XT Gaming. Again, stay tuned to the socials as well. We've got more giveaways coming in the future. We talked about some laptops, monitors, and maybe some extra stuff that we can't quite tell you about yet.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So much more for the future. And I like the anticipation. I like the atmosphere in the air when you can cut it with a knife, especially when the chat gets hyped about it too. You guys have been phenomenal. I think it was over 70,000 entries, give or take, into that giveaway. So a phenomenal showing from everybody getting involved in that there, and many more still to come. As you mentioned, Hort, there is a laptop that I have sat in the corner behind me that we'll talk more about in the future, and a couple more goodies thanks to that amazing partnership. So don't worry, folks. Aorus and AMD Radeon, they're not running away just yet. We're going to be able to be championed by them all the way through to the end of 2025.
Well, I gotta say, I'm sad that we're coming to a close here, but all the more reason to hit the follow button down below and become part of that notification gang. Follow the socials so you don't miss out on any of the amazing action we've got coming up here in the near future, including those giveaways as well. I know a few of us are going to be in Paris for Paris Games Week, so we hope to meet some of you wonderful EU players as well. But as always, before we get going today, we've got to give a shout out to the legends behind the scenes. Hellcat, the Crispy Lemon, Step Sherpa, Boosh, Schmitty, the Turbo Bear, Klish, our King Connor for always holding it down, the Eye in the Sky, the producer. He does a little bit of everything. And of course, our Supreme Overlord, Mr. Philbo Baggins himself, holding it down. Again, we appreciate everybody at Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games for all they do, including Aurorus and AMD. I want to give a big thanks to those people, including all of the competitors and teams here today, whether you're a main team or a sub. We appreciate all of you. And certainly last but not least, the community of Tarkov, all of you in chat. I seriously can't thank you enough. You guys come in here, maybe glaze us up a little bit too much, but I am truly and incredibly thankful for each and every one of you. So again, hit that follow button. Do not miss out on the action to come, but that will be all for us. That handsome man to my digital left is Cracked Wisdom. My name is Hot Sauce. You guys are beautiful. Take care and enjoy the rest of your weekend.